under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm going to call to order this City Council regular meeting in City Hall Council Chambers. 389 Spruce Street, Morgantown, West Virginia, 26505 on Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024 at 7 p.m. If the clerk would please take roll.
Yes. Bill Kowecki?
Here.
Weezy Michael?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
Here.
Danielle Trumbull?
Here.
Dave Harshbarger?
Here.
Brian Butcher?
Here.
Mayor Abu Ghanem?
Present. Okay. First, we have the approval of minutes. Is there any changes? Approve. Move to approve by acclamation?
Yep.
All right. We do not have a correspondence this evening. The next item we have is a public hearing for the ordinance of the City Council, creating a new article of City Code entitled Camping on Public Property. The Assistant City Manager brings the sign-up sheet. All right. To ensure that we have enough time, I ask that everyone please be cognizant of everybody participating this evening. In other words, please stay on task. Please do not repeat others. And I also ask that we please not applaud or snap fingers between each presentation so as to show respect for everybody here, no matter the views or differences of opinions. Also, as a friendly reminder, please be respectful of the chambers. Do not address any council member personally, but as a whole, and also please watch your language. First, we have Dan Litner of 2402 Brunswick Court. Did I say that name correctly? Lightner. Oh wait, I'm sorry, hold on. There's my public portion. All right, we're over.
Alrighty, well, good evening, City Council. My name is Danielle Stoneberg. I stay on Scott Avenue in Morgantown, and I'm here today not just as a member of this community, but as someone who's walked a difficult path. For several years, I've lived without a home. I've lived through the chokeholds of addiction. I know firsthand the struggles, fears, and vulnerabilities that come with homelessness. One of the first things I did within the first year of finally having my own apartment for my girlfriend, dog, and I was get a job working with the homeless, and I've been working 40-hour weeks with these guys for the past 2 years now, helping people build self-esteem and motivation and the courage to keep going and strive for better. A camping ordinance is a difficult but necessary step towards addressing these harsh realities. By implementing this ban, we're not turning our backs on the homeless. We're acknowledging that living in such conditions is unacceptable and unsustainable. The ordinance ensures that before any enforcement action is taken, individuals are offered access to shelter and services. This is not about criminalizing homelessness. This is about steering people towards safer, healthier alternatives which are available. When you're living in the streets, every day is a fight for survival. You worry about where your next meal will come from, how you'll stay warm on cold nights, and whether you'll be safe as you sleep. I live that life, and I wouldn't wish it on anybody. It takes a toll on your body, your mind, and your spirit. This ordinance is more than just about regulating where people can sleep. It's about addressing these real human needs in a way that keeps everyone housed and unhoused safer. I understand why some might see this as an unfair restriction, but I believe it's a step towards a remedy that can work for us all. I've heard all the arguments against this ordinance. Some say it's cruel, and some say it criminalizes poverty, but those arguments often miss the bigger picture. They're based on false narratives that paint people experiencing homelessness as helpless victims who can't be held accountable for their actions. This victim mentality isn't just wrong, it's harmful. It denies our agency, our ability to improve our lives with the right support. The opponents of this ordinance might claim that they're standing up for the homeless, but in reality, they're perpetuating a system that keeps people stuck in a cycle of poverty and despair. By resisting this ordinance, they're making it harder for us to move forward and harder for our community to address the real problems, the real issues at the heart of homelessness. This isn't about pushing people out of sight or out of mind. It's about ensuring that those who are homeless, like I once was, are directed towards places where they can get the help they need. Shelter, food, medical care, and perhaps most importantly, a path towards permanent housing. It's about creating spaces that are safe, clean, and supportive, rather than leaving people to fend for themselves in conditions that are often unsafe and unhealthy. The city has many options for locations of warming shelters and emergency triage shelters, and they've done it before and they'll do it again. This isn't something that's just up in the air, especially with the camping ordinance in place. I just read an article today, just a few hours ago, about Catholic Charities opening up in mid-September, and they will be up and running with beds available hopefully the next month. This ordinance is a call to action for local and state governments to collaborate on long-term solutions, such as increasing access to affordable housing and expanding support services. But in the meantime, we must act to protect both the vulnerable individuals in these camps and the broader community from the dangers they pose. I urge you all to support this ordinance, not because it's a perfect solution, but because it's a part of a broader effect to address homelessness with compassion and practicality. We can't turn our backs and pretend the problem doesn't exist. We need to face it together with empathy and determination, and this ordinance is a step in the right direction. I know how hard it is to break out of the cycle of homelessness, but I also know it's possible with the right help and the right policies in place. This ordinance is a piece of that puzzle, and I believe it will help create a safer, more supportive community for everyone. I support this ordinance because I know it's what our community needs. It's what I needed when I was homeless, and it's what will help others who are struggling now. Let's not be swayed by false narratives or victim mentality. Let's focus on real tools that uplift and empower everyone in our community. Thank you.
Next, we have Nathaniel Warman.
Thank you all for giving me the moment to speak. I'm here to voice my support for the camping ordinance. Over the past year, my children have been exposed to drug-induced individuals, heaps of trash, human feces, countless needles, and multiple individuals overdosing. They didn't see these individuals in the Tenderloin in San Francisco or driving down Kennison Avenue in Philadelphia. They saw these individuals in Morgantown, West Virginia, going to the grocery store, going to the farmer's market, and just walking on the rail trail. Living close to the rail trail, it should be the norm for my children to be able to go down there and drive to the park, but they are hesitant to travel there alone these days. This is not sustainable. Certain behaviors should not be tolerated regardless of circumstance. It's not fair to all citizens. We should be able to enjoy the gems of our city, such as the rail trail, downtown, and riverfront. But instead, these gems are quickly becoming no-go areas, especially for people with children. It is not kindness to enable this behavior. I know firsthand. Our family lost my sister to addiction. I've seen this struggle up close and personal. I know from experience the most effective programs are involve both carrot and stick, both incentive and punishment. And I believe this ordinance is on the right track to applying some stick to the current policy. Thank you for your time.
Any Cronin York?
Annie Cronin York, Human Rights Commission. I don't expect that anyone here tonight is going to change anybody's vote or anybody's mind on what they're doing here. But I would like to point out a few things that I find rather troubling. Okay, just plain troubling. It has been said in the course of discussing this that this ordinance is necessary because these things aren't covered in the code we already have. Things like alleys and other things, but they are. Chapter 1, Section 101.2, general definitions, public place. Includes street, sidewalk, park, cemetery, schoolyard, etc. Street means alleys, avenues, boulevards, lanes, roads, highways, viaducts, and other public thoroughfares within the city. So there's that one covered. Another comment was that the penalty probably wasn't in the right place, or we didn't know what the penalty would be. Section 101.99, general penalty. When there isn't anything speaking to the offense, the penalty will be $500. And each day any violation of the city code or any such ordinance, resolution, rule, regulation, or order shall constitute, except for where otherwise provided, a separate offense. So there's that covered. And then that is reiterated under the Part 5 of the ordinance's General Offenses Code, 501.99 penalty. Whoever violates any provision of this Part 5 General Offenses Code, for which no other penalty is provided, shall be fined not more than $500. Each day such violation continues to constitute a separate offense. So we've got in there twice. Did a lot of printing today. This ordinance also calls to put a large burden on the municipal court. The municipal court jurisdiction under 181.02 jurisdiction says that they have exclusive original jurisdiction over traffic infractions arising under city ordinances, and exclusive original criminal jurisdiction over all violations of city code ordinances, and original jurisdiction over other actions brought to enforce. And in general to hear and determine all causes, civil, criminal, including traffic infractions arising under such ordinances, and to pronounce judgment in accordance therewith. It sounds like in the past, Muni Court was there for traffic and shoplifting. The municipal court's authority under 181.03 gives the municipal judge the ability to issue subpoenas, to issue warrants for people who fail to show up, and to sign commitments of incarceration to the county jail and the regional jail, period. There is nothing in there about him being a mental hygiene commissioner, about him being an assessor of somebody's addiction or need for mental health or physical health or addiction treatment. So putting this in municipal court, you're going to have to change a lot more ordinances to do that if you're going to make it right. Also importantly, it's been said that we're not going to arrest anybody for being homeless. Nobody's going to jail for this. This is just so that we can get them pointed in the right direction. That's very nice. West Virginia Code, 814.3, powers, authority, and duties of law enforcement officers and policemen. Oh, I did have it highlighted somewhere. Basically says that if officers do not enforce the laws as they're handed to them, so this ordinance as is written, word for word, if they don't enforce that, the officer is subject to official discharge of duty imposed by provisions of section of official misconduct and may be removed from office. Any official or officer has the same authority to execute a warrant. Same thing happens. If they don't enforce the law as it's written, the state can relieve them of their position as a police officer. So, what this body is doing at the moment is legislating. And hopefully we all know that when one is writing a law, that you write what you mean, because every word counts. And you must say exactly what you mean. You can't say, but we're not going to enforce it, because maybe you aren't. But we're talking about policemen, policewomen, and new ones will be hired, and who knows what they're going to do with it. They may read it and say, but that's the law, and I'm not going to lose my job over it. I'm going to enforce this. So compassion on the part of the police officer may come into play, it may not. Either way, they remain under state law at risk of losing their job. I don't think that we want to lose any police officers to this because we don't have enough already. Also, it calls on police officers to be social workers and spend a great deal of time offering services to people and figuring out what is appropriate service and who needs drug treatment, who needs to go to the hospital, who needs to go to a shelter, and which shelter we're going to send them to and what bed we're going to put them in. That is not going to be an easy thing. There may be a cheat sheet. Great. There may be a social services manager who's in charge of figuring this out. But that's probably something that will come along the next day because the manager isn't going to be working 24/7 is my guess, and police officers do. And they'll be picking up people and trying to identify them if that works. I would not hand an officer my ID if they couldn't otherwise readily identify me. Sorry, I left it in my other backpack. So how are you going to know if it's a first, second, third offense? If you give them ID cards, it's like putting tracking chips in them. There are definitely some upsides to giving ID cards, bus passes, access to various services in the city that are a great idea. But in the context of this ordinance, giving people an ID card and expecting them to surrender it to the officer to get their citation, it's like putting a chip in your doggy so you can find out where he went. And people are going to take it that way, especially people who've got the mental health issues, who may have a bit of paranoia going. Not that it's paranoid to think that, because even reasonable people can think that, but it's state overreach to be tracking them that way. Somebody got up at the last meeting or the meeting before, probably the last committee of the whole, and talked about doing a referendum. All y'all pass this ordinance, we have enough signatures, we're going to take it away. Well, there is a lot more to it than that. First of all, they have to write an ordinance and offer it to council. Council has to say no. And then they have to go around and collect the signatures, and then Clerk Wade has to go through and verify all the signatures. They must attach a complete ordinance to the page that the person is signing, and they must swear that there's only a certain number of referendum takers allowed. It's a complicated matter. But based on what we've seen in the last few months, I believe these people are ready to do it. So you can pass it tonight, and I have no doubt that you'll have a halt put on it under Section 801 of the City Code that will stay the execution of this ordinance. Or there could be lawsuits. Probably will be anyway, but certainly the council can't live in fear of being sued. But there are so many considerations that need to be taken care of before this ordinance is ready to go. I would strongly hope that you do that. Just take your time. There is no rush. It can be tabled tonight, and then you have 60 days. You can pick it up anytime in that 60 days and it revives it. You can add amendments that substantially alter it, and that would put it on hold until the next meeting before a vote could be taken. I think what people want, and I don't speak for anybody but myself, is to see something that is fair and not rushed, and something that is logistically doable, that we actually have these beds in place, that we actually have ID cards for people to get services, and open lockers. And I think one of the amendments offered at the last meeting was to take up part about placing private possessions in public place. The last I read of the ordinance, and I didn't read it today, but it said that there would be an exception if the city designated a place for people to put their belongings. So were the city to place lockers somewhere in city limits, that would not be the same as leaving your backpack in front of a business on High Street. So I think that part is taken care of. Yay. But we have a lot more parts to take care of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alice Mee.
My name's Alice Meehan. I would just like to address City Council this evening to discuss the priority of taking care of people, our citizens. I'm just going to make this quick here. In my opinion, the strength, beauty, prosperity, vibrancy of a community depends first and foremost on how it takes care of its people. We can beautify trails, we expand recreation, build new roads, build new bridges. I call that the bridge over troubled waters. It's all fruitless unless you nurture the roots of our current situation. Shelter and housing first should be priority overall. There are plenty of local, state, federal resources to address our relatively small town problem. We do have over 100 folks who are homeless, but we can and should provide. Where do we start? One idea. Crisis intervention team, bringing together mental health service workers, law enforcement officers, consumers of mental health services, and I would add peer recovery coaches. I spoke with someone today they do have peer recovery people involved at this point. I want to talk about Huntington's Police Department. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this, but they formed this type of task force to help those who encounter law enforcement or other first responders to help them access the care they need. It has been very successful and has resulted in several municipal awards, state and national. And they've even been awarded millions of dollars, I think about $3 million. So this effort that they utilize that we could easily do, it helps bridge the gap between police and the community they serve. As it stands here today in Morgantown, our police officers experience competing demands. Are they supposed to respond with compassion, as many of us would like them to, or comply with the resident or business owner complaint or city ordinance to sweep the streets of humans? They can already ticket or arrest folks for shouting as a stressed reaction to being confronted by a armed policeman, loitering, littering, indecent exposure for having to defecate in public, using drugs, sleeping on private or public property, etc. So we already have ordinances in place to arrest people who are unsheltered. They either get fined or go directly to jail without passing go. It's expensive to transport and shelter people in jail. Why don't we use those resources for a non-jail shelter? I should add that many of these folks don't need to be taken to hell in a handbasket. They're already living in hell right here in our town. So I will repeat, the strength, beauty, vibrancy of a community depends on how it takes care of its people. There's no excuse for us not caring and providing for our most vulnerable citizens. They need protection, not persecution. Morgantown Police Department needs our support, so we need to devote effort to open a shelter ASAP, where folks are welcomed, treated with dignity, and can access services, whatever those might be. Also, it would be nice to have a designated space for outdoor camping or other welcoming place for folks to just rest their weary heads. I've met many people who didn't sleep all night, you know. So a small team of mental health and peer recovery specialists on call to address immediate needs would be lovely. This would help lift a good portion of our fearless police officers' burden so they can focus on protecting all of us from real danger. It's a collaborative effort, but it can be done if you're caring enough to do so. If anyone who is uninvolved or unfamiliar with these situations, because I get to know people, I connect with people. If you wish to take a walk with me to seek further understanding, please don't hesitate to contact me. And I thank you so much for listening. I have a sheet with the website of the Huntington articles, so I'll give it to
Ms. Moser,
the powers that be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alice.
Next.
Send those. I only have 4 copies.
We'll give them to council.
I can send
Next, we
them
have
to you.
Aaron Shelton.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So, unlike Alice, I'm not going to make this short. I am glad, I love that I finally get to talk to you for more than 4 minutes, because all of the hardship and trauma and violence and frustration that I have seen folks go through over the past years of doing this work could never be summarized in 4 minutes. I run the Rainbow House here in Morgantown now, and before that I did homeless outreach and harm reduction work. So I have a close relationship with the people you look down on and away from out there on the streets. And I've walked with them through some of the most difficult days. Now that I have time, I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the experiences that I've had with the folks that I work with, ones that won't give away who they are, of course. I don't feel strongly that these stories will change your mind, but I want you to hear them so that when you make this vote, you know exactly what you're doing and who you're hurting with this ban. I thought at the beginning of all this camping ban stuff that if you could hear these stories, if you could come with me every day in the job that I do, that you'd feel so differently about unhoused people and about passing this camping ban. But I don't really believe that now. I don't think that you really care. After all the people who have come up here and pleaded with you and presented evidence and talked about how much harm this is going to cause, I don't know that there's really much I can say to change your minds. So this is my last stab at swaying your opinion on this camping ban, but it's not just for you. It's also to show the rest of our community who may be listening all the ways in which this is not an act of compassion, and they cannot expect or trust you to advocate for and represent them if they fall on hard times, experience a life-changing traumatic event, or do anything that starts to inconvenience the nice out-of-town college students and their families. So the first group of folks that I want to talk to you guys about is the people who you actually want to target with this ban, which is people who use drugs. You can say that this ban is about the camping and the trash and the conditions of the encampments, but the part that no one is saying is that you don't want people in our community to use drugs outside because it makes other people uncomfortable. Using drugs is okay if you have a house, if you do it in private, if you're not poor and unhoused. But if you're making the civilized folks of Morgantown uncomfortable, making them witness all the effects of poverty and trauma and mental illness in a very real way, then it's a problem. It's such a problem that drug use already being illegal isn't enough. It isn't enough. It isn't getting enough people off the streets and into jails and prisons and institutions fast enough, and it's not sending a strong enough message to the housed members of the community that you are working tirelessly to save them from the terror of witnessing the suffering of others. So as a more aggressive solution, you're criminalizing folks for something as human as sleeping. All people need to sleep, and it's a lot harder to hide than some of the other activities folks may be engaging in. If you criminalize sleeping, you can catch even the most discreet, unhoused drug user committing a crime. And we aren't going to agree on what the right approach is to helping people who are struggling with substance use disorder. And you aren't going to admit that you only really care about it when it inconveniences you. And you're not going to acknowledge that there's more drug use happening inside the bars and clubs downtown than on the streets outside of them, or explain why this council hasn't taken such a pointed, aggressive approach in finding and helping those people get connected with services. There are a lot of things that aren't going to be agreed upon or even talked about, but I do want to at least try to foster some empathy in your hearts and in everyone's hearts for the people living outside who use substances. When you see someone on the streets and assume they use drugs, maybe you can think of these people, because these are the people that I think of day and night. You can think of the boy whose mom died when he was 12 years old, who was sent to live with his dad, who taught him how to shoot up for the first time. He'd already been through so much at that age that numbing his pain with substances was a welcome reprieve to navigating trauma with no access to health care, therapy, or sometimes even water and electricity. He was living on the streets before he was even 18. Maybe when you see someone on the streets and you feel the urge to judge them, you can think of the girl whose grandfather raped her when she was 4 years old, who was adopted by a woman who told it was all her fault and abused her further, and turned to substance use when she was released from the juvenile justice system onto the streets at 18 and realized that this world was just going to keep showing her more and more abuse and violence. And maybe you can think about the many people, the man who was a textbook victim of the opioid epidemic, surrounded by pill mills growing up, fed oxys by doctors from the time he was a teenager. His developing brain came to rely on opiates. And through years of addiction, he developed actual disabilities and chronic pain. And that didn't just go away when we realized what harm we were causing and opioids became more regulated. So he turned to street drugs.
Aaron, I hate to interrupt you, but you do need to stay on task in relation to the camping ordinance and not towards the drug abuse issues that are plaguing our area.
Maybe you can think about all the people who turn to drugs to deal with the reality of being on the street. Yes, addiction can cause homelessness, though it's usually trauma that precedes addiction in those cases too. But homelessness can also cause addiction. People turn to drugs to deal with the reality of having to be constantly vigilant, having to stay up all hours of the night so they aren't victimized, criminalized, and stolen from, having to cope with every single thing they do being observed, judged, or controlled, being treated like trash, like they're disposable, like they don't even deserve a place to use the bathroom. To cope with the total loss of dignity that they face, they get spit on, yelled at, have drinks thrown at them, and so much more, and no one cares or even seems to notice. I promise you, no one living outside is comfortable. They are in constant fight or flight mode, and the reality is that most of us couldn't survive that without self-medicating. So I know, and you know, that drug users are the people that you want to criminalize with this ban, and that's why you don't care about the negative repercussions it'll cause them. And to you, these people who I love so dearly deserve what they get, despite what they've been through. And I disagree with that, but since I know that you probably won't change your minds about them, I want to talk about some of the other people that are going to be caught in this net that you're throwing out to clean up the drug users from our streets. People who don't use drugs but can't access shelter because there isn't enough room, because they've been abused or faced discrimination at shelters in the past, or because the environments are so limiting and controlling that they're triggering for people who have a history of institutionalization, such as those who aged out of the foster care system. There are a lot of these people, and there are more that become homeless every day. I'm the one who gets their calls. So when you're thinking about passing this ban, which is what we're talking about today, maybe you can think of them. Maybe you can think about the autistic woman who got kicked out for being trans, and that was after being exploited and sexually abused by her parents her whole life. Maybe you can think about the good kid that excelled in school, went to college, has worked his whole life, who was on his own, when his adoptive parent died and ended up homeless after one bad decision, not to do with drugs, but to let a friend who wasn't on the lease stay at his house. 19 years old. Most of us are given the grace of making a mistake or two when we are 19 years old. But for other people, it ruins their life. Maybe you can think about the disabled young woman who was abandoned by her family when her care became too much for them, who faced cruelty and abuse when she tried to access shelter. Maybe you can think of all the people who found themselves homeless through no fault of their own, kids who aged out of foster care, people escaping domestic violence, folks who fell on hard times when they lost a job. These are the people that you'll be sacrificing to get drug users off the street. These people are your collateral damage. And when you suck them up into the criminal justice system with this pointless ordinance, for many of them, you will be the one signing their fate. They'll be given a citation, miss their court date because they don't have a phone or any sense of stability, get picked up and go to jail on a capias. Or they'll make their court date and catch a fine they can't pay, and when it goes unpaid, they'll lose their license. If they had a car to live in, it'll get towed when they get caught driving without a license, and more fines will pile up. Getting a job will become harder, and the types of jobs they can get will become more limited with a criminal history, no housing, and no reliable transportation. They won't have any money, and they'll have to shoplift or panhandle to feed and clothe themselves. And again, more charges and more fines will pile up. Eventually, they too will turn to substances to cope with the reality that you created for them. And when they do, you will see them as worthless junkies just like all the rest. Just a few weeks ago, about a month ago now, I got a call from a CPS supervisor that they'd had a young boy who just aged out of the system, who was on the streets and mentally ill, and they were worried about him. They gave me his name and a description of him, and I went out and looked for him for a few days. And when I touched base with CPS again to tell them that I hadn't been able to find them, they told me he'd already been arrested and was incarcerated at the regional jail. I was too late. I and many others are out here fighting tooth and nail to keep people out of this messed up system of yours so that they actually have a chance for a better life, and you're making it harder and harder and harder. You are tightening the noose around their necks, strangling people who already struggle to catch a breath. You're not even giving them a chance. They need help, and you're giving them a $500 fine, jail time, or a ride to the hospital that will kick them back out on the street in a day's time. They need help, and there are so few of us and so few resources comparatively to help them. Instead of fighting with us for better conditions for them and everyone, you want to get rid of the problem by putting them in jail or pushing them out of town to some other county or locality with this ban. We've already been over the fact that there is nowhere else for these folks to go to avoid this fate you're prescribing them. The shelters are full, and the hospitals that you say we should take people to are sending us more every single day. People who often have higher medical needs than we can meet, although we try our best anyways. We live in a country with a for-profit healthcare system that will chew you up and spit you out the moment you can't make them any more money, and you know that. You know how bad our healthcare system is in this country. Everyone does. I'm sure that, like we all do, you know people who have suffered and maybe died due to their inability to access the healthcare they needed.
Aaron,
And
I'm going to ask if you please wrap it up because now we're off topic one more time. Thank you.
And I'm sure you feel sympathetic for them, but somehow when it comes to homeless people, you make the lazy suggestion that we should just go to the hospital as if that's an option. And when they aren't able to, you won't see them as victims. You'll probably say they're resisting help. In reality, they are begging for help. But inpatient mental health facilities won't take you unless you're actively a danger to yourself or others. If you're not actively suicidal or homicidal, put your name on the months-long waiting list for outpatient mental health care. Even sometimes then, folks can't sustainably access the care they need. Right now, today, a local hospital is trying to actively discharge a patient who is suicidal in a mental health crisis to my shelter. Everyone on the inpatient unit is isolated because someone has COVID. They don't know what to do. So this woman told me that she wants to kill herself today on the phone in the presence of medical professionals, and they want to discharge her to a homeless shelter tomorrow. Rehabs too will only take you as long as you can make them money, and then you're back on the street. So what good does that do? Some rehabs won't even take people with certain psychiatric conditions like schizophrenia because they aren't equipped to help them. So what do? Sober living is only accessible to those who have money. We've been over this. These are not sustainable solutions to homelessness. These systems are overburdened, and homeless patients are their last priority. The people that I mentioned will have nowhere to escape this ban. There are some things that you could do that would actually make things better for the people suffering on our streets, and I'll mention some of them, although many have already been brought up to you here in public and in private. You could provide funding to expand housing for foster youth, disabled folks, and chronically homeless individuals. You could pass a source of income discrimination ban so that when it is finally someone's turn to get a housing voucher or subsidy, they have options for places to live and aren't stuck in low-income, high-crime areas where they're set up to fail with landlords who exploit them. If you're concerned about people's recovery, you could fund a sober living home for folks experiencing homelessness. You could invest in a low-barrier shelter that can accommodate our entire homeless population. You could implement a diversion program for crimes that already exist, like possession and shoplifting. You could send mental health specialists out, as Alice mentioned, to respond with law enforcement, as other cities have done. You could do anything to try to foster an understanding in our community in a state that's heavily affected by poverty and addiction, that it's our responsibility to help each other and be understanding of one another's struggles. There are so many solutions that you could contribute to. In one group I'm part of, we're working on putting together a volunteer program where people can accompany vulnerable folks to the doctor and provide advocacy for them in spaces where they don't feel comfortable advocating for themselves. Another group has put together and sustained hydration stations downtown this entire summer, keeping people safe on some of the hottest days of the year. We started a shelter from nothing in a year that now houses 26 people through sheer grit and determination. We have so many ideas, and we're working to make as many of them happen as are within our power to do with few resources. Think of what we could do if we all work together. But those solutions require hard work, and you'd have to acknowledge and witness the suffering that's going on all around you. Instead, you want to sit here in these chambers and make a decision that will put the problem out of sight and out of mind. This ban will not change anything. It will not keep anyone safe. It will not shield your children from the knowledge that there are people who don't have it as good as them. Although I take my 6-year-old around homeless people all the time, and she's never seen most of the things that people claim theirs have, so I think the danger you feel that they're in is more perception than reality. When my daughter sees a homeless person, her first thought is, what can we do to help them? She asks, can we take them to the Rainbow House? Can we bring them food? Some of y'all raising our next generation need to do better, and instead of shielding your children's eyes from people who are struggling, teach them to be compassionate and empathetic, and then maybe we wouldn't be in this situation. When this ban passes, there will still be people on our streets. You say you'll work on creating more resources for unhoused people after the ban passes, as if this will be the thing that jumpstarts those efforts. But this ban isn't necessary to make progress happen. And in fact, you've denied those who have been requesting that you invest in these solutions forever up until now. I seriously doubt that any efforts will be made to implement compassionate solutions in our community, although I hope I'm wrong. If you really have any compassion at all, you'll vote this ban down. And if you still vote yes on this ban, after everything that you have heard leading up to today and at today's meeting, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Those of you who want to help, we need you. Community members, contact Morgantown Coalition for Housing Action and Project Rainbow on Facebook or Instagram to learn how to get involved in real solutions for homelessness.
Next, we have Haley Jones. Also, while we are between speakers, I would ask that make sure that everybody here has their phones silenced.
Hi. My name is Haley Jones. I am a practicing licensed graduate social worker here in Morgantown, West Virginia. I have extensive experience over the past year and a half of working with the unhoused population in Morgantown, and I also have 8 years of experience now working with and in the social services in our town. I had taken time last week to review comments made by both residents of our community and by city council members. In reviewing them, I find there to be a huge misconception about the resources that are available in our community. At the last meeting, a council member stated that there were times he has had to tell clients, "Good luck, I'm sorry," when the resources aren't available. I wish I could express the anguish that I feel when I have to do the same. The community is greatly lacking in resources, and I find it difficult that it is being proposed an ordinance in which local law enforcement are required to find the resources that do not exist here. You are asking local police officers to do a task that many providers who have been doing this for several years haven't been able to find the solution for. It's been stated that people have the option of going to shelter, which we do not have any available at this time, aside from Rainbow House, substance abuse treatment, or mental health treatment. When asked what law enforcement would do in these situations, one council member stated that we have 3 hospital systems in our city: WVU, Chestnut Ridge, and Mon Health. I just want to start by saying that someone typically cannot be admitted to any psychiatric facility from the street, which eliminates that option. For psychiatric or substance abuse treatment, they would be required to go to an emergency department, be triaged, and then medically cleared. If they do not meet the criteria for mental health admission or substance abuse treatment, they would be released back to their previous living environment. I urge you to inform me, what would you like a hospital to do in these situations? In a situation where a person is picked up on the street and taken to a hospital, then does not meet criteria for admission, then what? You're taking up beds in the hospitals that are already short. You're putting medical providers in a position to discharge someone back to the situation they were in and essentially aid and abet these people in committing quote-unquote crime. What would be the next step in a situation like that? Or are you just wanting to pass off the problem in hopes that someone else will fix it? This also leads to the point that people who are homeless are not inherently mentally ill, to the point of hospitalization or addicted to drugs. If those people were brought to a hospital with no medical condition, then what are they being brought for clearance for if they are not seeking those treatments? The proposition that they seek substance use or mental health treatment doesn't apply there. So this is when providers would have to say, again, "Good luck, I'm sorry," as many community providers have had to do time and time again while we watch our community resources dwindle. It's been proposed that we solve this issue by getting more shelter for people, and I am in 100% agreement that we do need more shelter space. But if we want to see more shelter beds, why don't we start with a baseline of any? Rainbow House has done a phenomenal job at what they are doing, but they cannot meet all the demands that the city requires alone. I'm curious as to what the alternatives are for people who do not qualify for substance abuse disorder treatment or psychiatric placement, and there are no beds available for a shelter to place them in. This question had been asked several times in the last meeting, yet I failed to have heard the solution. I think it is owed to us as a community to know what will happen when this does not work. What will happen to these people when the options that are being created do not happen in the way that you would like them to? What is the backup plan? I love this town more than anything, and I stay here for a reason. And I also do not want to see our community members and friends sleeping on the streets or in tents. But that is because I want them to have the services they needed so they don't have to. Placing this ordinance is just going to add more barriers. It is going to make it harder for an already overburdened system of providers who are trying their hardest to help our community members. But most importantly, it is going to make it impossible for someone to get back on their feet and just simply gain the same opportunities as someone as fortunate as you or I. With this ordinance, I am urging that you please say no. If you enact this camping ban, you are damning our unhoused community members to a criminal record and more barriers for just living a life many of us could never imagine living. You are putting impossible asks on law enforcement and your community social workers who are telling you this is a terrible idea. So if you want us to stop saying, "Good luck, I'm sorry," then give us a way to do so, because this isn't it. Thank you for your consideration.
Ali NC? Did I say that correct?
You did. Not everybody does. You did a great job. I am Allie NC. I live in 5th Ward, and I also work at Project Rainbow. There are tons of folks, professionals, who have spoken before me, and obviously at this point I am a professional, but don't have nearly the years, decades of experience as some of these folks have. But I'm just going to go ahead and, give my story. Everybody keeps talking about the matter like every unhoused individual uses substances or has severe mental health issues. Like I said, I don't have decades of professional experience relating to homelessness, but I grew up in poverty in Greene County. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that area. So my entire life, I've seen lots of different types of folks in different circumstances who are unhoused. Most of them did not use substances. And honestly, working in an emergency shelter has only proven that further. So I've also been homeless myself, not due to substance use, shockingly, not due to mental health issues either. Grew up really poor, was really ashamed of it, always was really ashamed of it. When I was 18, I had a sacral fusion with my spine. About 6 months later, I started working for an insurance office in Morgantown, was very proud of myself. And when I told people where I worked, everybody seemed really impressed with me, so that honestly meant a lot. So fast forward less than a year, I was living at home with my mom because, again, I had just had spinal surgery, but she had to escape domestic violence. So her and my younger brother unexpectedly moved to Virginia to live with my grandmother. So I had the option to either move out of state to live with them, completely give up everything that I had, done for myself, and I could do that, or stick around to continue what I thought would be an actual lifelong career that I would have. My worth was so centered around having a respectable job title, and not being seen as just another failure from a poor family, that I chose to stick it out and pull myself up by my bootstraps, which is what a lot of people told me who were in positions like this. I was working full-time, but I couldn't afford an apartment of my own. The job that I had was a smaller business. Since it was a local office, I didn't have insurance benefits, anything like that, but because of the title that I had, again, I thought that I was doing really well for myself. I was also making just too much money to be able to get any sort of government assistance, so not health insurance. Again, I had recently had spinal surgery, and because I turned 18, no longer could go to my follow-up appointments. So at that time, everybody has moved to Virginia. I have nowhere to go. After a few months, I ended up reconnecting with a friend in Point Marion, Pennsylvania. Also not a great area. She was ultimately able to let me stay with her for a month. So I was able to gain some stability. I was able to kind of get out of survival mode, and found a better paying job for myself at the time, because that wasn't even something that I would have ever considered on my own. She gave me rides when I couldn't afford to put gas in my car. She fed me. She gave me a home base and never made me feel like I was an inconvenience. So I am one of those people who others will try to say, like, you did it for yourself, and I didn't. I want to know that most of the time whenever you grow up poor, I don't know, who has, but the people that you know and have in your life are typically also going to be poor. Your friends, your family, just the people in your circle, which means even though, they may care, they may love you, but they're only going to be able to do so much. So I really got lucky with that one person who was able to share what she had with me at the time, and get me out of the situation that I was in. So community, pretty important. So I've done okay for myself in more recent years, till about a year ago, when some pretty scary sudden neurological symptoms led to me needing a craniotomy all of a sudden. Otherwise, I was risking paralyzation from the neck down. So I didn't have any savings, and I definitely had no short-term disability because I'm under 30 and reasonably didn't think that I was going to need brain surgery. So like, it really seems like y'all truly do not understand how quickly and easily everything can just become ruined. Everything can just come crashing down. Once again, I kind of found the unicorn of landlords, and he was patient, understanding for much longer than I anticipated being financially unstable for. Again, I had a full-time job that I had been with for a decade, but it wasn't a great situation. And you know, only taking off so much time, people don't realize how much that adds up. People don't realize it's not just rent, it's food, it's, you know, medical supplies whenever you just have a major surgery, things like that. So the only reason I survived that, even just a year ago, was again because of community. Like, the person that I am renting from did not have to let me basically stay there for free for several months. There was no benefit in that for them. And here we are. So, moral of the story, doing all the right things and working hard and picking yourself up by your bootstraps isn't going to magically fix everything. I don't know why everybody keeps acting like it will. You really can't keep underestimating the power of community and people helping each other without the promise of something in return.
Allie, I am sorry to interrupt you. I've given you the first 5 minutes to tell your personal story. Could you please go back to discussing the ordinance at hand?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. So, the ugly reality that we live in is that folks like you are more focused on criminalizing people than you are with finding real permanent solutions like affordable housing. So a couple more things I just want to point out. Substance use doesn't prevent someone from deserving food, water, and shelter. Like, I'm really glad that recovery programs and sober living facilities exist for the folks that they work for. And I do know some people that they work wonderfully for. I also know people that they have not done anything for. But sometimes folks need a chance to get out of survival mode before they're able to think about anything else, and that is perfectly fine. So at our shelter, we helped an individual who's actually a WVU student and employee. They were promised a move-in date, but when it came time to move in, the rental company last minute told her that she would have to wait another month. So I just am really curious as to what we would do in that situation, because again, WVU student and employee that was lied to. So we've had multiple referrals from medical facilities, some of the places that you say will somehow house folks currently staying on the street. Aaron already kind of pointed that out. But the last thing I want to say is, since all it seems like you care about is money, like, if you would look at the National Alliance to End Homelessness, there is an average of $31,545 saved in emergency services per individual if you just follow a housing first based model. That's all I got. Thanks.
Jessica Wright? Is there a Jessica Wright out there?
I want to see if they're done.
Jessica Wright?
Nice
Would you care to
voice.
speak?
You do them all the time.
No response.
Okay. Angel Rojas?
Good evening, my name is Angel, and I'm here today to speak about the camping ban. Where do you expect homeless people to go? This will not solve anything but only make matters worse. Let me be the one to clear up what many of you like to assume how us homeless people live. Not all of us are addicted to drugs, are violent, and smell bad. Some of us actually want to better our lives by having a career, a place to call home, and to just fit in with society. Do you know how many of us aren't able to eat dinner with our families every night? Do you know how hard it is to fall asleep every single night, whether we're hungry, all alone, and cold? I still want a better future for myself, especially after everything I've went through. I want to graduate college one day, have my own car and property in my name. Imagine being in our situation, living in a state that doesn't support or have resources for homeless people. Your idea of a solution is to arrest us for falling asleep, yet who have we hurt? Let's just continue to have robbers, rapists, and killers roam the streets free because tired homeless are such a threat to the community. Don't make us feel like we don't belong, like we don't deserve to breathe the same air as you, like we're animals or creatures that need to be taken care of. If you really want to make changes and a difference in this state, then how about by starting to have homeless shelters and resources available for a community in need? Not all of us have access to shower, eat 3 times a day, and have a place to lay down. Please stop mistaking and comparing all of us with each other, because reality is every homeless person's story is unique. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ash Orr? Ash Orr.
He had to run it.
So he's gone? All right. John, I want to say it's Adams? Sorry?
Hi, my name is John Adams. I'm a resident of Morgantown. I actually live in the first ward. I live on this street. I park downtown. I'm a small business owner. And I want to say that this proposed ban is depraved. It is not a pragmatic solution. It is not designed to help people. It does not have realistic expectations of the police department or of individuals. It is not right to kick people while they're down. And instead, I encourage the City Council to choose dignity and to vote the proposition down. Thank you.
Aiden Quigley?
Hi, folks. So I'm just going to address the City Council and everybody else in this room. When I say this, my name is Aiden Quigley, and I've come to speak today to oppose the encampment ban again. I come to all of you in this room not to put you down or belittle you, but to ask you to see reason. As local politicians, you bear a responsibility to your community, to your constituents. People with experience in helping the homeless have come in and suggested, just like earlier, alternatives with significant backing that you've not seemed to act on. People have come in firmly opposing this potential outcome. If you decide to move forward with this policy, you will not be supporting your constituents' interests. You will not be supporting the cornerstones of what it is to be an American. This is supposed to be the land of opportunity, where freedom, justice, and fairness are supposed cornerstones of American politics and life. If you move forward with this policy, you're spitting on that dream. You're spitting on the pledge you just spoke. And you are spitting on that officer back there who has done nothing but support his community and spend hours and hours, countless, helping people. But if you move forward with this policy, it's just not a good move. You'd be actively taking opportunities to live, even if in poor conditions, away from real people. These people have lives, stories, emotions, and relationships with others. While many people before me have detailed the strain this policy would put on local police, the pointless economic costs placed on our citizens, and the challenges it would pose to our already frail state, I implore you to see this as an ethical issue. This is an ethical issue. If you move forward with this ordinance, you are taking away people's right to sleep, to live. You are not solving the problem of homelessness. You are simply enacting cruelty and making things worse. I'm asking you as an engaged citizen to see the people in this room and to see their frustration with you. You work for us. You are public servants, and it is your responsibility, no, your duty, to listen to your community. Your community has spoken to you, and I just hope to God you have the guts to listen.
Molly Kennedy.
Molly Kennedy.
Kennedy.
Yes.
Kennedy.
Molly Kennedy. On her way.
Hi there, my name is Molly Kennedy. I live in the 2nd Ward. I'm also the Community Outreach Director with the ACLU of West Virginia. An email from our former mayor, Ron Delaney, has been making the rounds, and I would like to reference some of that for you tonight. So in the email, Mayor Delaney explains that looking back a few years, Bartlett House had no plans to relocate until powerful folks lobbied the governor to provide care funding, quote, based on the shortest proposal he's ever seen for the money for the relocation. He mentions even Gordon Gee, an obviously respected visionary for positive change in our town, was involved and solicited the Salvation Army's participation. He goes on to write, quote, so here we are today. Our one local shelter has relocated to the margin of our city. Our one local dinner feeding program has moved to the same location. We have a houseless population that comes downtown because that is where people intersect socially, isn't it? Now we have folks downtown making ends meet for whatever reason, the best way they can by living on the street. Now we don't have an overnight shelter downtown. Now we don't have an evening feeding program downtown. We don't even have decent transportation to those relocated programs and back. Backfired, you asked? Yes, we are stranding people in town to live without direct access to an emergency shelter or an evening feeding program. Where would even those who might be inclined to shelter go now? What do you expect folks to do? We don't like public defecation and urination, but we don't have public restrooms available, and those we do have are locked out of fear. We don't like to see folks' stuff organized and undercover along Deckers Avenue, but we don't provide public locker storage. We don't like to see folks sleeping in public spaces, but our shelter has moved out near the interstate. We don't like to see folks panhandling, but we don't provide a public water source, and one of our major feeding programs has moved out to the interstate. Are we welcoming, as our city statement says? If we are, we should provide these services for all of our citizens without fear and without judgment. Wouldn't it be great if we had a truly welcoming center downtown that was accessible to all? Public restrooms that are actually open, perhaps with public showers to accommodate anyone who comes into town in need, whether a cyclist along the rail trail or a houseless person looking for a chance for a better life. What about short-term lockers? We provide those for kayaks. Why not for shoppers, cyclists, or houseless folks? What about public Wi-Fi and device charging stations? Why not provide public laundry service? By thinking in terms of them and us and punishing us all in order to prevent them, we are underserving our community. By designating facilities as for the houseless and for the rest of us, we are not being inclusive and welcoming. Yes, if shelter is available, I agree we should expect folks to be sheltered. However, if we don't provide reasonable accommodations for all within our community, aren't we being just a bit tyrannical? If we don't want to see the houseless, then shouldn't we be damn sure that those among them willing to be sheltered have reasonable access to shelter? If we don't like seeing folks leave their belongings in public or carrying everything with them, shouldn't we provide accommodations? Wouldn't this also give them an opportunity to go to a job interview without carrying everything on their backs? If we want folks to qualify for housing, shouldn't we provide a way to connect? If we want folks to stop consuming and abandoning, especially with clothing, couldn't we do more to ensure they have access to laundry? Yes, it's a complex issue. Chasing folks away from point A only for them to continue in point B is not a solution. We'll always be chasing our tail with such an approach, even if we do make some concerned constituents in the vicinity of point A happy in the moment. So here we are today in 2024, 3 years after that email was sent. The barriers to access are still there, arguably even worse. The hostility to our houseless neighbors continues. And after years of advocates and experts telling you that destroying encampments and kicking people out of their tents and makeshift shelters all over town only to do it again and again not only will not work, but also will further break trust and increase tension between the city and those who are unsheltered, making any real solutions and paths forward all the more difficult. The city has known these decisions to push people out of sight were ill-conceived from the start, continued to see the direct negative results of these decisions, and continued to ignore the expertise and simple common sense when it comes to dealing with houselessness in Morgantown. Councillor Saline, Councillor Kowecki, you have had front row seats to all of this, including this email in 2021. If you have an ounce of political courage, you could stop this cycle from repeating itself right here. After years of experts and advocates begging you to stop kicking people and their things around the city for all of these reasons and more, you can prevent any further entrenchment of this string of bad ideas and harmful policies. Or you can do more of the same, and we can have this conversation in another 3 years, and we'll be sure to remember who had this moment to stop harming our neighbors and work towards solutions, and who turned their back and continued to disregard and hurt some of the most vulnerable members of our community. Or maybe we'll chat about it before then in court. Because the grants pass ruling did not say you could do anything you want to houseless people. There are still other laws that you've continued to violate, and the ACLU will continue to watch this council's action closely.
Jody Hauling, Hollingshead?
Hollingshead.
Hollingshead.
My name is Jody Hollingshead, and usually I approach City Council with a lovely typed up paragraph or 3, and today is not the day for that. Today is the day to be honest with you and to talk to you like people. Today is the day to approach you human to human, unlike the way you're approaching our homeless community. I want to show you something that my 3-year-old sent with me today. My family walked me here tonight, and my daughter has a hard time when I'm not there for bedtime, and I'm not there for bedtime tonight. And she asked me why I had to go to City Council. And I said, because when the people in charge are doing something that you don't agree with, you have to go and tell them. You have to go and tell them how you feel, because that's democracy. And that's how this system works. Didn't go into it that deeply. But I did tell her that it was important for Mommy to go and tell the people in charge how she feels. And she handed me this leaf. And she said, this will make you brave. She said, why, what don't you like? What don't you agree with? And I said, well, and we've talked about the folks on the street. We live in South Park and we walk downtown all the time. We see them all the time. We say hello. We give them leftovers if we've got them. We usually have snacks. I've got kids, so we give them snacks. She's pretty familiar with the situation for a 3-year-old. And I said, well, the friends that we give snacks to don't have a house to go to at night. She said, why? I told her a couple of reasons. And I said, the city wants to make it so that we don't see them anymore. The people Mommy's going to talk to tonight want to make it harder for them to get a house. They want to make it harder for them to get back up on their feet and be with their families and have it easy to get food and the things that we need, all the things that we have at our house right now. The people Mommy's going to talk to want to make it harder for these people to have all the things that they need, because they are human beings just like us. She is 3. She just said to me, why don't we give them a place to live? Why don't we give them a place to live? And while you and I know it's not quite that simple, what if it is? What if it is? What if it is as simple as using all of the resources that all of the people who know way more about this than I do have already laid out for you, meeting after meeting after meeting? All of the facts that these intelligent, compassionate people have laid out for you, meeting after meeting. All of the actual solutions that these people have researched and have the facts to back up. What if we use all of that we have presented to you for all these weeks and months? What if we use that and get these people what they need? Because they are, in fact, people. I don't know how to teach you that if you don't already know that. I don't know how to teach you compassion if you don't already have it. I beg you to slow your roll. Slow down. You do not have to pass this tonight. And let's keep working together to find an actual solution.
Charlie B. I'm not sure what those letters are.
Someone who lives in the 2nd ward.
Yeah, Charlie from the 2nd ward.
Charlie B.
again. It's your favorite nerd here to bring us through the process that we've designed here. So this is actually an example of a cyclical process that we want to be cyclical. And the important difference between a cyclical and a linear process is that when we want something to be cyclical, it usually is that we are maintaining a position, a reality, a state that we want. In general, I assume most of you want to stay in this nice circle here. This green counselor occupies council seat. You want to stay in this cycle, this circle right here. You don't want to go down this linear offshoot of losing your seat, which can really happen through a recall referendum that is actually a very simple process. It's much simpler than the process you've outlined today. And so this is another really good example of a cyclical process that you want to be cyclical is your laundry. Your laundry starts off in your dresser, in your closet, you wear it, you wash it, you fold it, you put it back in the closet. Sometimes that doesn't happen, it happens to the best of us. Sometimes it sits in your laundry basket until you wear it again. That would be a linear offshoot of the cyclical process. We also call that a failure. When we fail to maintain the cyclical process, we end up in a linear offshoot. In general, if you are maintaining something, you want it to be cyclical. If you are solving for a problem, you want it to be linear. This is the example of our linear process. So one really good example of a linear process is the referendum process of repealing an ordinance that is disliked by the community. See, for example, when we start at the beginning here, where we have an ordinance that the public does not like, the public can do something like create a general public opinion petition just to gather support and understand what people would like, whether they have support for this or not. Right now, this is a real petition that is really in your community right now. 2 weeks, and we've already got almost 500 signatures. I think it was 475 before it was signed tonight? I think so, not sure. But that's been informally sent through the community, and we already have lots of support for it. So what happens next? If you choose to pass tonight, and we, the public, don't like this ordinance, we can then go form a committee and officially file papers for a real referendum to actually repeal this ordinance. That process, once the petition is filed, once we get enough signatures, which right now we estimate that to be, I think, 1,300 signatures, very doable. Immediately your ordinance is suspended and you're not able to actually do the process that you've outlined here. At that point, it's going to be reviewed for sufficiency. If it's found not sufficient, y'all can still overrule that. You can look at the ordinance or the petition and you can decide to amend the ordinance with the input that we are providing. Or you can choose to say, yeah, no, it's still not sufficient. And then it fails and we end up back at the beginning. That's that cycle. See, this is a failure in a linear process. When a linear process fails, it often ends up in a cyclical return to the input. Again, the difference between a cyclical and a linear process, your input and your output are different in a linear process. They are the same in a cyclical process. You want to end up right back in the same spot, like you all want to remain back in your seats. After it is considered sufficient, you can repeal the ordinance. You can listen to the public that has brought this to your attention, the realization that the public does not want this ordinance, and you can choose to repeal it. Or you can choose not to. If you choose not to, then it goes to the ballot, to us in November. To us in November. And at that point, if the referendum passes, the ordinance is repealed. If it does not pass, though, then again, we're in a cyclical return to the input of having an ordinance that we don't like. So a lot of this prep work is already going on. We already have a general unofficial petition out there. We know that we only can get these signatures of people who are registered to vote in town, but we do know that we are allowed to do same-day registration. So we are pretty confident that we're going to get that 1,300 signatures of people registered to vote in the city. So this is a very real potential consequence of choosing to ignore the over 5 hours of public comment prior to tonight in 4-minute limited speeches that you've already heard against this ban. This process exists to solve the problem of elected officials ignoring their public. And it does a pretty good job of it when we can rally the troops and do things like train people to go out and canvass our neighbors to make sure that they have access to the official petition. So why am I telling you about the difference between a linear and a cyclical process? Because quite frankly, the process you've designed is a mess. It is pretending to be a linear process that solves the problem, but in fact, it is, by and large, cyclical. And the cyclical nature is extremely wasteful. So we can see in this process that our input here is a person sleeping in public that somebody doesn't want to see. But a person sleeping in public is not actually the root cause of a person sleeping in public. Over here we can see many root causes of homelessness, from aging out of foster care, being kicked out of your home because you're queer, experiencing domestic violence, and doing whatever, literally whatever it takes to escape domestic violence. That is a real reason that people choose to leave a house and end up on the street, because they feel safer sleeping in public where maybe if they scream, somebody will help, instead of in the home where they scream because somebody is harming them. I've highlighted this one in purple because the re-entry from incarceration is actually another consequence of the cyclical process that you've designed here. There is no preventative measure after the putative deterrent of 30 days incarceration that is going to prevent someone who experiences this cyclical process from returning to sleeping on the street. Where are the re-entry programs in this process? There's no verbiage about re-entry programs. There is no verbiage in the ordinance that prevents this cyclical process from returning someone on the street now with a criminal record that actually disqualifies them from many of the housing resources in our community. Other reasons that people end up sleeping on the street: disability is incredibly expensive, and the financial support for people with disabilities is very low. We end up with trauma for a multitude of reasons. I'd be surprised if anyone in this room doesn't have some kind of trauma that we're carrying. Everybody's got something. And most of us, many of us, are privileged enough to have the supports and the resources that we need to keep our trauma down low and away and out of people's business. But when you don't have a house to hide your trauma in, when you can't afford a therapist, when you can't recognize your trauma because you grew up in a domestically violent situation, or when your trauma is being kicked out of your home because you're queer and the people who are supposed to take care of you say you're not worth it, just like this process does, that causes mental trauma and mental instability and actual legitimate chemical changes in the brain that require attention. Nowhere in this process do we address that. Nowhere in this process do we provide for healing trauma or for a safe space for someone to heal trauma. We also see substance use disorder and mental illness in here. Those are the common ones that everyone likes to blame because that's what we feel icky about when we're mentally well and we don't consider ourselves to have substance use disorder. But is anybody drinking coffee? Anybody go out to the bar a few times a week? My therapist says that if you're using any mentally altering substance more than 6 times a year, that's a sign of substance use disorder. How many of us in this room can say that we don't touch caffeine, alcohol, high amounts of sugar more than 6 times a year? I can't. Now the last one here in purple is the rising cost of rent and the lack of affordable housing. Those 2 purple ones are things that you could very easily and quickly address much less expensively than pushing this process. Okay. So I do want to talk about some recommendations. Do you need to rest your arms? I can hold this.
I might a little bit.
Okay, cool. Oh, thank you so much. So what do? I'm a business systems analyst. What I do every day is I document processes, I look at them, I identify the root causes, and I identify where we can save costs, where we can reduce waste, and where we can prevent harm from happening to workers, to customers, to the business. So I want to point out right over here. This right here. That is what you need to be targeting with your policies and your laws. This point right here. This is the root cause bridge to the problem. Anything we address after someone is already sleeping on the street, anything we address that doesn't address the root causes of that person sleeping on the street is not going to solve the problem. I don't care if you say there's a bed available here or there somewhere. I don't care if you say you're going to find someone a bed for tonight for 28 days. If they are still experiencing those root causes, if they're still carrying trauma, There is no guarantee, and the statistics don't lie, it's not as successful when you treat the symptoms instead of the root causes. This process is also incredibly expensive, and that's something that I really want you to look at. All of these little all of these green squares here, those are little dollar signs in my free diagramming app, draw.io, it's great. Those costs, have any of you looked at that? Have you actually calculated how much this is going to cost? Have you done your research? Because I know you rushed this through very quickly, faster than a lot of the work that has been attempted by many of the counselors here who want to solve the actual root problems. And it concerns me that you would rush through something putative instead of something ameliorative. Because these costs add up. And if you don't do your research and you don't calculate that, we're the ones who are going to be paying that in our tax dollars. We are the ones who are going to be sacrificing that. Now, I'm not an expert. I'm not a finance person. I'm not going to lie about that. But it was pretty easy to Google some basic costs. And that is also in your packet. According to ZipRecruiter, police in Morgantown make about $30 an hour without benefits or overtime pay. If it takes about 1 to 2 hours per offense, plus transportation, that's a minimum of $30 a night per person per offense. And if it's going to take 4 nights in order for them to actually end up in incarceration, if we don't have housing, because again, in the last meeting, we didn't really get an answer to what happens if there is no adequate housing. Is that a refusal? We don't know. So assuming that that is a refusal and you're going to move to incarceration, for 4 nights, that's a minimum of $120 per cycle of incarceration. That's not including the court appearances that will have to happen. Now, our police get a time-and-a-half overtime rate. All court appearances are overtime. That means that it's a $45 to $90 minimum, depending on whether they're going to have to appear in regular court and diversionary court, or just regular court. So we'll be conservative and say that that's just $45 for the overtime for 1 hour in court, because we know police only charge the minimum. Actually, I did find that in many municipalities, I couldn't tell if it was this one, there's a 4-hour minimum for overtime for police. Does anyone here know? Can you answer if we have a minimum like that for our police department? We don't know? Okay, that's fine. That brings us to public defenders. Now, from what I could research, we might use public defenders, we might use panel attorneys. At that point, we're looking at $64 an hour or up to $1,600 per case. And again, these are 2021 numbers. If we apply inflation to that, we're looking more like $1,200 a case for a public defender. If we go with a panel attorney, which it sounds like we're going to have to for diversionary court, that is going to look more like, pardon me, that $1,600 or $1,016 or $1,200 is for the panel attorneys. For public defenders, it's only $618 per case on average in 2021 dollars, or $740 in 2024 dollars, the basic inflation calculation. And that brings us to incarceration. This was one of the first points that I brought up the first time that I spoke to you and felt, quite frankly, ignored. Incarceration in the state of West Virginia costs us a maximum, because it has to be capped, of $48.25 per day, $48.25 a day per person to imprison someone in Mon County Jail prior to a hearing. According to the West Virginia Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation, our daily costs are between $43 and $66 per person for imprisonment. For a 30-day sentence, this would cost taxpayers $1,290 to $1,980 per month, which, again, given inflation, would be more like $1,386 to $2,130 now. $2,000 to incarcerate a person, after all of the costs to put them through court. My rent is $1,100 a month in South Park for a 2-bedroom. Some have proposed that we also use hospital stays. I'm sorry, if your arms are getting tired, I can hold this. We actually don't necessarily need this anymore, unless, because everybody can see it, right? This is really just for the folks at home. I didn't put the hospital stays on here because the answer to how that was going to work into the actual equation, again, wasn't addressed in the verbiage of the ordinance. It was one of those ideas and intentions that was brought up. the idea that we're going to send people to a hospital stay if we can't find adequate housing within our county or the next county or the next county or the next county that's going to send us their people and vice versa, I couldn't understand where this even fit into the process, and because it's not in the verbiage, because we refused to add that amendment, we don't actually have that guarantee. But if we are going to be using hospital stays as I don't know, a bad Band-Aid, is that a terrible pun to use here, for not having an actual solution to a lack of housing, according to the National Library of Medicine, in 2015, the mean total cost for an observation stay was $8,162 per night. And given inflation, that is closer to $10,831 now. I did not include that in the final costs that I'm about to explain to you. There are additional costs that I couldn't calculate because they're just too different case to case, and we didn't actually address whether or not the police are going to be responsible for transporting people, or again, whether we're going to follow the idea, the intention that we're going to use the community, the people we have to transport people to places. So I'm guessing that's me. I'm one of those people who gives people rides places. Are you expecting me to answer the call when a police officer says, somebody's got to go 2 counties away, who's going to drive them? Is that on me and other taxpayers who pay you to create solutions so that we don't have to deal with this? I don't know. Calls to area housing options, increased police costs. So how many hours are we expecting a police officer to spend trying to find housing for someone for a night? How many counties are they going to be expected to call? That verbiage also is not in the ordinance. This was another amendment that we chose not to adopt. There are also administrative costs, staffing increases that are going to have to happen to accommodate all of the people that are going to be shoved through the system. Even if they do qualify all the way through and through, we might think we have enough beds, but yet there are so many people on the street, and this cycle is going to produce a continuous influx of people back on the streets as they return from incarceration. We're going to continually need to push people through this. That's going to take more admin. That's going to take more staff. That's going to take more paper, more ink, more administrative costs, just basically running an office. And we're going to have increased legal requirements. That cost to employ a third-party attorney to work on the diversionary court, we didn't get estimates on how much that's going to cost or how that's going to happen. We didn't get to have a meeting to understand what the actual logistics of how that's going to work are. So we don't know what that cost is, but I mean, attorneys are kind of expensive. No offense, I think you're absolutely worth every penny because I don't want to have to learn every single law in order to defend myself legally against something like this. But I, as a taxpayer, would much rather not spend all this money on administrative and legal fees to put someone through what I have called the carousel of hell. Pardon my French. If this process successfully incarcerated everyone in town, it would cost taxpayers over $200,000 per month to deny the most vulnerable among us autonomy, self-determination, and freedom, with no preventative measures to ensure that housing is afforded to those impacted. Given inflation, this could potentially cost taxpayers closer to $383,000 per month. $383,000 of our taxpayer dollars per month. Why? What could $300,000 a month go to if we chose another avenue to housing? That's 300 people getting $1,000 a month. $1,000 a month when we know we have apartments available for under $1,000 a month. Even 1 bedrooms. We're one of those rare lucky cities that still has 1 bedrooms under $1,000 in this country. That is extremely rare. And we're wasting them by not housing people in them. They stay empty, they stay open. Or they house a student for a 10-month lease. And that's fine, but in the summer, if they're sitting empty, why don't we compensate those landlords an extra $1,000 a month just to house people? A 3-year-old daughter of someone who spoke before me understood this logic better than apparently anyone who's designed this system. Housing first is a simple, linear process. This is not a simple, linear process. It does not solve a problem. The slight potential for it to solve a problem, I will mention again, this offshoot, this verbiage was added to the ordinance to address the over 5 hours of 4-minute speeches of public comment against the rest of it. So you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and make this recommendation. If we want to save about $300,000 a month on this, we don't need any of this. We can just have this part here. We can just remove the harm. We can just remove it. It's not necessary. It does not solve the problem. It does not address the things that are in the purpose of this ordinance. And quite frankly, if we're talking about responsibility, you know those racy charts that you see in business meetings where you try to figure out who's actually going to be the one who we blame when things don't work? I don't want to go blaming the police officers in our town for not finding adequate housing. It's not their job. Why do you want to make it their job? There are students at WVU right now studying social work who want opportunities to do exactly this, to find people who need help and link them up with the resources that exist. Why don't we work with the university to develop a program that actually links people up and connects those dots? It would be a heck of a lot cheaper. And we wouldn't have to pay police all that overtime. We wouldn't have to force them to call county after county after county and then bring someone to a hospital and then fine them for existing. Housing first, though, is a simple linear process, and I think we're good on this, right? Do we need to keep this up? Y'all have an example in front of you. Thank you. I want to talk about housing first because, again, if we're going to spend $300,000 a month to incarcerate people, why don't we spend $300,000 a month to house people? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. One of the first resources in your packet is for a housing first resource from endhomelessness.org. This is actually a resource that I myself provided. Sorry.
Charlie, while you're going through and explaining different opportunities and options, I ask that you remain on topic as it relates to the ordinance at hand.
Well, so the ordinance in its purpose indicates that we want to address people sleeping in the street, right? I sent you, Mayor, and I believe you actually did get in contact with the National Council of Mayors, a resource about guaranteed income that would address this better than the ordinance that you designed. That process, it doesn't do what the purpose states it does. That's why Councilor Butcher wanted to amend the purpose in the ordinance. When asked, how does this ordinance address that? Do we need the map again? You couldn't answer. We dodged the question, we talked about intentions, we talked about ideas, we said, I imagine things will happen. There is no verbiage in the ordinance that addresses how to help people not sleep on the street. Housing First does. Housing First is a real option. There are resources that I provided you that could actually address the issues that the ordinance purports to address. But rather than take out the facetious language of the ordinance, because that would slow down this process of forcing it through so quickly, and rather than amending the ordinance to actually address the items in the purpose that it does not address, because that would slow down the process of forcing it through so quickly, we're just doing nothing and talking about ideas and intentions. So my intention here tonight, and why I believe that this is germane or relevant, is because it actually does solve those problems. A housing first solution puts a person without a house in a house. It houses them. And it's cheaper than the ordinance that has been designed and proposed tonight. According to the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, success rates of most Housing First programs are closer to 75 to 85%. Do you know the success rate of camping bans? Have you looked into camping bans in other cities and how successful they are, how well they address this issue, the reductions of unhoused populations? No? I feel like that's another thing that might have come out of that meeting that was suggested but then never happened. What I could find is that they are between 10 and 20% successful in cities that have adequate housing services that are not being made use of. And to me, that really speaks to the fact that when you force a person to do something, I don't know about y'all, but I'm pretty stubborn. I have a hard time doing things when someone is forcing me to do it. I need to know why. Why are you forcing me to do this now? When we force people to do things, even by court order, it's hit or miss whether or not it's going to take. When you force a person into AA, it's hit or miss whether or not they're actually going to stay sober. When you force a person into rehab, it's hit or miss whether or not that rehab is going to work for that person. This ordinance is acting like a one-size-fits-all for every single person who is experiencing homelessness, and it's not. That doesn't exist. That's why we need caseworkers and social workers like the students at WVU who want that kind of work to be able to reach out to people experiencing homelessness and link them up with the specific resources that might actually help them. And a big part of that is building trust. Building trust between counselors like yourselves, that you're actually listening and paying attention and do want to solve the problem and don't just want to shove through an ordinance that you can say you did it. Or, again, I've asked you so many times, why do you want this? And you can't answer it. You just talk about, again, the idea that this will somehow help, but you can't point to the actual part of the process where the words in the ordinance do the helping. I would appreciate that answer at any point. You're welcome to interrupt me and point to the part of the process that does the helping. That's why I did this. That's why I printed this out. That's why I made a visual representation of that verbiage so that we can literally point and say, oh, it's right there. It's that part. Or, oh, you're missing a square because there's this piece of verbiage that says that this is going to do this. But nobody has done that. Guaranteed income is another way that we could actually solve this. Most economists who are saying that we can keep capitalism afloat for another decade or century have pointed out that the only way to keep this system sustaining without it crashing over and over and sacrificing the most marginalized and vulnerable of our population is with some sort of guaranteed income or basic income or some sort of financial assistance to the poorest among us. $2,000 guaranteed income is more than enough to afford housing, bills, and some treatments for substance use disorder, including therapy and rehab, if that is what works for an individual. Acting like this is a one-size-fits-all situation is one of the things that really irks me, because I know that it doesn't. I had a family member who was experiencing a heroin addiction, and he relapsed twice. The first time he got sober, it was because he went to jail, and he said that it was helpful for him to go to jail. It was a major life situation change, and he was able to get sober, but he did relapse pretty quickly after. We got him into a rehab facility, and we were able to afford something basic, and he was able to get sober. But it took several months, and it took a lot of money, about $2,000 a month. That rehab got him sober, and he was able to stay sober long enough to see his son reach his 3rd birthday. Unfortunately, he died of an aneurysm, not of his relapse, not of his addiction, but of an aneurysm when his son was just, I think, 3 years old. He also had access to housing that whole time because he had a family and a community that supported him and loved him and provided for him almost no matter what. The people you are targeting with this ordinance very likely do not have those resources, and there's nothing in the ordinance to provide them. Mayors for a general income is one of the 2 resources that was provided to you back in July to consider instead of the Carousel of Hell. The National Law Coalition, I believe, is the other resource that was also provided that explains how universal income works and who is piloting it across the country and how that can be cookie-cuttered into our town to actually address this. Both of those can be seen as housing first options because the vast majority of people use the vast majority of any guaranteed income to pay for housing costs. Crisis response teams like the Charleston CARES and Houston CRIT have been recommended as evidence-based solutions to these problems that directly address the root causes of housing insecurity and substance use disorder. These resources have been provided in the past, including in the last few months, but were ignored by this council. Harm reduction is another evidence-based process that provides users with compassionate care to make sure that they, A, don't die, B, begin to understand the severity of their addiction's impact on their life, and C, provide options to manage their use in healthier ways. I again have provided you the 2 resources that were provided to you in July and were ignored. I understand that harm reduction is a tricky topic and many people don't believe that it works because it is helping people use. But the reality is, it requires trust building. Because my cousin's jail time might have worked for him that one time, but it didn't stick. Another family member of mine is dealing with an alcohol addiction. He was forced into AA by a court order, and he went and he did his duty, and he did exactly what he was supposed to for the however many months that he had to, and he was sober for a time, and he's back to using alcohol again every single day. The last time I saw him at Christmas, I had to watch him shake and refuse help and start vomiting and try to hide it as he tried to cut cold turkey. But the fact of the matter is, when you are addicted to many of these substances, it will kill you if you try to stop cold turkey. It will kill you if you try to manage your substance use disorder alone. A lot of people don't know this, including people who use. I happen to have a healthcare worker among my friends, and I called him and said, I don't want my dad to die, what do we do? And he had to tell me, this is not medical advice, I can't tell you what to do, you need to take him to a hospital. My family member who is addicted would not go to the hospital. He refused. He insisted that he was strong enough, that he could do it himself. It took him passing out and becoming delirious in a pool of his own vomit, I believe, for him to accept measured, timed shots of vodka from his spouse. I don't know what would have happened if he didn't have his spouse. I don't know what would have happened if this weren't in a home that he had lived in for years, that he felt comfortable in. I don't know what would happen if he didn't have a toilet that he paid for right there to help him stay clean. And I don't want to know. I don't want anyone to have to know what that is like. I don't like it any more than you do. I don't like the idea of giving an alcoholic more alcohol. But the reality is, these are chemical dependencies that require chemical interventions, therapy, and assistance, none of which is in the ordinance. If we are going to foot the bill of $200,000 to $300,000 a month, why not implement a system that keeps members of our community in community, empowers our community to increase autonomy and self-determination, to patron our local businesses, to integrate with other classes in healthy ways and access the specific services that are needed, and build trust across divides, like the one that you are building with this ordinance, like the divide that you are building and the trust you are breaking by ignoring the hours and hours and hours and hours of public comment against this ordinance. You speak to people who want this, but where are they? A handful show up. Dozens and dozens of us show up to say no. I don't know any other circumstance in which you can listen to someone screaming no for 5 hours and still do what you want. That's legal. That is why I brought to you the consequences in the process flow form. If you pass this, there will be consequences. The legality of this ordinance is up for question. Another job I've had is in compliance, in complying to the legal requirements of certain companies. And in that kind of job, you have to anticipate where the laws are going to go so that you can quickly address your own policies so you don't get sued. Johnson v. Grants Pass is the decision that allowed this ordinance to come to a head here. It also is the decision that triggered the first articles of impeachment bill for members of the Supreme Court, for Supreme Court justices in this country. Why do you want to pass a law that is in all likelihood going to be overturned relatively shortly, thereby necessitating additional costs to repeal it and to undo all of the damage? I don't understand why so many cities are jumping on this unless there is some secretive other lobbying happening. I understand that this is not fun, but this is quite literally your job. It might not feel like lobbying because we're not rich enough to bribe y'all, but like this is lobbying. Us coming here and saying we do not want this and you serve at our pleasure, this is lobbying that doesn't involve the legal bribery. I've asked you several times now, and nobody has an answer that they are willing to give as to why you prefer a system that denies autonomy, self-determination, freedom, economic security, housing, and treats this like a one-size-fits-all situation that dehumanizes the poor and will in all likelihood lead to increased debts for an already disenfranchised population and increase the burden on our taxpayers. Why? Why do you want this? Anybody? Or are you not allowed to answer that? Cool. Well, in that fashion, I have a few quotes from the last meeting regarding this ordinance that I would like to address. One of my favorite. We're probably going to have to work on more shelter, but this ordinance does not do that. And it actively ties up thousands of dollars in a process that prevents access to stable, long-term housing. I can't tell you how many meetings I have sat in with various people from various organizations, from police to social service organizations, where we go through this and they all say eventually, yeah, you know, I understand your problem. And then their answer the very next day is, I can't help you, but I will continue to do the good that I can do. Which means that they actually encourage and the activity because they provide them with the necessary equipment to do it, whether it's a tent, a machete, camping gear. They're better equipped than our Boy Scouts. But that is patently false. Our Boy Scouts have a home to go home to. When an amendment to clarify the legality of the ordinance as it pertains to the storage of personal property, one counselor responded, if at some point we need to strengthen it to deal with lockers or some other, we certainly could make a change. I mean, the intent is to have there be exceptions, right? That would be reasonable. And another counselor pointed out, but right now, as it stands, we cannot follow our order on the encampments. Further discussion revealed, General Order 339 is a policy of the Morgantown Police Department that says that if an encampment is closed, we will store people's personal belongings for a period of time. And this, the ordinance's proposed original text, says we can't do that. Another counselor responded, I think that that's misconstruing because it says otherwise specified pursuant to the code or other applicable law. If we have something on the books already that says that they store items, this doesn't overturn that. To which the amendment proposer replied, that's why I was asking the city attorney if that's on the books. And it's not. It's just a policy, not a law. So, again, it is in direct conflict. And again, the intention was mentioned. And even the primary opponent of the amendment agreed. That's one way to do it, but there are others, without offering any others. They did not offer any of those ways, preventing the ordinance from being in direct conflict with the policy. I feel like we could have more robust conversations around that, but we have not given ourselves the opportunity to do that, the amendment proposer pointed out. To which the opponent said, I would leave that alone and imagine that police could store personal items, and the amendment to clarify the ordinance and allow for the policy to stand, or allow for clarity of the policy did not pass. Oh, to allow for the policy of General Order 339, that amendment did not pass, so the text before us today is still in direct violation of the policy that we are imagining can still stand. When explaining the intention behind the amendment, one counselor stated, it makes the law easier to understand, especially for our police department, since it's in direct conflict, to which the other counselor interrupted and said, and to accuse, I think that's a way to gut it. I don't think it's a way to gut anything. I think it was providing clarity, and I think that gutting this amendment would be what I suggested, taking out all of the parts of it that actually cause harm so that it can only do good. But instead of clarifying the amendment, or clarifying the ordinance, or doing anything to address how the police are actually supposed to address this, the amendment did not pass. And again, I believe that that is because we are rushing this through without thinking it through. That is why I bring these process documents here. That is why I'm trying to point out what a good process looks like and describe these things and actually address the things that are being said, because you are not doing the meetings and the work to actually think this through and design a good process. But if we are imagining that the verbiage is not in direct conflict and doesn't do anything to prevent the storage of personal property, how could it be gutting anything? It's not gutting anything. It was an attempt to clarify the ordinance and make sure that we actually know what's going to happen. Another good one, there is no provision in this ordinance to say what happens if there isn't appropriate shelter for people who have been cited. The amendment I would propose is to add a line that says adequate and appropriate shelter must be available within city limits for the individual to access, as well as care for their belongings and or pet in order for an offer of shelter to be deemed as refused. If an individual is banned from congregate shelter or is mentally or otherwise unfit for congregate shelter setting, appropriate caseworkers must be identified by the city before any putative enforcement measures are to take place. And mention of within city limits was challenged because there are supposedly people to transport individuals to shelters in other cities. Again, is that me? Are you expecting me to do that? I mean, if I must, but like, are you going to compensate me for gas or wear and tear on my pre-pre? Because she's old. But the provision of transport is also not in the ordinance. And it is now an exception or an expectation of the members of the public already providing these favors to increase their availability and cost burdens to meet the urgency imposed by this ordinance. One counselor even pointed out, questioning how those other cities, how will those other cities like us sending people there, like we complain about other cities sending people here? I don't think they're going to like it. I think this is going to start one of those back and forth wars, like between Texas and New York, how Greg Abbott just shipped all those immigrants up to New York and said, good luck, New York, you democratic state, enjoy your social welfare, and sent a bunch of people to a really, really terrible time. What a heck of a welcome, right? How welcoming is that? Texas, the friendly state. Is that how we want to be here? Is that who we are in almost heaven? We want to welcome those runaway gays and say, good luck in another county where you don't know anybody and you have no resources and no community. Good luck making the fragile friendships that you had here where you were sleeping every night with the person who agreed to watch your stuff if you watched their stuff while you slept so you could actually get a good night's sleep without worrying about being assaulted in the night. I don't think that other cities are going to like us tossing each other in this toxic volleyball game back and forth as if they're a volleyball and not a human being who deserves to live in community. These are our neighbors. How would you like it if someone did it to you? How would you like it if someone was like, something wrong with your home? Well, there's nowhere to stay in this town, so go to the next county over where you've never been and you don't know anybody. Good luck getting to work. Because again, a lot of people experiencing homelessness work in our businesses and are employed here. Shipping them out to another county is not going to help them get to work on time in the morning. Has anybody thought about that? Because it doesn't feel like it. Okay. I do have more, I'm sorry. Okay. But the within city limits stipulation was removed from the proposed amendment, and yet still the amendment was challenged simply because it would prevent the ordinance from being adopted immediately and would necessitate additional hearings to ensure public comment and access to the updated verbiage. When that was made clear by our attorney, the response was, well, then I'm just not seeing it. That was the response to learning that if the ordinance was amended, it couldn't be passed immediately. The issue was not with the amendment itself, but with the due process of how we pass laws. This made it painfully clear to me that there is some driving force behind rushing this ordinance through without due consideration for the implications or the impacts to the targeted population. Another great one. For the police that need to enforce this ordinance, they need to have a clear idea of what refused shelter means, and how can you tell someone when there's no beds available that you've refused shelter? Which received the response, the idea is to have opportunities available. Yet this ordinance does absolutely nothing to increase the number of opportunities available. So if we can't find someone with a bed, what will the police be tasked with doing them? If they call around and there is no bed available that they can find within a reasonable amount of time, are we going to leave that person be? Again, we got a response about ideas that are not in the ordinance, including that there will just somehow be options, including going to other counties and even taking up hospital beds. This one really irked me because it implied that this should be a one-size-fits-all solution, and that we're just talking about a few random rare cases of especially hard-to-place folks instead of the very real and present reality that the beds available within a reasonable area are full regularly. Many intake offices close early and are not open all hours of night. The counselors opposed to these amendments made it clear that they are not familiar with the current reality of homelessness in Morgantown or the nation or the resources available or how they function. It also made it painfully clear that they have no interest in actually developing the ordinance to function as per the ideas and intents behind the verbiage. If it means that they can't shove through this ordinance against the public wishes as quickly as possible, kicking the can of clarity and functionality down the road. None of these important questions about how the ordinance will function were actually answered with anything but contempt and refusal to negotiate towards a solution that works. One counselor even admitted, "We haven't thought this through." This would open up the opportunity to help provide shelter because it's not always guaranteed, and there are emergency situations like we are in right now where we don't have a shelter available, and I would hate for something like that to happen again in the future where we don't have a safeguard in place to address it. But this ordinance does nothing to open those opportunities. In fact, it ties up hundreds of thousands of dollars that could be working towards those solutions in this carousel of hell instead of providing an opportunity to help. I don't think it's our intention that we are looking to collect money from homeless people. We are looking to put them in touch with people that can help them. So it's not necessarily that we are hoping to be putative, it's that we need an incentive. Unfortunately, that's the way people are. I would love to hear that phrased as an I statement, because I don't think that's the way people are. I think that is the way certain members of this council believe that people are, because that is how they are. Not everybody needs to be punished in order to do things. My other problem with this quote is that it makes it very clear that there is a fundamental misunderstanding of what an incentive is. Guaranteed income is an incentive. Guaranteed income pays people to have money to spend to keep our economy afloat. Incentives are the carrot. This ordinance is the stick. It is only punitive. There are no incentives in it. There is nowhere in this ordinance that we say, I give you something that you want if you do what I want, which again is a transaction that's not necessarily an incentive, but it's very clear that this actually is a putative ordinance. It is not incentivized. It does not incentivize any of the behaviors that we want. Day use programs are, day job, what am I trying to say?
Day pay.
Day labor. Day labor programs are a great incentive to get people actual job experience without having all the records that they need in order to make the money that they need to afford housing and begin the cycle of self-sustaining housing. That's an incentive program. There are incentive programs like gun return programs, where you pay people to bring in their guns with no questions asked, no barriers, you don't try to figure out what crimes they've committed, and you just pay them money for their gun and they go on their way. Fun fact, that's how New Zealand made guns illegal and got rid of their guns, and they don't have mass shootings like we have in our country, because they incentivized the return of guns in that country to get people to want to do that. An incentive is something that you give a person to get them to want to do the thing that you want them to do. And incentives do work. There are plenty of incentive programs that we could put this kind of money towards, but this is a putative program. And if you're not announcing how it's going to happen and reaching out to everybody ahead of time and telling them, hey, FYI, in 30 days, if you're still out here, if you haven't figured something out, if you haven't reached out to people, you're going to get arrested, then it's not only a putative measure, it's blindsiding them. It's making an example of somebody so that the next person hopefully doesn't have to go through the same hell that they just watched their friend go through. If you're not actually reaching out into the public and telling them that this is going to happen and making it clear and taking your time to make sure people understand what is going to happen, which when you don't even understand what is going to happen, how are you going to communicate to the public what's going to happen? Then this is not even putative. This is a trick. This is a trap. This doesn't allow people the opportunity to choose for themselves how to get out of this situation so that they can avoid fines and incarceration. Putative measures also don't work. If the war on drugs worked at any point in the last 50 years, we wouldn't be in the worst drug epidemic this country, this world has ever seen. Criminalizing drug use does not end drug use. Criminalizing homelessness won't end homelessness. But unfortunately, any of these things would require amending the ordinance to actually directly achieve what it purports to do. And that would require a third reading, which seems to be the real intention here. This 4-3 voting block is pushing this ordinance through faster than any other solution for housing insecurity the city has ever seen. with ideas and imaginary outcomes that intend to do things counter to what the verbiage of the ordinance actually states. All we are asking is that you look at the many evidence-based solutions that we have provided countless times over the last several years. Pick any of them. It will work better and cost us less. Housing first is an incentive. Guaranteed income is an incentive. Compensated apprenticeships and work training programs are incentives. Harm reduction practices are incentives. The reality before us is that you are not proposing any kind of incentive. You are proposing putative deterrent that forces a one-size-fits-all on a system on a vulnerable population that removes autonomy and freedom, breaks trust, and leaves any special case without options, while providing little to no clarity on how any of this will actually function in the real world, and dumping the whole mess on the police department. I've asked you before, and I'm going to ask you again. Why? How will this work? And why do you want it to work this way? If you cannot answer these questions and you are going to ignore all of us, you are not just failing as elected officials, you are failing democracy itself. I could go on, but I'm betting you're going to tell me I have to stop. I would love to read you a bunch of resources from the National Homelessness Law Center that actually do pertain to resources that could actually work here, if you'll have me. It's coming. Oh, my phone's gonna die, don't worry. If a stargazer wants to take a sleeping bag out at night to watch the stars and fall asleep, you don't arrest them. You don't arrest babies who have blankets over them. You don't arrest people who are sleeping on the bench. That doesn't solve homelessness. Did you know that poverty is the 4th leading cause of death in this country? Nearly 1/3 of the workforce, or 52 million people, earn less than $15 an hour. We're upping our minimum wage to $10 an hour this year, right? But did you know that if the national minimum wage increased at the same rate as national inflation, it would be $26 an hour today? Before the pandemic hit, 140 million Americans were living in poverty, or were just one emergency away from economic ruin.
I just don't see how this is in relation
Well,
to
poverty is one of the root causes of homelessness that is not being addressed.
I appreciate that, but this is in relation to the camping ban specifically. And I would love to hear more in relation to the ban specifically, as long as you're no longer repeating yourself. Many of these ideas you have shared, and I have sat here and allowed you to speak and go through everything, even when it was off track. So I ask that you please discuss in relation to the camping ban and the ordinance that is being presented.
Okay. Well, then I will leave you with this. I would ask that you amend the ordinance to be germane to its own purpose. I would ask that you amend the ordinance to actually achieve any direct result that you are pretending that it will. I would ask you to actually do your research and your jobs and figure out how this ordinance is going to work with the other officials in this county to understand how it is going to impact people, and actually do that work instead of rushing this through. I also have a hard time with you saying you allow me to be here. We are the public, we're your bosses. I showed you the ordinance, or the process of what will happen as a consequence of passing this ordinance.
I spoke out of line, and I apologize for that. It's not a matter of allow. I recognize my error.
I appreciate that, Mayor. I do also really appreciate the work of the counselors who are trying tirelessly to negotiate actual solutions here. I understand that you don't want to be here any more than we do. We're all exhausted. And I appreciate that the intention behind this is to end homelessness. I want that too. I think we all want that. But this ordinance does not have verbiage in it that does that. And so I implore you to table this, vote no, and work on real solutions that actually solve the problem. I'll let the next speaker take time.
Becky Rod?
I can't top that or Ron Delaney, and I feel like if you all would listen to that again and read Ron's email 5 times, we don't need to do anything else. So I don't have a lot more to say, and I don't want to repeat what's already been said, but I want to talk a little bit about first about myself and then about.
Becky, I'm super sorry for
Yep.
interrupting you. Could you ask the audience out there? Okay, I just couldn't.
You're fine. You're fine. So, I spent most of my life. I'm retired. I spent most of my life working as a healthcare executive and in social services, but I spent the last several years leading the design of housing programs for people who were very disabled, either psychiatrically or medically, and had a lot of expenses to the system and a lot of needs. And then after I retired, I have done a little bit of work with individuals in the community, and I managed the warming shelter a couple of years ago. And I will just say that the people that I met at the warming shelter, the 150 or so who spent time there, were some of the best people I know, and it was an incredible experience for me, and I learned a lot, and that's what I say, and I think everybody should have an opportunity to do it, and I appreciate that your intent was good. I believe that. I also would go back to what Ron said in his email, is that I think the city has made some drastic, significant errors in actions over the last several years, and that it's hard for me to believe that those actions aren't as a result of reacting to powerful interests in the community instead of reacting to the needs of the community. And I would ask you to really think about whether or not that has happened in the past, and that if you believe in your heart that that has happened, you really need to think about what you're doing now and why. And I think those powerful interests include politicians, include our county commissioners, include powerful interests in this community. And I really seriously think about, are you doing the right thing for the right reasons? And sometimes it takes stepping back. And one of the things that makes me the most suspicious about that is how quickly this is being pushed through. And all of the things that Charlie just alluded to, some of the things that came up, particularly in the last meeting, the comments that were made were really that we're not going to deal with that now, we're just going to deal with that after we pass the ordinance. And it didn't make any sense at all, and it really seemed reminiscent of the way that this council has made decisions in the past about specifically this issue. The city of Morgantown has not caused the issue of people being homelessness. We live in a society and a system that has criminalized poverty and has created and has marginalized people, and there is an enormous amount of generational poverty, violence, and trauma that has resulted in the kind of problems that we have. We can only take, you as a body and we as a community can only take actions that are in the best interest of all of our community. I understand that. But I know that people here, and I am amazed at the talent, and what I hear from people, what I hear from some of you, and what I have heard from other politicians in the community is that these people are complaining, they're angry, they're not asking for solutions. I have heard hundreds of solutions in this meeting today, in the meetings over the last several weeks that I've sat in at home and watched because I couldn't bring myself to be here. And you are not listening to solutions if you are not hearing solutions. I want to address a couple of things, and then I want to say something about my own personal experience. So there are just a couple of things that came up last time that I heard, and Charlie spoke to them, but I want to repeat them because I have a little bit of different experience. We have 3 hospitals, and they would be happy to evaluate people. I will tell you, as somebody who has worked as a hospital administrator, and I have a grandson who's 26 who lives with schizophrenia. Getting him help is almost impossible. There are states like And I don't know if you know this, but you should know this. There are states like California and New York that allow people to be hospitalized if they are gravely disabled. In other words, if they're laying on the street, if they're drug addicted, they can't take care of themselves and they're not safe, they can be hospitalized, they can get treatment. This state does not allow for that. You cannot even in an emergency have somebody hospitalized. Medicaid does not pay for it, and the hospitals will not hospitalize anybody unless they are at imminent, meaning within 24 hours, risk of suicide or homicide. That is the law. And somebody suggested, I believe it was Councilor Trumbull, suggested that maybe we should talk to a judge about that. And that was turned down. That is outrageous. There's also a remark made that there are 270 beds. 270 beds includes primarily beds for rehab and detox, which not only serve people across the state, but the majority of people who are served in those beds are not homeless, because not only homeless people are addicted to drugs and seek treatment. The majority of those people are home. It's just wrong. I mean, it's just wrong to not have this information before you make decisions like this. Sober living beds require people, sober living beds, in the first place, I have picked up multiple people from the regional jail and brought them back here, people who have waited weeks and months to get into sober living, just sitting in jail just because there's no beds in sober living. In addition, you have to be able to work, you have to have money, you have to have a job to be in sober living. A lot of people can't function with that kind of job. And if you get a job that makes enough money, you lose your Medicaid, which often allows you to pay for the life-sustaining treatment that you're getting to manage your addiction. So there are real problems with, these are not shelter beds. So to say something like that is simply not true, and it's not helpful, and it really flies in the face of what you say you're trying to achieve. The only other thing that I want to say is that I personally, as I said, I have a grandson who's 26 who lives with schizophrenia. He became mentally ill when he was a young teenager. My wife and I were raising him, have raised him, and we had to leave the state of West Virginia in order to get services for him. We left for 10 years, and then we came back here. We continue, he is constantly at risk of homelessness, despite the fact that he has a connected, knowledgeable family that has resources. It is really difficult, and I think that's what I keep in mind, is that this could be somebody I love, and I ask you all to remember that. We also have a son who's 40, who has lived with substance use disorders since his teens. He has been in and out of rehab. He has been in and out of homelessness. I'm very proud of him. He works really hard. He's currently living in our living room, and again, if he didn't have us, he would be homeless on the streets. And I would hope that he would receive better support than people get in this community. And I would also say that although he really wants to work, if he works, he loses his Medicaid, and that affects his ability to manage his medical conditions because he has severe liver disease due to his drug addiction, and he needs Suboxone to manage to be able to manage his addiction as well. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, all of you. And I know you're working hard. I just ask you to really think about the way that you're making decisions. Thank you for your service.
Orlando C. I'm sorry?
Orlando Cruz. This is my first time attending this meeting. I don't know any of you individuals standing before you, and I have to say, from what I've heard, it's very disturbing. I trust none of you. I experienced homelessness from firsthand, and unfortunately, Not one person in here is ready to bring a homeless person into their home to go and give them a place or a night to sleep. That's one fact. Two facts is that I've been in rehabilitation centers just to see how it will go. Last year I became homeless because I lost my apartment due to me losing a job. That wasn't necessarily my fault, but I set up a tent over there by Mario's Fishbowl. In 2 days, it got ransacked. People smoking got whatever they wanted in there, ripped up the tent, and pretty much ruined the temporary home that I had for 2 days. The reason why I knew this was because, well, when I went down there, it was 4 individuals, and one of them pulled out a knife. Want to talk about being pulled out on a knife, going across South Park. You got people that consistently, all the time, smoking, drinking. We live in a college town that is so surrounded by food, alcohol, and, you know, the occasional Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, you know, festivities. So, I mean, I understand the frustration from the people. I understand you guys are frustrated too, but not one of you guys are ready to leave this meeting and to go and talk to not one homeless person out there. Neither of you guys. And if you guys are, that's awesome. But you guys are not going to sit there 10, 15 minutes. I've never seen any of you guys ever put anything into this community. I walk these streets every day. I work hard. I work hard for my money. I just got HUD. That took about a year and about maybe 3 months. That process was very crucial and very painful to go through because, well, I wasn't being heard. I was on the phone. I was working at the time. I got a job, but I was still homeless. Had to go to the limited of friends that I have, but you gotta realize, for the past 5 years, I stopped drinking alcohol. I did suffer from substance abuse, psychedelics, stuff in that matter, but, and then there was a very dark time that I wanted to kill myself. Didn't kill myself. I had to take responsibility for myself, and the few individuals that I did have willing to help me, they can only do but so much. Health right, they do harm reduction. I think harm reduction is a positive way to go, but I also realize that there's not too many individuals that really actually care. If we really want to start caring, well, we got to start looking in the mirror within ourselves and all of us. Not just over here complaining and whining and wasting all this time talking and bickering of what passes we're going to pass and what we're going to not pass, and actually work together to come up with some ground sensible solutions. We can't put everything in the same basket. If we do that, well, then we're just going to miss, or there's going to be loopholes that each and every other individual, which on an individual case basis is different. You got mental health, you got addiction. It all follows up to eventually homelessness. We have individuals that want to give haircuts, that want to go and come together and try to work, but we also have other individuals that are on the other side of hand. They have places to go. They don't care to go to those places. They barely can go, and they might have a certain income, you know, disability check every month. But unfortunately, we have individuals that are being taken advantage from landlords. We have individuals that, sorry, that's my fault. And then we have individuals that are being taken advantage from other individuals that are selling them the substance that, you know, and then doing. And then I don't know who thought of a bright idea to open up a liquor store on a Saturday or on a Sunday. When the liquor stores was closed a couple of years ago, they were closing every Sunday. Now they open up every Sunday. And then you guys are complaining about everybody's drinking on a Sunday, but I mean, they out here getting messed up. This past weekend, you know how many fights was out there? No, because everybody was home sleeping in their nice little beds.
Orlando,
and that's the truth. No offense.
Okay, I just wanted you to stay on topic.
But I'm staying on topic, but you got to realize that when you have a lot of, you know, it's I'm trying to stay on topic. I mean, we're talking about downtown here. We're not just talking about, and other states too. In New York, they have a lot of resources. We have a lot of resources out here. We're looking at the credentials aspects of it, but nobody's looking at the pure heart of it, or I'm speaking from the heart. I don't like writing things down, but I'm sitting here saying that I've experienced this firsthand. You go into the rehabilitation centers, I'm gonna tell you right now, the food is garbage. The beds, there's no beds being filled up. You're lucky there's maybe 1-2 beds being filled up. You know why? Because by the second day, they're gone. Who is gonna listen to somebody that's down in 5 monsters and expecting them to go and take health advice from them? I'm sorry, it's unrealistic. You have 3 hospitals out here that don't really know how to maintain the aspects of the homelessness, the addiction, and the mental aspect of it. You do, but you don't. Everybody's getting paid for something, and the second you stop getting paid for it is the second that you stop caring, because, well, if you don't get paid, you're gonna end up becoming homeless, right? The same person that you're trying to defend that is already homeless. So I'm not taking no sides. I'm not over here to complain and to, try to say here like who's right or wrong, but I'm sitting here saying there's definitely a better way. And I'm not going to sit here and be like everybody else and say, oh, don't pass the bill. If you guys feel that it is right to pass the bill, pass it. But just know that there's going to be repercussions for it. There's going to be unforeseen situations that we're not going to be able to handle. We can't handle everything. If we try to handle everything, well, then we'll be labeled as the source of creation, which unfortunately, we don't have any of that power. We have limited power. We have resources. Everybody moved all the Bartlett House and all the facilities up on a hill. Yeah, you guys gave a free bus, but guess what? The homeless people, unfortunately, they want to go downtown and want to go and ask people for money. That's what they do. I've heard individuals panhandle and say, hey, I made $100, $200. Why am I going to go out there and work? You have other people are trying. I'm sitting here saying I had to take responsibility for myself and want to put in the work. The individuals that was ready to help me, cool. But I also had to put in that footwork. It's just unrealistic that from what I've heard so far up here, but I'm just hoping that we can actually come together and just ask you guys that one question. Are you ready to go out of here, go talk to somebody on High Street that is obviously down on their luck, get to know their story, and let them sleep inside your house? And if that answer is no, well then this right here is really for nothing. Thank you guys, namaskar, and you guys have a nice day.
Thank you. Sophie Slaughter. Never mind, no clap. Sophie Slaughter?
I'm sorry, say Sophie.
Yes, Sophie Slaughter.
Sophie Slaughter?
Yeah, turn to this.
Hi, I'm sorry it's late, so I'm going to be reading off my phone. My name is Sophie Slaughter. I live at 103rd Street. I'm a WVU student, and I'm speaking in opposition to the camping ordinance. And you've heard from a whole host of folks tonight who are way more educated than myself on the concerns facing our unhoused neighbors. So I'll keep this brief. Because you've heard over and over about the problems with this ordinance, the difficulties with implementing it, and people have proposed many meaningful solutions. I'd like to speak actually specifically to the arguments had at the end of the last meeting, particularly those that happened after the public comment period. I was watching on my little live screen from my house, and I was incredibly frustrated. So after public comment had closed and a period of amendments began, it was suggested that the purpose of this ordinance was not even necessarily to provide services for unhoused people, but to spur the council on to create more affordable and accessible housing. With all due respect, you should not need motivation, any more motivation than the sight of our neighbors sleeping outside to encourage you to act on affordable housing and accessible shelters. You should not need to be incentivized to care about your unhoused neighbors. And if the best incentive that can be come up with is the incarceration of our neighbors, then I think we should be very concerned. And while I'm here, I would also like to remind you that in the state of West Virginia, you actually don't need a house to vote. You just need an address. That can be like any address that you've had for more than 6 months. It can be the address of a friend that you have known longer for 6 months. Anyways, that's a little spiel on voting law. But that means that all of you are just as accountable to the unhoused folks living on our streets as you are to landlords, as you are to the university, as you are to every registered voter in the city of Morgantown. They're your constituents, and I feel that has perhaps been forgotten. To put it as simply and as clearly as possible, a camping ban is cruel. We don't have enough shelter to support this ordinance as it's written. Service providers, health experts, directly impacted people, and community members have voiced their disapproval of this ordinance. They have informed you that it would make their lives and their jobs more difficult, if not impossible. They have proposed meaningful solutions. Because of that, this ordinance should not pass. Thank you very much.
Kayla Stan or Star? I'm not sure if that's an N or an R.
Hey City Council, my name is Kayla Stein. I've been living in Morgantown for about 5 years, and I am from New York. Come from a place of privilege, never experienced poverty, never experienced homelessness, never experienced anyone in my family getting incarcerated. That's privilege. And to me, it just kind of comes down to like, why are we making it so difficult? It's like, if we want people to take accountability and we want people to be responsible for their actions, like why are we making it so tough for them, right? Like, because to me what this bill kind of communicates is if you don't immediately accept help the way that we want you to accept our help, like on our terms, as we present it to you, then we're just gonna like make it way harder for you to ever receive help. Like, okay, so now you've refused help when we've come to you on our terms. So now we're gonna like hit you with a fine for money that you don't have, and then we're also gonna like give you a criminal charge. Makes it way harder to get a job, to go to school, which is, as we all know, a huge way to lift yourself out of poverty is education. Making it way harder to get a job, to get a house, to go to school. And then if you want to accept our help the exact way that we want you to accept our help, like we're gonna punish you. And what does that do to like the relationship between the people living in our community and the people that are there to provide resources? Like if I'm experiencing homelessness and a cop comes up to me and says, hey, like we need you to move, and if you don't, like here's what's gonna happen. Like if you're gonna offer me help but then tell me if I don't accept it and you're gonna punish me, like what does that do to my relationship with you? Why would I want to trust city council? Why would I want to trust the police? Why do I want to trust these people that like, the alternative to not doing it exactly the way you want me to is, all right, now you're punished. So like, yeah, it just communicates to me that like, it's not a promotion of public health and safety like it's said to be. It just communicates to like, if you want individuals of like all backgrounds and all different situations, like anybody could experience homelessness for like a myriad of reasons. It's just like, hey, accept help from somebody you don't know on their terms. It's prescribed, it's non-individualized. We're also like severely understaffed and severely underfunded. But yeah, if you don't do that, we're just gonna punish you. But have fun reaching out to us when you do want to accept help. Like why would I want to accept help from people who like made it really kind of horrible to experience in the first place? Like you say that these resources are still available, but like why would people want to engage with them? You know, that's kind of the terms. Yeah, like if people in opposition of this ordinance want homeless people to take accountability, why are we making it so hard, you know? And like, let's say everybody says yes, right? Like, let's say every single homeless person that we walk up to says, yes, I would like help right now. Can we even do it? Like, a lot of people have brought up that like, we just don't have the infrastructure for it. And like, yeah, 30 days and yeah, October is when like those additional resources are ready, but like, we all know that we're understaffed, we're underfunded, and like there's a reason why we're here like week after week. This is my first week being here, but like, yeah, it just doesn't really make much sense. And also I just kind of wanted to talk about, it's a little annoying that like we call it like a camping ban, because we all know it's not like camping, you know, like nobody wants to camp in the way that like we're watching people literally try and survive in a tent. Like that's not what we consider camping. And it's just like a misrepresentation of what it actually is. It's a misrepresentation of the actual situation. It's like pastoral, and yeah, it's like insulating people from really feeling the impacts of like what it actually is. We're calling it camping. It's not really camping. Yeah, and it's just like, I moved here 5 years ago. I love the community here. I don't want to leave. But if you're going to say we're city council and we define all these words in this ordinance except for the word public, public is everyone. Public is the whole city. So like, sorry that it's minorly inconveniencing people that go downtown for leisure and then can like go sleep in their own house. Like, if we're going to ask people to take accountability, like we should just stop making it so difficult for people to take accountability. You know what I mean? It just comes down, like, we all hate going to the DMV. We all hate running and doing errands. Like, it's so much harder when you're experiencing all these, like, lack of resources, lack of accessibility, lack of transportation. Like, I don't need to go over it all again. Everyone before me said great things. But yeah, it's just like, make it easier for people if this is what you want them to do. So, thank you for your time. My name is Kayla Stein, and that rhymed. Thanks, guys.
Haven Cochran? Haven.
Stephen
Haven Cochran.
I'm sorry.
Haven Cochran.
Haven, wonderful.
Stephen Haven Cochran?
My bad.
Is that right?
His name is Steven.
He's loud, but the hearing's not so good.
Hello. My name is Haven Cochran. I live in the 3rd Ward. When I read about the Supreme Court ruling on Grants Pass versus Johnson, I felt a deep pit form in my stomach. I imagined what kind of place would put someone in jail because they had nowhere to go, no one who would help them, someone who was down on their luck and out of resources. Never in my mind did I imagine it would be happening here on my doorstep. To even propose this is insulting and disrespectful to the values of West Virginia. To me, someone who has spent nearly my entire life here, the key values I associate most with it are community, family, resilience, warmth, and generosity. Officials who are supposed to speak for West Virginia won't help out a neighbor or a friend, because the truth of the matter is that the poverty rate in West Virginia is consistently higher than the national average, and me and many others can testify that almost everyone we know lives paycheck to paycheck. One illness, one car accident, one death in the family, and you're done. No way to catch up. And then it's you out there in the blistering heat or the pouring rain in a town that clearly wishes you would just disappear. And I'm sure that not many of you can really imagine that, but you speak for so many people who really can. I feel like this is a complete betrayal of our values. I've felt sick to my stomach every day since it was announced. It is cruel and inhumane treatment, plain and simple, and I beg you to stop this here and now today. I implore you to think about the message you're sending to our community, to our children, our country, about how West Virginia treats its mountaineers. To turn your back on people in need is truly a sign of how our world is failing. You have the power to uplift and protect rather than ignore and imprison, and I implore you to do so. Thank you for your time.
Lydia Milnes? Okay. Sorry, Lydia, I didn't...
It's okay. Good evening. Lydia Milnes. I live in First Ward. I came a couple meetings ago and spoke kind of from a personal place of believing that this is a cruel thing to do to people. But tonight I'm going to speak to a topic that is directly on point with this ordinance, but that I have specific knowledge about due to my professional career. And that is specifically about North Central Regional Jail, which is the jail that people from Morgantown who would be arrested and sent to jail under this ordinance, that is where they would end up. It's the regional jail that our citizens are directed to. I'm an attorney. I have sued the Division of Corrections countless times, and many of those cases have originated out of North Central Regional Jail. North Central is the most overcrowded jail in our state, and I would put it up with Southern Regional Jail as having the worst conditions. Southern, as many of you might know, there's been multiple class actions. The state just settled for over $1 million for some of the horrendous treatment of individuals in that facility. North Central is its equivalent. And I can tell you this because I have the data in my hands because I have sued the division so many times. I've brought a statewide class action about the failure of our jails to provide mental health treatment and other medical care to individuals who are incarcerated within them. So I think it's important for you all to understand that if you vote for this and you send individuals to jail under this ordinance, they will go to North Central, and I'm going to walk you through what that looks like, and I can tell you this because I have been in that facility umpteen times, and I've spoken with probably hundreds of people from there. First of all, in your intake, you get placed in a holding cell. Depending on when you've been arrested, there may be 2 or 3, 4 of you in that holding cell. Sometimes there's upwards of 20 to 25 people in a cell. When there's that in the holding cell, when there's that many people in that holding cell, you cannot even sit down. And I have documentation demonstrating that this is a condition that happens at North Central with some regularity. It is not every day there by any means, but it does occur, especially around holidays and other times when you end up with larger numbers of arrests. Depending on how many people have gotten booked in, you might get out of that holding cell, maybe overnight, maybe by the next morning. You might be held there for 4, 5, 6 days at a time. And yes, I have documentation of people being held in crowded cells, holding cells, for that many days. You don't get a shower during that time. If you're going through withdrawal, you are literally vomiting on the floor, having diarrhea on the floor next to the 20 other people that you're in there with. You're not getting it cleaned up. You're not getting, again, people are packed in like sardines. All right, you get processed out of your holding cell. You go through an initial medical intake. You, if you have current prescriptions, good. Hopefully they start giving them to you. That's what our class action tried to require. However, if you don't have a current medical prescription, let's say you have mental illness, let's say that you're somebody who maybe is on the streets because you have a mental condition and you don't have a current prescription, you're not gonna get treated for that mental illness within the time period that this ordinance would have you incarcerated. You don't even have an initial meeting with someone to screen. You get an initial screen, but you don't have an initial meeting with a mental health professional for 14 days. And then you have to get referred to the psychiatrist if you're actually going to get placed on meds. So if you're a person who's living in our community who has mental illness and you end up incarcerated under this ordinance, you're not going to get treatment by going to the jail. You're simply not. It's a 30-day, you're going to get discharged. Something else that will not happen when you go in on a misdemeanor and then get discharged, you will not get any counseling services. I'm talking mental health counseling. I'm also talking connections to any kind of services in the community. There's not going to be any connection to housing on the outside. There's not going to be any connection to any other social services on the outside. You're going to discharge, and you're literally going to be put back on the street. Other things that happen while you're incarcerated at North Central. Say you get through the booking process, you get placed into a cell on Gen Pop. It is overcrowded. It is, as I said to begin with, the most overcrowded facility in our state. So nobody is in a cell that is designated for the number of people that cell's supposed to hold. You're in a cell that's designated for one person, there's at least two minimum, sometimes 3. You're designated in a cell for 2 people, there's 3, sometimes 4. What that means is at least one person in the cell has to sleep on the floor. If you're lucky, you get what's called a boat bed, which is a plastic, looks like a little boat, and you can put a very thin mattress on that boat bed, and it lifts you up off the floor by about 3 inches, which is what courts have determined is constitutionally mandated to say that you're not actually sleeping on the floor. But when you're in a tiny cell, that means you are sleeping on the only space in the cell for anyone else to move around in. So people are packed in. If you're going through detox, people are vomiting, people are having diarrhea. You're all right there in this tiny little space. If you're a person with mental illness, you could very well be engaged in behaviors that other people find problematic. Your cellmates might find your behaviors problematic. That's when you start having violence between people. When you are placed in a tiny space with other people that you do not know and you do not like, it doesn't usually end well. So we see lots and lots of violence that way. Another major problem is that, as we can all imagine, many people who become incarcerated and placed into a regional jail go through detox. You will be monitored for your detox, but you're not given any regimen that's going to do anything other than maybe take the edge off certain symptoms. So you're going to detox. Detox, as has been mentioned here tonight, is a very dangerous period of time when you're going from using to nothing. It is, in fact, a period of time when you can very well end up dying, either because of physical symptoms or because your risk of suicide is dramatically heightened. Something that not everybody in West Virginia knows is that we as a state have had the highest rates of death in our jail system in the United States. It peaked probably about 2 years ago. It's starting to come down. I'm very happy to see it coming down. But we, in fact, have more people dying in our jails than any other state in the United States. As part of my work, I got the information about that. And you know what? About 65% of people who die in our jails die within the first 2 weeks of incarceration. Many of them die within the first day or two, and almost all of those are either through suicide or through complications related to detox. So taking someone who is using and putting them in jail is a recipe that could very quickly lead to death, whether it's through the suicide, the increased likelihood of suicide because of the detox period, or due to symptoms themselves. All of that doesn't even touch on the cruelty that people face from correctional officers at North Central Regional Jail. I have worked in all the jails in our state, and it is North Central where there is a culture of abusing people just because you can. It is hands down the facility that is getting the vast majority of Eighth Amendment lawsuits out of it at this time. And I have watched videos. This is not stuff where it's just one person says this and somebody else says this. I see the videos of the cruelty that takes place. If you all, there are laws, people get sent to jails, that's beyond everyone's control. But you are intentionally passing a law that could send somebody into North Central because they don't have a place to sleep. I just want you to understand what that means for that individual. They will not come away with services. They will not come away with treatment. They might die as they detox. They very likely might get pepper sprayed and or beaten up by a correctional officer. I just think everyone needs to understand the full scope of what the possible ramifications of this bill are. Thank you.
Danielle Stoneberg. Danielle Stoneberg.
Danielle Stoneberg.
Would it help since we don't have seats open to ask people to come into here so we don't?
Yeah, I only have one more name left. On the list, I should say.
I need to say my address, right? 'Cause it
Yes,
wasn't on
please,
there.
it's not right now.
Hi, my name is Danielle Stoneberg, and I live near the Wiles Hills neighborhood. I'm currently a student at WVU, and I'm speaking in opposition to the camping ban. I work 3+ jobs, and yet I come here to the city council meeting since March, like many other people that are sitting here in attendance today, or watching at home. Like many here, and has been mentioned before me today, I'm one paycheck, one medical emergency, one car accident, even one more class credit from having to have more tuition and fees, from having to go ahead and not be able to pay my rent and not have shelter and become homeless. I also want to say, again, like many here, despite having these multiple jobs and despite having little free time, we've still been showing up to these meetings since March to advocate for our poor and unhoused neighbors and being asked by the City Council to provide solutions, and also physically having to care for each other and our loved ones on the street day in and day out in a number of ways. And so tonight, this is what I'm going to say. the monolithic phrase, the homeless, as a remarkably derogatory, insulting, and belittling way to speak of a population. People experience homelessness. It is a state of address, not of identity. It is not a character flaw. It is telling to me, though, that a society as a whole continues to use the phrase the homeless. It is the othering, saying the homeless. It is like describing a group of people as the blacks, or the Jews, or the women. I trust that you found that a touch offensive, and if you did, you get my point. Describing it as different than ourselves distance us from the responsibility of having to find a solution. Homelessness, from a social theory perspective, represents radical otherness or deviant otherness. If we accept homelessness as a radical otherness, then the manifestation of homelessness is a rejection of our normative aspects of personhood, and the conditions of homelessness is outside the scope of itself and not normally conceived in society. In other words, people aren't supposed to be homeless, but some are anyway.
Danielle, is this in relation to the ban itself, as opposed to the definitions of homelessness?
Yes, I'm telling you what homelessness is and what it isn't.
Today we're talking about the camping on public property.
Okay, so I will go ahead and read this other thing that I've gotten.
Thank you.
The National Alliance to End Homelessness is a nonprofit organization founded in the 1980s by national leaders from both major political parties concerned about the rise of homelessness across the country. The Alliance is a national network of tens of thousands providers, public agencies, and private partners. Its mission is in its name, to end homelessness in the United States. The Alliance and its partners work hard to deal with the fact that thousands of Americans
Danielle,
live
I appreciate what you're doing. I just need you to stay on topic as it relates to the city code entitled Camping on Public Property. I would love for you to email me that information, but right now what we're discussing is the ordinance as it relates to
And
the city
I'm
of
reading
Morgantown.
their brief from the Johnson versus Grants Pass decision that they submitted.
I would ask that you get to the part relevant to our camping on public property.
So I'm going to be starting with the introduction and summary of their argument. Petitioners and the respondents both agree that there is a homelessness crisis in the United States, but rather than working to end it, the petitioners seek to banish homeless out of sight and out of mind. As the Ninth Circuit correctly held, the Grants Pass ordinances criminalizing involuntary homelessness violates the Eighth Amendment. Petitioners and its local governance, MSC Curry, claim that they are helpless to solve homelessness without the ability to criminalizing it. According to the Department of HUD Housing and Urban Development, as of 2023, approximately over 650,000 people were homeless in the United States. I'm going to skip to the part about the argument. The Eighth Amendment's proposition against cruel and unusual punishment prohibits certain kinds of punishment and imposes substantive limits on what can be made criminal punishments and such. Under the Eighth Amendment, criminal punishments may be inflicted only if the accused has committed some acts, has engaged in some behavior, which society has interest in preventing, or perhaps human historical common law terms. Thus, a law that criminalizes a status, such as a disease, would doubtless be universally through to be an inflicted of cruel and unusual punishment in violation of the Eighth and 14th Amendments. In the Robinson, hang on, because I know that you're probably going to yell at me again. The petitioner and its amnesty sidestep the lack of affordable housing by focusing on shelters. Shelters are a safety net to temporarily support those falling into homelessness and not a long-term solution. Even so, insufficient shelter space exists to accommodate all homeless people. In the latest available counts, roughly 653,100 people, or 20 out of every 10,000 people in the United States, are homeless on a single night, but there's only enough shelter nationally for 348,630 people at any given time. These statistics are even worse in some localities. For example, Grants Pass has no available shelter, is not tied to a religious service, that is not tied to a religious service for homeless adults. The Gospel Rescue Mission, a religious organization which requires people to perform unpaid labor and attend religious services for transnational housing, had 138 beds. So I'm going to skip to the part about localities have more effective solutions to end homelessness through housing and services. As discussed in section 1A, the lack of affordable housing and an increased cost to moderate housing and poverty are the primary drivers of homelessness. By providing housing and services, thus ends homelessness more effectively than criminalization. Housing First is shorthand to describe holistic evidence-based approaches that prioritizes housing and supportive services to reduce homelessness. Housing First values flexibility, individualized support, client choices, and autonomy, and can be successful for any person. The core components, I think Charlie already told you about Housing First, so I'm going to skip to this. Provisions of housing and services work to end homelessness because it is what homeless people need and want. The petitioners, amnesty, incorrectly assert that the homeless people are unwilling to accept services and choose to remain unhoused. See the Matin Institute, the 13th California Cities brief. In addition to Housing First, services that are helping low-income people increase their earnings are also important. While income support programs such as the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TAMP, unemployment benefits, and supplemental income, SSI, can help people to weather economic crises, these programs have stringent requirements and they therefore may be inaccessible to homeless people. Therefore, making existing TAMP unemployment compensation and SSI accessible to homeless people is key, and including by reducing the waiting periods between waiting to apply for and receiving actual benefits. Further, localities can also successfully prevent homelessness by reducing evictions and by bolstering tenant protections. A work training program that are aimed at increasing earnings potential, in addition to work support programs that provide childcare and transportation, can also be impactful. Providing housing and services has worked to reduce homelessness. Decades of research and evidence has demonstrated that by providing housing and services, it reduces homelessness. For example, researchers have been analyzing 4 major randomized control trials to measure homelessness stability among other factors, and they found that housing stability, measured either by the proportion of total days reported as being stably housed or the proportion of a population in stable housing at the end of the trial period, was greater amongst those who received housing and services when compared to those in the control group. And in addition, into receiving housing and services, there were 2.5 times more likely to be stably housed after 18 to 24 months. Another report reviewing 26 studies found that housing programs decreased homelessness by 88% and improved housing stability by 41% compared to the Treatment First programs, which require people to undergo psychiatric and and be substance-free. Evidence of the effectiveness of providing housing and services to homelessness spans decades. And just beyond these studies, several cities have experienced corroborating the effectiveness of housing and service programs. Houston has implemented this strategy and successfully reduced homelessness by 63% since 2011. And specifically that they've moved over 25,000 people directly into apartments and to houses, with the majority of them remaining housed after 2 years. Additionally, the Department of Veterans Affairs, with over 100,000 housing choice vouchers nationally, has reduced veteran homelessness by 52% since 2010 with these as well. I think that this part's also very relevant. Contrary to the assertions by the petitioner's amnesty, local governments can address the purported public health and safety concerns without resorting to criminal punishment. Many constitutional low-cost alternatives already exist. For example, by providing greater access to public toilets would eliminate the expressed concerns about the public urination and defecation. Arranging access to hand washing and shower facilities, whether stationary or mobile, can also address hygiene concerns. Many people who are homeless and sleeping in their cars, for the many homeless individuals sleeping in their cars, access to a safe, centralized place to park at night can not only offer enhanced security, but also facilitate access to case management services. And many venues, short of criminalization, plainly exist to address the public health concerns. Sorry, hearing that replay is like a little confusing.
Could you shut the words? Yeah, correct.
The petitioner and its amnesty seek to use criminal penalties as a weapon against homelessness. Without the so-called stick of the criminal penalties, the argument goes, these amnesties argue that they cannot force the homeless people to take the carrot of the services and treatment. Criminalization of the status of involuntary homelessness, however, is unconstitutional, and for the reasons set forth above, lack many meaningful deterrence effects, given that homelessness is involuntary and therefore ineffective, counterproductive, and a poor use of public funds. In reality, this stick is just that, a blunt instrument capable of harming homeless people, but not much else. Criminalization of the homeless does not address the root causes of the issue. And in fact, ordinances like those that we've seen in Grants Pass and that we are going to more than likely see in the response in the aftermath of the decision, moreover, lack really any deterrent effect given that homelessness, as well as sleeping outside while homeless, is involuntary, which has also been set forth in section I period A superscript 74. Criminalization of the involuntary homelessness is not only ineffective, but will worsen the homelessness crisis. The overwhelming majority of homeless individuals are only homeless temporarily. Criminalizing this predicament, however, will make it more difficult for it to be resolved on its own. First, fines, whether criminal or civil, worsen the already dire financial circumstances of individuals experiencing homelessness. They can sleep outside involuntary because they can't afford housing. Criminalization of the involuntary houselessness creates tangible financial barriers for homeless individuals to get themselves back on their feet. Second, criminalizing homelessness can also prolong it. Criminal convictions hamper efforts to secure employment, housing, and government benefits. Time spent in jail or having to navigate the criminal justice system is time that individuals experience homelessness could otherwise be earning an income. Homelessness and incarceration amount to a feedback loop. Homelessness is a risk factor for criminal justice involvement, including incarceration, and the criminal justice involvement, which includes a history of incarceration, is a risk factor for homelessness. Third, the criminal enforcement strokes a distrust of authority amongst homeless people and hampers outreach efforts. The threat of criminal penalties predictably leads homeless individuals to avoid police and other government officials, and the threat of enforcement can further push homeless individuals out of sight and into isolated, potentially dangerous areas, away from even well-intentioned outreach efforts. Criminalizing homelessness does more harm than good. And I do know that there's still some people after me that are scheduled to go ahead and read. And so I will just end this by saying, similar to how someone pointed out earlier, I have not seen Many of you on the streets every day. Like I said before, many of us have to go ahead. We work multiple jobs and we still come here to meetings and we still come to take care of each other. I shouldn't have to spend 4 hours of my day with a client at the hospital who has a detached retina to try to go ahead and get it resolved, only to ultimately have to leave. I shouldn't have to go ahead and drive someone to medical appointments or to go get groceries or to go get medical procedures out of state. I'm a volunteer. I'm not even employed by these organizations. And I'm doing that because I'm not going to go ahead and let individuals that I believe should have dignity and respect go ahead and suffer with a detached retina or not be able to make it to their appointment out of state. And so we've been coming here since March offering solutions, multiple solutions, and nothing has been heard. The solutions that we're offering aren't even new solutions. They're literally in Supreme Court briefs. They are in reports. And it's just really frustrating to have to come in front of government officials. I think someone said it earlier about not having respect for you guys. It's really frustrating to come here and have to listen for what I think the last meeting was 3 hours, 4 hours. It was dystopian to hear some of you guys speak about the people that I see day in and day out, that I take meals to, that I make sure have rides and they get to their appointments, to treat them like dirt. Honestly, it's even less than dirt. I don't know what's underneath that, but it's disgusting. That's all I have to say.
Samuel Green. Samuel Green. Emily, how many names are on that list right now?
Well, a couple are just on the wrong Samuel Grant. I think there are 4, maybe 4.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Samuel Green. I'll be a lot more brief than a lot of my friends that have spoke tonight. I just moved to Morgantown, and I'm not thrilled that in my first month here I have to come and oppose such an egregious ordinance. The camping ban is cruel. You've already listened to experts explain how this will worsen the houseless issue in Morgantown. You've had so many experts that have offered to help create better solutions, and at this point you should know better. Telling people that spoke here tonight that it isn't relevant to share the lived experiences of people this will hurt shows how apathetic and detached you are from the harm this ban will have. You've also refused to listen to people who came here with solutions and resources. So rather than reiterating the most effective way to help the houseless community in Morgantown, I think it's necessary to emphasize the lack of humanity this council is showing by proposing a camping ban. I am a social worker, and during my time as a student, I worked at Harmony House, the houseless service agency in Huntington. In my time working with the houseless community, I saw how far kindness and compassion could go. Some of the brightest and most incredible people I have ever met were clients who just needed folks to believe in their dignity and their worth and show them an ounce of love. Most of them were sleeping on the streets at night as we tried to fight to find them housing. This camping ban disregards the humanity of this community of people. It is enacting cruel and unusual punishment on the most vulnerable people in this community and punishing them for something they do not have control over. It is an act of hate, not an act of care for the city you have been elected to protect and represent. Instead of working on practical, well-researched, effective, and compassionate solutions, you are targeting the community at their most vulnerable. They are people. They are human beings with lives and feelings, and they are worthy of proper support, not your baseless cruelty. Human beings will suffer because of this, and it will be your fault. Passing the camping ban is the most inhumane punishment you can enact, and you should feel ashamed of yourselves for considering it.
Thank you. Anna Schless? Schless. And then after that will be Elric Rose.
And then Elric Road.
And then Wyatt. Chris, can you yell Deputy Officer Reamer? After Anna, can you say that Elric Rose And Wyatt Andrews.
And then Elric Rose and Wyatt
Andrews. And Anna?
Yeah, should I go ahead and go?
Sure, if you just have your address real quick.
Okay, cool. I'm Anna Schless. I live at 1 Harley Drive. So I was here to talk a few weeks ago, the last meeting, and I guess kind of in the meantime, I'm thinking about what I wanted to say. Tonight, I did a good amount of research sort of on this question about sort of why is this happening, or what do I think the goal is of having this camping ban, which for the record I'm very much against it if I didn't lead with that. Like, I guess I was thinking of if this is, what do they think is going to be accomplished by this? And doing a lot of research on, again, like what other people have said a lot more eloquently than me of why this wouldn't work, the evidence on things that would work better, and just doing all this research and thinking about it. And I guess it's something it came down to for me was something I didn't really get into a lot the last time I spoke, but I did touch on was I've lived in Morgantown for 10 years now, and just something that kind of puzzled me is I'm definitely somebody who has spent a lot of time downtown. I used to for 8 years. I lived in Central Place, which is that really large building with the blue roof that's basically downtown, right next to downtown. I don't have a car. Haven't had a car the whole time I've lived in Morgantown. That meant a lot of walking, a lot of moving through Morgantown on foot. And I haven't been afraid of unhoused people in that time. And I think that's what's kind of puzzled me is hearing some of the other testimony, and I'm like, I don't think of myself as that unobservant of a person. I, as a woman, tend to be aware of public space around me, and I haven't seen this problem that I hear other people describe as there's needles on the ground. I've never seen that in a decade. I'm not saying it's never happened. I'm just saying lived here for a decade, spent a lot of time downtown, and I've also talked to a lot of unhoused people, even though that's not my job, not something that I have any expertise in, but just being downtown. And I think that what this comes down to me at least, is an issue of not wanting unhoused people in, like, the line of sight of when hearing people, like, give a justification of, like, well, yes, but what about I saw this person, and, like, no, I'm talking about nationally, too, things I was reading, people kind of arguing over, like, well, I'm hearing all of this evidence-based thoughts on how we can actually housing first, and while that might not be a perfect system, it works a lot better than criminalization. And coming back to this issue of, well, I don't want to see unhoused people, and it makes me uncomfortable. I think that the issue was raised last point of is uncomfortable and safety, feeling uncomfortable, feeling unsafe. And I know I've had people kind of express surprise or dismay to me before. I used to go to the sheets that I think is on, I think the address is University. I used to go to that a lot when I was living downtown because they had the fry subscription, which meant I could get pretty much unlimited fries for $10 a month. It meant I was probably going there about 10 times a week. And sure, I saw a lot of homeless people, and I'd talk to them sometimes, and nobody made me feel unsafe. And I think that it comes down to sort of acknowledging reality versus perception when it comes to having unhoused neighbors around. That is the reality bearing out this idea of people, how people might feel having to sort of where does that feeling come from if it's not based in statistics? I know I've definitely had times in my life living in Morgantown where I've felt unsafe from somebody. Interestingly, that was other college kids when I was a college student, and that didn't make me go, oh, that means every college boy must be a threat to me. It just made me say, well, this particular person was threatening, and that's not going to change my perception of every single college guy I meet. I think that I just want to put on record as at this point, long-term resident of Morgantown, somebody who spends a lot of time downtown. I don't feel like this is going to make me safer. I think it's going to make me concerned for people I already felt concerned for. Like going to the sheets, I would be like, well, I'm really sorry this person is in this situation. And I don't feel represented by a camping ban, if that's what you want to euphemistically call it. I feel like I would, if I was to be in a similar situation, I wouldn't be safe. And that I wouldn't feel the city council had my back. I think I consider myself really lucky, really privileged that I haven't had to worry about that. But I also know that with the wealth inequality in our country, I have so much more in common with somebody who's unhoused than with somebody who is very, very wealthy. I know that that's really who should be being represented, is the normal, common person in Morgantown. That includes the unhoused. And that's just what I wanted to say, was that I think it's a really cruel way to treat people, not to mention ineffective. So, thank you.
Elric Rose? Did I say that correctly?
Yes, Elric.
May I have your, I'm sorry, may I have your address?
I'm currently homeless.
Okay.
And I would like to say it was extremely hard to find this meeting tonight. I went to y'all's website and it listed several locations, none of which were this location. I think that's something that the council and the city might want to address, making these meetings more accessible to the citizens of this town. I do work here, I vote here, I pay my taxes here, and tonight I'm going to be living outside. And when I heard about this ordinance, it made me feel afraid, more afraid than I normally do every night. Being homeless isn't a choice. We're not out there because we want to shoot up. We're not out there because we're lazy. I've never been to prison. I don't do drugs. And I have several potentially debilitating medical conditions that if I don't spend over $2,000 a month in medication, my organs will start to shut down. And to hear that being in this condition, that the council and the people of this city want to fine me and potentially imprison me, and that's supposed to keep us safe, that doesn't make me feel safe. Doesn't make me feel like I'm welcome here. And my money, and my work, and my time, and my life, it's not valued or welcomed. And just all of the wonderful people I've seen come up here today supporting the homeless community. I just really like to reiterate what some people have said about this they. Every time people speak about homelessness, it's always they, the alien, the outside. But I'm not an outsider. I'm a mountaineer. I go to the football games. I go to college here. I want a better career. I don't want this for myself. And this ordinance, if passed, is just going to cause the burden on me and the people like me to become more and more insurmountable. And it's going to create the cyclical effect that so many people have spoken of before. And I can tell you from my personal experience every day outside, where I can't shower, where I can't have fresh food, where I can't use the bathroom, despite all my medical conditions, I'm still looked at as a criminal, as a leper even. And it just, it's really disappointing that this council can look at fellow human beings and fellow citizens and think that the right thing to do is to threaten us. We don't need to be incentivized with imprisonment and police action. We want help. We don't want to be outdoors. We don't want to be hungry. And that's what you're going to be doing with this ordinance. You're going to be making it impossible to overcome this mountain of obstacles we face every single day being unhoused. And honestly, when you say it like that, it sounds pretty nice. Oh, unhoused, right? No, we're homeless. We're hungry. We are tired. And every day we feel like we're being hunted by the police and our fellow citizens. And by passing this bill, you're going to be turning this social policy of hunting the homeless, you're going to be turning it into a legal policy. And if that's what we want to see in this city, well, that's up to you folks here today. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Wyatt Andrews. After Wyatt is, sorry, 1 second. After Wyatt will be, is that? Maitland Sad, what is it? Sadler and William Flint. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, so to state why I think that this ordinance is so dangerous, I'd like to share a personal anecdote of mine. About a year ago, me and one of my friends were walking down Pleasant Street, and we met this houseless guy. And we started talking to him for a while. We ended up taking him over to Saberton to get some food, and then dropped him off at a friend's house that he was hoping he could stay the night at. And when I was talking to him, we were talking about how he ended up being houseless, and he explained to us how he had a job, he had an apartment, and he suffered a serious knee injury that led him to not be able to work anymore. And when he couldn't work, he couldn't afford his medications that he also needed to be able to work, and he just never financially recovered from that situation. Now, at first to me, this was just an extremely sad story of somebody who has once again failed from the system. But it became awfully personal this summer when I suffered an extreme knee injury and had to get knee surgery. I lost my job. I couldn't work for 2 months. Now, I was lucky enough that my father let me live with him and helped pay my expenses. He actually paid almost all of my expenses during this time and allowed me to get back on track, come back to school this semester without any kind of financial bearings on me. And when I was bedridden for those 2 months, I literally couldn't get out of bed without lifting my leg and like putting it over the bed. I couldn't move it. I had plenty of time to think about how if I didn't have this one single safety net, I would probably be in the exact same situation, that this man was in that I met on Pleasant Street a couple months earlier. I know that every single person here thinks that it's never going to be them on the street. It's never going to happen to one of us. There's a John Steinbeck quote where he says that every single American only sees themselves as millionaires that are temporarily down on their luck. But I'm telling you that it can happen to anybody, and you can never plan for something like that happening. There's a sign in the lobby of this building when you walk in, right to the left, that says that Morgantown is a city for everybody, and it has all these, it doesn't matter if your race, your gender, and some of the things it states are your family situation and your economic situation and your ability. That's such a joke. And I think we can say that for certain due to this ordinance, because if I didn't have this safety net, not only would I probably be houseless, but in this city, if this ordinance passes, I would probably be a criminal. And I would like everybody here to please consider what they would want to happen if they had a serious injury or an illness. If you could afford to not go to work for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, what would happen to you? Thank you.
Madeline Sadler. And then I still need just your address, please.
Say what?
I just needed your address, please.
Oh, it's Maitland Sadler, and it's 142.5 Loren Street.
Thank you.
Yep. Go for it, shoot. Cool. Cool, awesome. Hi, I'm Malin Sadler. I recently just graduated from WVU, and I'm now a resident up here. I originally came from Lincoln County, and one of the first things I noticed when I got into Morgantown was I didn't feel very welcome. I was from a very rural, poor community, was new up here, did not feel safe, comfortable, whatever. First day on campus, literally heard slurs about Asian people. It is what it is. When I did feel comfortable and safe was the sweetest, nicest, houseless woman named Mary. As nice as could be, bright as the sun, would talk to you for hours, would sit down and talk to her for an hour sometimes, because that just felt homey. She made this place feel welcome. And it's people like her that we are actively destroying their lives more than they already are struggling. And I think it's insane. And I think for me personally, as someone that's been a student for the last 4 years, I'm not worried about houseless people. I'm just not. Because when I look at them and I see them as someone that's been in this state my entire life, it's just poverty. It is nothing different. If people don't like that, people should learn to grow up or get out of this state because it's part of it. But my real scare, my real worry and concern is what it does to the town. Obviously, everyone up here has commented time and time again how some people on this board should learn to practice empathy, but I think the other part is the example that we're setting for the town. People that are unhoused already get treated so awful by people that are already here to take care of them. If you guys could hear the way that some professionals speak to these people, it's disgusting, it's deplorable. And doing things like this ban do nothing but validate that hate, do nothing but justify that maliciousness to these people. You're already just justifying more and more into people's minds this classishness. And I think it's actually just deplorable. I think it's deplorable, and it's also being done by a group of individuals that I don't see coming out to these parts of town, talking to these people or doing this work. I do see some of us doing some stuff, but not many. Usually what I do see are people coming to things like SGA and telling us how they're going to make the town so great and how they did way too much to help homeless people already. I don't think that looks good for this town. I don't think this looks good for a place to bring in a newer population when we are treating people that are people like they don't belong here. The city isn't helping the homelessness problem, it's covering it up, and it's been brought up multiple times by multiple people, time and time and time again, that this isn't going to work. That this is not going to work, that we're not going to see any change in any of this. Washington, D.C. did a giant clean out of their homeless people, and then literally within 2022 it rose back up by 10%. We're not going to see a change in anything. You're not making any new developments for a new population. You're just destroying the population that's already here, that already needs help, and has shown multiple times, again and again and again, that it doesn't have the resources that we clearly, I guess, apparently have the money to do something with, according to all the taxpayer money we're going to be using. That was fun to learn. Oh, God. But generally, yeah, I don't know what more I can say that my peers haven't. It's clear to me that the city of Morgantown cares more about how they look versus what they actually do, and they're building more and more of a divide between its people and the government. We're not going to see more public interest and more development with our people. We're going to see more turnaround and people turn away from them. You've heard tons of people already come in here tonight to talk about that they are houses and they don't trust people, they don't trust institutions, and I don't either from the way that I watch them treat these people. How am I, as a citizen or resident of Morgantown, ever supposed to feel safe or comfortable or expect you all to take care of my issues when you can't even represent people that need it the most? Like, yeah, and I get that this is not fun and it's really easy to like disassociate and like get out of your head because this is criticism, but you have to take it. It's not easy or fun, but you have to take it. And no one's going to be mad at you if you vote it down, guys. Nobody's going to be mad at you or judge you. We'd love it, personally, I think. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, this doesn't show any welcoming. It just shuts out people. It doesn't help anyone. It just justifies maliceness. It doesn't help anything other than destroy people's lives. Nothing more than destroy people's lives. So if we are going to stand here and defy gravity and stand with our back straight with no spine, I would at least love to see City Council go out there and evict these people from what little they have left. Because if you're going to do it, at least stand straight up with your back and go tell these people that you don't want them here. Because that's what we're doing. We're not helping them. We're not helping them. And winter's coming up, and we're watching as we're fucking voting them out.
Language.
Sorry, my bad. I just hate to see. Yeah, so, yeah, I'll wrap it up with that. You don't have to do this. You don't have to rush it. As many people would say, hold your horses, chill out. yeah, as a young person that is staying in this town and wants to stay in this town, I would like to see a city and a government that treats people with respect and dignity, and also would be like, I don't know, your basic needs aren't getting met. Let's figure out how to do that instead of shut you out and push you out of the city. So hope some of you have a good night. Thank you.
William Flint. And then, I'm sorry, I do need your address.
Hello, you need my address? It's 2101 Kohler Drive.
Thank you.
My name is William Flint, and I'm here to oppose the Morgantown camping ban. Walking into this place, there is a sign off to the left that proudly states, "The city of Morgantown welcomes all people, regardless of race, religion, national origin, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, color, ancestry, age, abilities, blindness, economic, family, or veteran status, or life situation." And knowing that I came in here to speak against an ordinance that directly hurts many of these communities, such as those in turbulent family and economic situations, I couldn't help but laugh. There aren't enough facilities to help people find homes, and it's so easy to be put out of one. It's so easy to be put out of one. Many people are just one medical or rent payment away from being homeless. Without a viable solution, you're only hurting the people of Morgantown. You're only hurting the homeless people of Morgantown, and you're trying to hide the problem that is really present instead of trying to fix it. All I have to say is that it's disgusting, evil, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves.
All right. Leslie Wilbur. And then I ask, please don't talk in the background. The sound carries when people are speaking.
Okay. Leslie Wilbur, 3304 Mountain View Manor. Hello, council. I want to just be level from the beginning. I don't imagine that there's anything that you could do, any changes that you could make to this ordinance that would make me in favor of a camping ban, if that's what you want to call it. You know, I don't think there's a moral argument for it. But I do want to talk a little bit about some of the pragmatic concerns. And one thing that I am particularly concerned with that folks have touched on a little bit tonight, but I think it's worth digging into a little bit deeper, is the timing of this. You've had, I mean, in the past, the city has studied the issue of homelessness. This is not new. It's not, homelessness isn't new to Morgantown. Poverty isn't new. Drug use, addiction, these aren't new issues. They have been studied. And in fact, like in a recent push, you've had people who, this is, you know, their area of expertise, or people who are concerned, your neighbors who are concerned, coming in here for months, like since March, since April, coming in and talking to you about evidence-based, like practical ways that we can start to address this that are humane and that have evidence behind them, right? And then, you know, we have, at the end of June, we have the Grants Pass Supreme Court decision, right? And then all of a sudden, it's important that there needs to be a camping ban. And we, you know, you put this, what, at the end of August, beginning, was it the last week of July or the beginning of August? I'm sorry, I don't have the date on me. I came here straight from work. But that you that you proposed putting this on an agenda, and people came and they had a lot of questions, and you spent about 2 hours listening to questions, and we had specific questions for the counselor who introduced this proposal, and she didn't answer any of them. And I think that that's a problem. Like, you serve the public. You have people who, as many of us have mentioned, we have multiple jobs. We have things to do with our lives. we're coming here, we're not getting paid to be here, most of us, you know. It's not related to our jobs. This isn't related to any of my jobs. And we're coming here because we're concerned. And the elected officials in this town won't even address those concerns because it hurts their it hurts their feelings to have people disagree with them. I mean, that's kind of what you sign up for when you run for office. I'm sorry, that's part of the job, right? And so I think that's significant. I think it's also significant. We had a counselor in particular who was talking about how for months she's been trying to get things on the agenda, and she has not been able to get an item on the agenda, and yet we needed right away, as soon as the grants pass decision, and I see you shaking your head at me. But as soon as the grants pass decision comes down, suddenly we need a camping ban on the agenda, when there are things that we've had counselors who for years have been trying to get things on the agenda, who for months, for over a year, have been trying to get things on the agenda. They can't get things on the agenda, but we can fast track, you can somehow fast track a camping ban and get that on the agenda. I think that's really disturbing. And I think it's especially disturbing. We've been here, more than 3.5 hours now, listening largely to people who are against this camping ban. And you've heard hours of testimony before this of people who are against this camping ban. And somehow that's not worth responding to or worth listening to. Another concern that counselors brought up was that there should be perhaps a workshop so that you could, before you put it on the agenda, take some time to actually make sure that you're writing a good piece of legislation that's going to be enforceable, that makes sense. You didn't even bother to do that. That's ridiculous. I mean, that is disgraceful. I didn't think I was as mad about that as I am, but that is disgraceful. And there's no reason that this needs to move forward right now. At the first reading, we had a counselor who brought up a lot of really great points about ways that this could be amended to at least be more enforceable, to avoid the lawsuits that are coming. I mean, you've had multiple attorneys who deal with civil rights issues say that they are prepared to take this to court, so that's not going to be a big surprise, right? And you had a counselor who was bringing up concerns about that, and the answers that, as I understood them from other counselors, some of them were, well, maybe you have a point, but we would have to have another reading. If I took the time to look at this, if I took the time to read these edits, if I took the time to understand this, we wouldn't be able to pass it on the second reading. We'd have to have a third reading. And that's just ludicrous. That is absolutely, do you understand why that's ludicrous? Do you understand why it is just absolutely absurd that you don't want to figure out ahead of time what happens if an officer approaches somebody who's living outdoors and says hey, I would like to offer you a place to stay, but it's a place that for some reason they're not able to stay that night, or they don't know that the last bed just filled up. We had Counselor Butcher ask what happens. We need to consider that as part of this legislation, and he was told that that was getting in the weeds and that didn't matter, and that's not important when you're making ordinances. I kind of think that foreseeing the potential problems of like enforcing an ordinance, like that's a pretty big part of what your jobs are. That should be a big part of what your jobs are. And it's disgusting and frustrating to see many of you ignoring the responsibility that you have to this town in a lot of ways. And I think that, you know, obviously, I think that probably you would reply, some of you, that the reason that you're supporting this or the reason you're introducing this is that you heard from constituents that they'd like to see something like that. I would like to again just reiterate, we've been here for over 3 hours. We have listened to largely people who oppose this ordinance. We've had in the reading before this, and when you were looking at putting it on the agenda, you heard hours of public comment about people who oppose this. I don't understand why those people's voices aren't equally as important. The people who we've heard speak in favor of the camping ban, I will say that we've heard from people who are landlords living out of town, and that's extractive, that's like an extractive business model. I would also say we heard from someone who is a short-term property manager. If you want to talk about the homeless problem, let's talk about short-term property rentals, right? Because we know...
I ask that you please...
No, I am on topic here.
Stay on topic.
I am.
To the ban.
We know that homelessness is linked to rising housing costs. We know that short-term rentals push up housing costs. That's a way we could address it. And I do want to talk a little bit about the way that this council, before I go, and I am almost done here, I think it is a problem. It is a huge problem, the timing with this. It's absurd. It is clearly the Supreme Court said you could do something cruel and terrible, and you're just rushing to do it. I also want to talk about really briefly, the way that throughout this process, you've weaponized rhetoric against people who are speaking out against this housing ban, okay? I came here in 2020 to pursue an MFA in creative writing. I spent 3 years teaching composition and rhetoric at West Virginia University. I currently teach composition and rhetoric at Duquesne. I spend a lot of time thinking about messaging and how we talk about things. I would first like to say one of the things that people have, particularly a person who was a short-term property or rental manager, made up these straw women of these young women who are afraid to walk the streets of Morgantown. We have heard again and again from young women who are saying they are not afraid to walk the streets of Morgantown. They are in fact afraid for their homeless neighbors, and they are worried for them. We have seen people when they are speaking in opposition to the ban. I appreciate that this is a touchy subject, but I do think that there has been a bias in favor of silencing the people who are speaking out against the ban. You just scolded Maya Lynn for saying fuck.
I ask that you also watch your language.
I was quoting
for the
her.
sake of the chambers.
Okay. Well, there was another person who was talking about his experience with homelessness and speaking in favor of the camping ban, who I guess he was folksy enough at the last reading that he was allowed to curse and it went uncommented on. So I do think that there is a bias in the way that you are addressing the rhetoric among the public. I also think that we have seen very reasonable rhetorical moves by the two counselors who have shown the most opposition to this, and they have been told not to be sarcastic. They've been scolded. At the same time, the counselor who introduced this has just kind of stormed out of the room and rolled their eyes at people and actually called out a member of the audience. And I do think that there is a bias. I think you are weaponizing, this council is weaponizing rhetoric and the way we talk about this. And I think that it's easy to say, oh, well, that's because you're being emotional. That's because you're being unreasonable. The reason people are being emotional, the reason that people are being unreasonable is because you're not, like, we are coming with very reasonable concerns. We have brought to you ideas. We have brought to you potential solutions. We have just asked for, if nothing else, answers, just some straightforward answers. And we have been ignored and scolded and like have not gotten the most basic answers. And that is infuriating. That is, we have the right to be angry about that. It is not irrational for us to be angry. It is not wrong for us to be angry. We are not being unreasonable. You all are being unreasonable. You are being, for the most part, you are being irresponsible. You are being cruel. And I also just want to say, I mean, there's, again, going back to the timing, going back to the fact that you know people are going to try to you know, go through the referendum process with this. Should you pass this tonight, knowing that there are going to be like lawsuits, knowing that it's going to cost a ton, it's going to cost the city a ton of money and just resources and be a big mess, and yet you won't like even take the time to slow down and do it right. You're in a rush to pass this, and when in effect what you're maybe going to get is the opportunity to involuntarily institutionalize people, whether that's through sending them to jail, sending them to hospitals, sending them into recovery against their will. Like, you'll get a little bit of time to do that, and that's great, but I just think historically, has there ever been a time when it's been a good look to forcefully institutionalize people? I think that if you like, historically, if you look at it, there hasn't been. So thank you for listening. I hope that, I know that many of you, there's nothing that any of us can say to get you to stop this altogether, but I would hope that maybe you could at least, like I think someone else said earlier, slow your roll on this a little bit. So thank you and good night.
Next we have Lindsay Jacobs.
It's funny how you yell at us for making noise, but not these guys. So maybe watch a little bit to the left, too. I brought a prop, and like part of it's to be silly, maybe, but this is what is being criminalized. I just want to be clear, and I'm going to get into how that's the case. But this is a blanket. This is what people use to sleep outside. Yeah, this is, I think some folks have alluded to the fact that we refer to this as a camping ban. But that's really kind of a misnomer. It's a misdirection. What this really is a sleeping ban. And so I'm actually going to start by going through the actual ordinance. Yeah, so we're going to start with the ordinance. I have lots of papers. This will not be smooth, but I have lots to say. So, you know, the purpose of the article is to prevent harm to the health and safety of the public. And then there's a definition section. So, like, obviously this is hard for a lot of people to understand because, like, reading ordinances, I'm trained to read ordinances, but so that's why I want to kind of break it down, maybe for folks on council, because there seems to be some misunderstanding about what the law says and does, but also for other folks who may not understand what this camping on public property ordinance does. So camp or camping means to pitch, erect, or occupy camp facilities or, and this is important, to use camp paraphernalia or both for the purpose of habitation as evidenced by the use of camp paraphernalia. So that would include sort of obvious things like tents, huts, temporary shelters. I'm downtown every day, literally every single day. We all know, right? We can all agree that nobody's putting a tent up on sidewalks in downtown Morgantown. That's not a thing that's happening. So I think what's more important, well, not more important, but maybe equally important, are camp paraphernalia. So that includes, but is not limited to, so this is kind of opaque for folks, cots, beds, sleeping bags, blankets, mattresses, hammocks, or portable cooking facilities and similar equipment. So hypothetically, if I took my blanket and I go down tonight and I want to like find a grassy spot out of the way, sort of where nobody can see me, and I just like go to sleep, just me and my blanket, under this law, I would be a criminal. Right? So I want folks to understand that this is about like literally the bodily function of sleeping. Blankets, there was a lot of talk about this when Grants Pass was being litigated, but in places like Grants Pass, for example, blankets are synonymous with staying warm and staying alive. That's obviously true in a place like West Virginia where we have pretty crappy weather, especially when it's cold. So, so we're talking about sleeping. We're talking about, you could be in town and like have a tent. You could have camping paraphernalia. What is criminalized is using that camping paraphernalia to sleep somewhere. So I just want to make that super, super clear. It also includes and also actually I want to talk about, most of you don't come downtown, but for the folks that come downtown, there are some folks that you'll see all the time. They don't bother anybody. They don't use drugs. They, for various reasons, don't want to sleep inside, mostly from ways that they've been traumatized in their lives. So they literally carry their blankets, their clothes, sort of all their belongings on their back throughout town, sometimes sitting on benches, and things like that. So that's their camping paraphernalia. The other thing that the law does is bans storing things on public property. So store means to put aside or accumulate for use when needed, to put for safekeeping, to place or leave in a location. So we don't have lockers. That was a thing we talked about for a while. My understanding is we might get lockers, but they'll be up at H3 and nobody uses H3. And we're sort of not willing as a community to reckon with the fact that that's been a massive failure, underwritten by rich people who don't give a crap about the homeless people on the street other than not wanting to see them. But if the lockers are up there, they won't be used because people don't want to be up there. They want to be in town where their friends are, where food is, where socialization happens. Same reason I want to be in town, right? Food, friends, socialization, things to do. They're humans. They're humans just like all of us. So this unlawful camping, which is to say sleeping with camping paraphernalia, can't happen on any street, any park or trail, any public property, improved or unimproved. And then I want to talk about the penalties because there seems to be like real misunderstanding about the penalties for this law. Regardless of what any person's intent was when they sort of wrote the law or were working on the law, maybe nobody really intended to criminalize folks, but I want to be clear, there are criminal penalties associated with sleeping outside included in this version of this ordinance, right? And so I'm going to walk through the penalties. So any person who commits a first violation of this ordinance shall be given a written warning describing the violation and providing information about resources to obtain assistance in seeking alternate shelter. What are these resources? This isn't defined. And like, again, it's our law enforcement officers that are going to be out there implementing this, maybe with their one social worker for 150, 250 people experiencing homelessness. So again, like they're going to hand them like a pamphlet and be like, there's a shelter with 28 beds, maybe another shelter with 26 beds. If you're an addict, maybe you can get, if you're somebody struggling with substance use disorder, maybe you can get into a 28-day program. Again, I don't think we need to rehash all the things that I think Erin said really well. She explained you don't just like jump into a bed. Like regardless of whether you're struggling with substance, like everyone in my family struggles with substance use disorder. Like if it were that easy, like problem would be solved, right? Like that is just not how it works, and you've had 1 million people tell you that since we've been coming here since March or April. The second time someone is caught sleeping outside, They shall be subject to a fine of not more than $200. Well, this one's wild to me because if somebody had $200, I don't know that, like, it could be $1 million, it could be a penny, it doesn't matter. Like, these folks don't have money. If they had money, they wouldn't be sleeping outside. They would not be sleeping outside if they had money. So, like, the fine, I have 1 million people who have unpaid fines because they can't afford to pay the fine, right? You're not going to recoup the fine. I know some of you have said, well, it's not really about recouping the fine. It's not really about, I'll get to that. But, yeah, they don't have $200, so it doesn't matter if it's a penny or $1 million. You're not going to get paid. There are negative externalities associated with those, so I'll just say, like, if you don't pay a fine, you lose your driver's license. If you're a person who could drive, that makes it way more difficult for you to get to work because then you have to rely on our bus system that, like, doesn't take you anywhere. So again, like, you are creating barriers to people working and getting housed through the criminalization components of the ordinance. So I just, like, want to make that clear both for you and for everybody who's listening. The third time, and again, we don't know if this is like 3 consecutive days. We don't know, like, there are so many vagaries. If I were law enforcement, if I looked at this, I'd be like, how in the heck am I supposed to implement this? It doesn't give anybody clear instructions. Any person who commits a third violation of any provision of this article within 12 months of the first violation shall be subject to a fine of not more than $500. Again, a penny, 500, who cares? And or subject to a penalty of imprisonment not more than 30 days. That is criminalization. I want to be clear, this is a criminal law. We all get that, right? Criminal law. People are going to go to jail under this ordinance. Could you please ask members not to roll their eyes at me?
No, I'm stretching my neck.
You heard my coworker Lydia talk about the conditions at North Central. Sending people to North Central is not rehabilitative. And I just want to say, like, if you've paid any attention, I don't expect folks to be like drug scholars, but if you paid any attention to like decades of the war on drugs, if we thought criminalization solved like social problems, drugs would not be an issue. The war on drugs would have worked. But overwhelmingly what we know is that criminal penalties don't deter crime. The threat of going to jail is not a crime deterrent. So the idea that this is going to sort of curb the bad behaviors that you all don't like, it's a farce. Like that's just like not how things work. And do we like that that's the case? Yeah, probably. It'd be great, I guess, if our criminal law system worked, but it doesn't. And it doesn't curb the behaviors about which, people maybe rightfully, wrongfully are concerned in this community. Each day that someone sleeps outside and they get caught by the cops is a separate offense. So they could easily, if they're on the street 3 days in a row, they could go from 0 to jail within a week. Like that's totally feasible, at least the way that I read this ordinance, and other attorneys. No citation shall be issued, nor any criminal penalty imposed, unless a person in violation of this ordinance has been offered alternate shelter and refused the offer. Alternate shelter, not defined. So what's alternate shelter? We've talked about sending people to hospitals. Insane. Like there are doctors downstairs whose like brains exploded when they heard that at the last meeting, because the idea that we can just like throw people into the hospital, like the most expensive system on earth, right? Like the American medical system, like that is just in terms of like fiscal responsibility, that is not fiscally responsible. Also, that's just not how things work. And I don't know how many providers have to like come here and tell you that does not work, that's like not a thing. Not everybody homeless has substance use disorder. So like if you're a person who isn't struggling with SUD, what good is a 28-day program or a rehab program? Like that is not applicable to you, right? So like we work with folks who are experiencing homelessness who, there are young people who like sleep in their cars. You've heard from somebody that I work with. When they first came to Morgantown, they were sleeping in their car. That's unsheltered homelessness. So there are all sorts of forms of homelessness, and the idea that like, oh, we can just send them to a 28-day program, or we can send them to the hospital, like that's like a part of the population of people experiencing homelessness, but it certainly isn't realistic for all the varied forms of the homeless experience, right? Like they come in all sorts of different flavors. So yeah, if I were drafting the ordinance, I would have defined these terms. Not defining them is actually a gift to attorneys, so thanks. Yeah, so, we don't know what that means. The cops aren't going to know what that means. It's totally unreasonable to ask law enforcement who are down 20 officers, if I'm remembering correctly. It is completely unreasonable to ask law enforcement officers to be social workers trying to track down shelter and services. Like, you've heard from people who actually do that. It's like an impossible task. Asking law enforcement to do that is not a good use of their time. And I'm saying that both, as a person who cares about this issue, but also just like someone who lives in Morgantown and cares about resource stewardship. That is a bad use of our police officers' time. So that is what the ordinance says, and I wanted to get us all, clearly on the same page about what the ordinance says and does. So, like, I appreciate that, I don't think any of you are mean people. I hope you aren't mean people, since you're public servants. But this is a mean ordinance. And sort of like intent at this stage doesn't matter, right? Because this is a law that criminalizes people for sleeping outside when they have nowhere else to go. Okay. I'm going to make a request that the entire ordinance be read into the record. I have that right as a constituent, so when you guys get to sort of considering it, I'm requesting formally that it be read in its entirety. So, we have been coming here since April, and this is relevant. Because what you all have landed on is a camping ban, and sort of like the one thing that doesn't work. But the things that we've suggested, the advocacy that we've been doing since April, include, and honestly, like, a lot of these would just benefit everybody, not just like folks experiencing homelessness, but 24/7, 365 bathrooms. Oh no, people will make a mess. Yeah, they're bathrooms. Hire more people to clean bathrooms. Do a day pay program and put folks to work cleaning bathrooms. Not rocket science. People need bathrooms. I need a bathroom when I use the rail trail. I need trash cans when I use the rail trail. I'm a person who lives here. I want those things. If they benefit my neighbors, awesome, it's a twofer. The lockers, I already addressed this, but putting lockers at Hazel's is a waste of money. Put them where people are so they can use them and they can store their belongings. The time I spend, the time these folks spend helping people track down new phones, new identification, new snap card, just like things people need to exist. Such Charlie did the master class, but it's just like, it's all that wasted energy in that center part. Just totally squandering resources and folks' time. Brian has proposed a source of income discrimination bill. Housing affordability is inextricably linked with the homeless crisis that we're experiencing here in Morgantown. Morgantown's like more, I came from Greenville, South Carolina, lifelong West Virginian, but lived in the Carolinas for a while. Came from a place that is deeply unaffordable. It is much more affordable here, but I'm a white upper middle class lawyer lady, right? That's a really different circumstance than most folks. It is unaffordable for many people, and I think you all know, people in our community are struggling. People everywhere are struggling, but people in Morgantown are struggling, and not just folks you see on the street. Folks in this room right now. So a source of income discrimination bill, or ordinance, what that would do is disallow landlords from discriminating against people based on how they pay their rent. So if they use Social Security, if they use alimony, if they use child support, if they use a HUD voucher, whatever the case may be, it disallows landlords from saying, no, your money's no good here. Because what they're really saying is you're poor and I don't like you. So that's a thing that we could tangibly do that would make an immediate impact in terms of the landlord-tenant power dynamic and relationship in our community. But we did a camping ban, which doesn't work. We've talked a lot about day pay programs. These work in other communities. They're great ways to, I'm not offended by seeing folks downtown on the street. A lot of those folks are my friend and we hang out during the day. But day pay programs are a way to give folks something to do and earn a little cash during the day, right? And that can look like trash pickup. That can look like maintaining our 24/7, 365 bathrooms. That can look like all sorts of things. And it helps them build skills that they then can parlay into long-term employment and get folks off the street, get them into housing because they have money. So that is just like a really humane and evidence-based way to engage our folks experiencing homelessness, but also build relationships with them. Because like we've said this ad nauseum, but like I read, and I'm going to get to this in a bit, but there's an article where somebody at the Dominion posted a ride along with the chief of police, and there's this one quote that stuck out to me, and it was like Kelly, the police social, and I'm not like picking on Kelly at all, but it said whoever did the ride along watched Kelly continuously offer help finding housing or rehab services, but received little interest from those she spoke with. And it's like, yeah, if somebody like walked up to me on the street, especially with police, because like I think police are scary, if somebody walked up to me on the street that I didn't know and was like, trust me to help you like get into this program, I'd be like, nah, I'm good. Like I'm gonna go talk to these people I'm in relationship with. And I think that's just like, again, just like basic being human stuff. If you're not in relationship with folks, you can't move them towards services. I don't have a ton of experience in this, but I've learned from the best, and it's been really cool to see how when you build a relationship, you build on a foundation of trust, how much more willing people are to be honest about what they're struggling with, how much more willing they are to think that what you're offering them or talking with them about is in their best interest because you care about them, right? I've said this before, but camping bans are at odds with that. If you tell somebody, I care about you enough to throw you in jail, not a relationship builder. I know folks went on Talk of the Town. I can't remember if that was today or yesterday because time means nothing to me now, but there was a discussion about housing first, and like again, I don't mean to pick on anybody in particular, but like it's clear to me that council does not understand housing first. I think they understand the terminology, but I think what they don't understand is what that looks like in practice, which like again, so many of the folks that I'm in community with have come and talked with you about. So like, yeah, we have to say we're doing a housing first model to get funding, but we aren't in practice actually implementing a housing first. We aren't actually implementing housing first in practice. And like I understand people getting their like hackles up about that because y'all have been at it a long time and you don't want people coming in and saying what you're doing doesn't work, but like what you're doing doesn't work. And so continuous improvement, I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. Charlie could tell you more about it because she's all Six Sigma, but like continuous improvement is this sort of theory, I guess, where it's like you observe, you create a hypothesis, you test your hypothesis, you see if, you know, what you're theorizing is working, and when it isn't, you pivot or you amend or you try something different. And I think what this community is not good at, and I wish we would be better at, is just saying, hey, this didn't work. And like, that's okay. Like stuff doesn't work. These are hard issues, and like nobody's mad at you because things don't work. What people are upset about is like being completely unwilling to say this doesn't work. We got to try something different. What we're doing right now is not working. What we're doing right now is housing first in name only. We need a low barrier shelter. I'm really optimistic about Catholic Charities coming in. We need obviously more shelter beds. We need places for folks who have experienced violence to feel safe. We need places where people can take their pets, because like some of these people love their pets more than anything else in the world. They would die before they would let you take their pet away. And so we got to meet people where they're at. Like, I'm not a social worker, but that's like social work 101. Like, you go to where people are. You don't say, hey, come to where I am as like a middle class person with all the resources and power in the world. So we're not doing that. I'm hopeful that our shelter situation is going to get better. I'm hopeful that Catholic Charities is going to right the ship and get the right people on staff, people who don't hate homeless people who don't demonize homeless people, both in this chamber and on hateful Facebook groups. I'm really hopeful that they get the right staff in there who understand the housing first model and how to address and respond to homelessness in an evidence-based way. Folks need a place to be when it's hot, cold, raining, dangerous outside. I appreciate Councilor Trumbull pushing for an RFP for a warming shelter. Last I heard, nobody has applied to run a warming shelter. I don't think that's an us problem. I think that's a you guys problem. Why would nobody want to run a warming shelter in Morgantown? That's a question you all should be asking yourselves. But right now, I get worried. I have a friend who lives downtown, and sometimes when it's raining, I say, hey, come to the I have a shop downtown. Come to the shop and you can just hang out in here while it's raining. Or, you know, they can go to the library, of course, because the library is awesome. But we just don't have places for people to be. And so that's like what makes an ordinance like this like particularly cruel, because we're punishing people for not having places to be, right? Whether that's sleeping or falling asleep on a park bench or just like somewhere to hang out during the day where you're not going to get hassled or spit on, like my friend who got spit on last week. A right to counsel in eviction proceedings. So right now, folks do not have, they don't have a right to counsel. In fact, it's like impossible to get counsel for eviction proceedings. Like legal aid's doing their best, but they don't have nearly enough capacity to meet need. And a lot of what they're doing is triage. We need more attorneys, more advocates invested in helping folks with more proactive, I call it aggressive, but proactive eviction defense to keep people housed. Because if we can keep people housed, that's one less person on the street that we need to worry about, getting them into shelter. Marley suggested a director of housing. I know it's always scary to add staff because you're afraid you might have to downsize if the economy tanks, so I totally get that. But what we need to do is look at our budget and decide how we can figure out how to prioritize that, because, if it's a crisis, which some of you have used that word to say it's a crisis, we've reached a crisis, we have to do something. If that's the case, then you respond accordingly to the crisis, which means that you divert resources toward that crisis. And so I think Marley's idea is a great idea. I know she did a ton of briefing and sent you all tons of information. And it's just really frustrating that all these great ideas. I mean, Aaron started a shelter from scratch. Like, we're scrappy. We have great ideas. We wanted to work with you guys, but instead, what it feels like is that it became antagonistic to the point where this almost feels like it's less about punishing our folks on the street and it's more about punishing us, if I'm being honest. I think you're mad that we've showed up consistently since April. I think that's really frustrating for a lot of you, and you haven't liked what you've been forced to sit here and listen to. And so, yeah, it feels really petty. And then the last thing I'll say that's happened since April, or at least this year, is that you've been sued because law enforcement were violating the First Amendment rights of some of your citizens. Some of you don't like lawyers and you say this is what we get paid to do. There are 3 lawyers here that work for Mountain State Justice. None of us are on the clock right now. We're all here because we live in Morgan. It's really, Leslie said this, you all dismiss people by saying, oh, they're just lawyers or they're just whatever. But we actually live here, we vote here, we spend money here, we have families here, and so I don't really understand what we do as a profession, why that's like relevant to whether or not our opinion matters or not. But what I will say is that we're here right now off the clock. When we're suing you, we'll be on the clock. And I promise you, you are going to get sued over this ordinance, among other things that are sort of brewing that you aren't paying attention to because you're dealing with this right now. You're intent on passing this while other things are happening and other people's rights are being violated. The other thing, I know Lydia talked about jails and that's on my list, but the other thing I'll just say is that like when people get kicked out of North Central, they just like throw them on the interstate. There's no like transportation somewhere. So people, I really want you to like fully understand what you're doing when you send people to North Central for sleeping outside, because they didn't have somewhere that felt right for them to go. Right now, we literally don't even have capacity. But people keep using the word cruelty, but that's exactly what it is. What I have been trying to understand, because I haven't been able to wrap my mind around sort of we don't want to hurt people, this is meant to help people. Sending people to jail doesn't help. Lydia explained that, I don't need to rehash that. Sending people to jail does not help. This is about drugs, and this is about seeing poor people. And honestly, like, it's insulting when you couch it in terms of caring about those folks' safety. I don't know that I believe that you all care about unhoused folks' safety. I think you care about everybody else's safety. I don't think I believe that you care about the safety of unhoused people. But what I believe is this is about drugs. And I actually wanted to cite to an article, that article where Ben or someone at the Dominion Post did a ride along with the police chief, because the police chief says, Everything seems to be colored or viewed through the lens of homelessness. So there's this outcry that you can't criminalize homelessness, or you're not doing anything about homelessness because people are camping in the woods or whatever it may be. The overriding problem isn't homelessness, it's drug addiction, and it's the criminality that accompanies that. Breaking into buildings, stealing things to sell for drugs, if it's tearing through garbage, that's not a homeless issue, it's a disorder issue, it's a criminality issue. If those are the issues, we have laws on the book for every single one of those things. You're banning homelessness, you're criminalizing homelessness, you're criminalizing sleeping outside. Your own police chief is not saying that that's the problem. Your own police chief is saying it's drug addiction and the things that come along with that, breaking into buildings, stealing things to sell for drugs, etc. So to me, if you think we have a drug problem, why are we banning sleeping? I'll ask it again. If the problem is a drug problem, a criminality problem, why are we banning sleeping? Even if people use drugs, they deserve housing. They deserve to be alive and cared for. Someone is talking behind me. I also think that this is about aesthetics. I think for many,
Can we shut that door if you don't mind?
it's directly behind me, but
No,
I
just,
it's not. I know who's talking behind me.
I mean, I hear through the door, so. Pardon.
What I was saying is that people who use drugs deserve housing. You've had medical professionals come and tell you that substance use disorder is an illness, just like diabetes, just like any other illness that one might have, and there are specialized treatments for those things that require often money and time and resources. And again, trusting the people who are sort of coaching you and getting you to that place where maybe you can take advantage of those resources. The community talks a lot about help. There's like all this, they don't want to accept help. I hear that from Commissioner, I don't talk to Commissioner Bloom, but in the past I've heard that from Commissioner Bloom. You know, people don't want to accept help. And again, that's a you all question. That's not our folks question. If the help that you are offering, or the help that you think you are offering, is not being accepted, you have to ask yourselves why, and you have to look at the root causes and the reasons as to why people aren't accepting said offered help. And I think the reason is that you just are not meeting people where they are. You don't understand the complexity of the systems. You don't understand the ways in which they interact with each other negatively, all the negative externalities, because it's confusing. But I appreciate those of you that do the work to understand why that is a challenge. You talk about, sorry, sometimes it just feels hopeless to talk about these things. You know, you talk about trash. Trash is not a reason to put people in jail, in my opinion. I think there are things that we can do about trash. You know, first and foremost, I think forcing landlords to provide trash for their renters. You know, I think we're concerned about trash downtown, and I can tell you that the trash downtown has gotten exponentially worse since the students came back. I watch people dump trash in my dumpster out back. I know I emailed all of you folks about that. And yeah, I can put a lock on it or whatever, but they're still going to sit it outside. And the reason is because landlords don't pay for trash for their tenants. And so to me, that's a bigger issue than, yeah, I think that's a bigger trash issue and one that's like totally within your all's purview to do something about. But if you're concerned about trash, I mean, I ride the rail trail all the time, walk the rail trail all the time. There are not nearly enough places to throw away garbage. That's a public asset. We need bathrooms, we need trash cans. Some of you have said that folks on the street are too comfortable. Folks on the street are not comfortable. If you'd ever talk to somebody on the street, you would know that they're not comfortable. They have their things stolen. They are physically and sexually assaulted. They are harassed. I have watched somebody that I love very much literally be spit on by someone. the public vitriol and abuse that they experience on the street. And I see it because I'm down there. I spend a lot of time downtown every day. People hate them. I think a lot of that is fueled, again, by you all not checking the rhetoric and getting, and not anchoring your commentary and your policy making in factuality. It's also the cause of a gross Facebook group that talks horrifyingly about people. But folks are not comfortable. They experience abuse and humiliation and discomfort all day, every day. They are not comfortable. I have a friend who uses a wheelchair, doesn't have a foot. She is not comfortable downtown in her wheelchair that's too heavy for her because she doesn't have the resources to immediately access a chair that's way more accessible for her. She has an arm that doesn't work. So she's not comfortable sleeping downtown. I have a friend who had her dog. She had a dog, 19-year-old dog, that was taken away by law enforcement because they left it in a tent because they were going to get supplies. Somebody called, law enforcement came and took the dog, took it to the animal shelter. The animal shelter euthanized it. One of our folks called the animal shelter, and the person at the animal shelter said they wouldn't have given it back even if they had paid the fines because they're homeless. So they would have had to have paid something like $150 or $170 to get their dog back, but the people over there at the shelter saying they wouldn't have even given it back. So, that's not comfortable. Losing your animal is not comfortable. We have a person who, we had people today, y'all, I'm saying you all, I don't know who did it. We're going to find out who did it. A freaking camera crew went to an encampment eviction today. Who sent the news to an encampment clearing today? I cannot wait to find out how that came to pass. The worst day for people, you have the cops showing up, taking all your belongings. We saw one of our friends out front. She had a little plastic shopping bag, and she's like, "This is all I have left," crying, bawling. She's like, "I just don't know how much more I can take." They have money to pay for housing. You know what the problem is? No available housing. So they're sleeping on the street, and their encampment just got dozed, and they lost all of their belongings, possibly a due process violation. So we'll get to the bottom of that too. But I'm saying all this to say these people are not comfortable, and the idea that they're comfortable is so insulting, so offensive, that it is actually hard for me to process. It is offensive. You all talk a lot about safety. The police chief both at council, I remember the police chief came and he talked for a long time, and he talked about how crime stats over, I want to say he said a period of 3 years, were flat. So crime is not getting worse, despite what everybody wants to say, and that's from the horse's mouth. That's from the guy who runs who heads up your law enforcement arm, and he actually reiterates that in his, sorry, I will find it somewhere. The chief said he realizes that downtown isn't perfect, but in general, the rate of reported criminal activity and the type of criminal activity hasn't changed much over the last 3 years in Morgantown. So again, I think, and he says this in here, but it's a lot more about perception than it is in terms of being rooted in reality. And that's your all's job to say, I hear what you guys are saying, but here are the actual facts. Here are the facts on the ground. Here's what crime looks like. Here's the breakdown on what crime looks like, or invite him in to do it, whatever. But you all should be pushing back on these narratives instead of sort of blindly and really ignorantly fueling these narratives, because people listen to you. I would like to see you all do a better job of fact-checking and not feeding into the frenzy that downtown is some zombie wasteland, because it simply is not. I know you care a lot about, it's frustrating, right, because, let me do the math real quick. We've had, just tonight, before tonight, there was something like 60 to 10, it was a 6-to-1 split on people participating in democracy saying, and I think that was emails and people who came to speak, but 60 people against the ban, 10 people for. Tonight we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 26 people, well, I'll take 2 off because 2 were sort of, they didn't say specifically. So 24 against the ban, 2 in favor. I don't know what emails you've gotten today, but I'm willing to bet you got a lot more against the ban than you did for the ban. So who then are you representing? Because it certainly isn't us. It's certainly not the people paying the most attention, who understand the issue best, who care most about the issue, who are most involved and engaged in the process. I have a bunch of conspiracy theories about who it is that you all are answering to. I won't, I won't put them out there here sort of publicly, but you care a lot about business owners. I'm a business owner, but I think I'm a business owner you don't like, so that doesn't matter. Like, that's not helpful to the narrative when, like, a business owner who is opening a business that everybody was, like, really excited about, and then I started coming and saying, hey, I like homeless people and I think they have rights, and I don't understand why people who, like, rent properties opinion, and like, there are also other business owners who, I don't want to speak for them, but like, there are other people downtown circulating the petition in their window. So like, the idea that everybody downtown who owns a business hates homeless people and they're making their lives miserable and impacting their bottom line, that is not rooted in reality. But again, maybe it's because you guys don't like us and so we don't count. I will also add that I think some of you have relied upon the notion that Main Street Morgantown said that they support the camping ban. They reached out to Ben Conley, and Ben Conley printed a retraction because they did not support the camping ban. They said that they were concerned about safety downtown. I can't speak for WVU, but I can tell you for sure that I fact-checked it with Ben Conley. They requested a retraction, and a retraction was run. So you can't rely on the fact that Main Street Morgantown told you that they wanted a camping ban, because that is absolutely not what they said. They said they essentially wanted community policing downtown, something Brian's been pushing you guys toward for months. So now these are just some like random notes that are left over from listening to folks, but one issue with this ordinance, and I don't know how to fix it because the ordinance is just like sort of rotten from the core, but I think something that folks don't understand, they think, oh, if somebody's involved with the criminal law system, they get a public defender. That's not true if it's a ticket that does not carry jail time. So for our folks who get these tickets, they really aren't going to have an understanding of the right because they're not going to be linked up with a lawyer until they've already gotten to that third offense under this ordinance. And so I have real concerns about folks being caught up in what ultimately is going to be a criminal law issue, but not having the opportunity to talk with a lawyer to find out what their options are and what their rights are, because there, again, are plenty of ways that this is going to violate people's civil rights. And so not having that early access to explain to their lawyer what happened and see if they have relief based on the way whatever it was went down, I have a real problem with that. And so I want folks to understand that people are going to get cited twice without ever being able to talk to a lawyer. So they're only going to be able to talk to a lawyer that third time when they're facing jail time. I also just want to address, Leslie talked about it, but I think this is relevant. Like the guy, I feel like this whole issue is like encapsulated by the guy who came and was like, my Airbnb business is struggling because of the homeless folks. And it's like, I don't know, maybe if people didn't own Airbnbs, like we would have less homelessness because there would be more places for people to live. So just like the hubris, but I think that is just like a perfect example of sort of the asinine, the ways in which this policy is asinine. So now I'm going to read to you from the National Homelessness Law Center, the top 5 ways criminalization of homelessness harms communities. What is criminalization of homelessness? Criminalization of homelessness is when law enforcement threatens or punishes homeless people for doing things in public that every person has to do. This can include activities such as sleeping, resting, sheltering oneself, asking for donations, or simply existing in public spaces. It also includes arbitrarily or unfairly enforcing other laws, such as jaywalking or disorderly conduct against homeless individuals, and the practice of sweeps or displacing homeless people from outdoor public spaces through harassment, threats, and evictions from living in camps. First, criminalization does not address the real causes of homelessness. We're all better off when we live in communities that work together to solve problems. No one wants to see people forced to live on the streets, not businesses, not residents, and most of all, not those on the streets themselves. But the high cost of housing prevents too many people from being able to get into affordable housing. And lack of health care has turned our streets and prisons into our default housing for those with mental health issues. These are systemic problems, not the fault of our families, youth, veterans, and other individuals on our streets, and require all of us working together to address it. Second, criminalization actually worsens homelessness. Because people experiencing homelessness are not on the street by choice, but because they lack choices, criminal and civil punishment serves no constructive purpose. Criminalization policies make the problem of homelessness worse. When homeless people are saddled with cripplingly high fines and fees for minor traffic tickets or incarcerated for having to live outdoors, it hurts their employment and housing options, access to education, family stability, and communities. This isn't an effective way to keep our community safe, and it's disruptive to families and communities. Third, criminalization is expensive and wasteful. See Charlie's perfect breakdown of all of the negative externalities and costs associated with criminalizing sleeping pursuant to this ban. Instead of helping people escape life on the streets, criminalization creates a costly revolving door that circulates individuals experiencing homelessness from the street to the criminal justice system and back, wasting resources that could otherwise go to solving the problem. Federal studies show that chronic homelessness, due in part to its criminalization, costs the public between $30,000 and $50,000 per person every year. Communities that criminalize may face expensive lawsuits and lose out on federal funds. The federal government awards extra points to communities that decrease criminalization in its $2.5 billion competitive federal grant program for homeless services. And that I want to hone into. Passing stuff like this is going to hurt our ability to get federal funding for the issues that we are trying to solve. If nothing else, you should care about that. You should care about the fact that our shelters actually need funding from HUD, and if we're a community that criminalizes our people sleeping outside, we're not going to get that money. Fourth, criminalization is unconstitutional. A growing number of courts have struck down laws punishing sleeping and camping in public and to the practice of homeless sweeps under the 4th, 8th, and 14th Amendments. Panhandling bans have also been struck down in federal courts across the country on First Amendment free speech grounds. Moreover, since 2015, Reed versus Gilbert, according to a Supreme Court case, Reed versus Gilbert, 100% of legal challenges to panhandling bans, including so-called aggressive panhandling, which our community is currently enforcing, have been successful. My coworker Gary always says don't give free legal advice, but what I will tell you is that grants passed, if you don't already know, but maybe for the benefit of everybody listening, what it looked at was a narrow clause of the 8th Amendment that said punishing people for sleeping outside with nowhere else to go is cruel and unusual. There's an excessive fines part of the 8th Amendment that has not been that was not part of that challenge, so that's fair game. And there are all sorts of 4th Amendment, 14th Amendment, really exciting, as a legal, as a person who loves the law and thinking about the ways to use the law to protect the most vulnerable people in our community. There are all these really exciting opportunities to look at other parts of the Constitution and challenge things like these camping bans. Fifth, housing services and protecting renters works better and more cost effectively. We know what works when it comes to reducing homelessness: housing. Housing stability makes it possible for a person to get or keep a job, address health problems, or get an education. That's why Housing First programs, which provide not just shelter, but housing and then services like mental health care, have seen the greatest success in permanently ending homelessness. In city after city where laws and policies are changed to reduce the city's reliance on law enforcement and instead invest in affordable, supportive housing, it gets homeless people off the streets far more effectively and far more cheaply than endlessly cycling people through courts, jails, and back on the street. A study by the Economic Roundtable of Homelessness in Los Angeles, which included approximately 10,000 homeless people, found that housing reduced average monthly spending by 41% per person, even after including the cost of providing housing. This savings included a 95% reduction in jail facilities and service costs. Ending criminalization is critical, but communities must also ensure access to affordable housing and prevent homelessness by stabilizing rental housing. That can be accomplished by renters' rights, eliminating evictions without good cause, providing a right to counsel in eviction cases, reducing housing discrimination by making it unlawful to deny housing based upon an individual's criminal, eviction, or credit history that is unrelated to the individual's future ability to abide by reasonable terms of tenancy. And that's not me. That's that's lawyers way smarter than I am who've put together not only that, but a massive report that you all should probably read if you're going to be criminalizing homelessness to better understand what it is, in fact, that you all are doing. I wanted to tell you that we made national news. The Appeal wrote a long form piece about all of the cities that rushed to ban homelessness in the wake of the Grants Pass ruling. So it'd be really cool if we were making the news for something worthwhile, but instead we're making the news for doing the thing that does not work. I have a couple more points, so. Indulge me one moment, please. I have some questions about the ordinance. You talk about a diversionary program. Diversionary programs have really high failure rates, just for what it's worth, but did you talk to the court about it? Did you talk to the prosecutor? Did you talk to the public defender? Did you talk to people involved who would actually have to execute a diversionary court program? Because that's like no small undertaking. That requires the partnership and collaboration of a lot of different individuals and different service providers across the community. So to just sort of throw it in here flippantly, I find that really concerning, and also just it's really not clear how that would work, or it's really not clear how that would work, or whether anybody involved in it is actually on board with that policy. The last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to turn it over to Leslie, is that, and I apologize, I know we're not supposed to address council members directly, but Councilor Michael, Councilor Celine, and the city manager all left chambers at the same time, and I just want that to be on public record, that if they spoke to each other, that's a violation of the open meetings law. And so I think that looked really bad, even if you didn't speak to each other. But if you are talking about this ordinance behind closed doors and not in the public eye, that's a problem. Thank you.
I have 15 screws in my body. I have to stand up every now and then.
Is she allowed to address me, but I'm not allowed to address her? Joe.
I know, I'm sorry.
She just addressed her by name.
Yeah, she addressed me by name.
We have,
I don't think that was a direct
think-
address.
it's been a long night, that's all. Take a second. Leslie Nash.
Hey, I'm Leslie Nash. I live in the 2nd Ward, as most of you probably know by now. So I know we've been here a while and everyone's pretty tired, so I'm going to be briefer than I'd originally planned to be. There are a couple of things, both following up on comments that were made by people earlier today, as well as sort of circling back to points that I raised at the previous council meeting that I was not able to address in my 4-minute time at that point. One thing I did want to just say, starting off, following up on Leslie Wilbur's comments earlier about safety downtown. I live in 2nd Ward. I spend a lot of my time downtown, on the rail trail, on Deckers Creek. I run a lot, pretty much every day. I run at night a lot. I am a woman. I spend a lot of my time outside alone at night, and I have never once felt threatened in this city. I've never once felt us safe being downtown or on the rail trail or Deckers Creek at night. I see a lot of our homeless folks down there. Mostly they wave to me or ask if I have a couple bucks, and when I say no, they're like, have a good night. So these endless complaints about people feeling unsafe, I just find really, really unconvincing, especially because I don't know that I can remember a single person who's come here to make a specific complaint about feeling unsafe downtown. The first bit of this is going to be jumping around a bit, so I apologize. One of the things that I wanted to circle back to from my comments at the last City Council meeting related to some of the specifics of the language in the ordinance, as well as I think a conversation that went on between several of the city councilors at that meeting, specifically related to some of the definitions in the ordinance. So I think one of the things that has been discussed at length here that I think is still pretty concerningly vague is both the definition of camping and the definition of camping paraphernalia. I think it was, and again, I'm going to address some counselors or bring them up by name to refer to comments they made. I believe it was Councilor Trumbull who at the last meeting raised concerns about the very broad definition of camping paraphernalia, including things like hammocks or blankets or, you know, a lot of stuff that a person might have for a picnic if you're outside. And then there was some back and forth, and I apologize, I don't remember which members it was between about, well, under our definitions in the ordinance, you know, we're saying you can have a blanket as long as you're not like using it for the purpose of habitation, right? So it's fine to have the stuff as long as you're not using it for the purpose of habitation. Unfortunately, the definition of camp or camping in this ordinance says, quote, camp or camping means to pitch, erect, or occupy camp facilities or to use camp paraphernalia or both for the purpose of habitation as evidenced by the use of camp paraphernalia. So your definition of camping is recursive and circular. If you have camp paraphernalia, you are camping because it is evidenced by the presence of your camp paraphernalia. Obviously, as was raised by multiple people, you have decided that you're not going to take any amendments to this bill unless you do that tonight and then choose not to be able to pass it tonight, which I think would be great to address some of the vagueness here. But I did just want to point that out because I think that was a discussion that was left a little bit unfinished last time. So another point that I want to kind of pick up on that was addressed by several other people this evening is the cost of criminalizing homelessness and incarcerating folks. Again, I know that's sort of your third offense under this ordinance. You face the potential of jail time. There's been a lot of discussion about how expensive jails are in general, but I don't recall anyone mentioning the per diem issue. So if you incarcerate people as a municipality, the city owes money to the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitations. It's a per diem rate. This year it's $67.26 per day per person that is incarcerated from the municipality of Morgantown. My understanding that is people who are incarcerated under municipal codes from Morgantown, but you know. So based on the current per diem, I checked the Division of Administrative Services website. As of August 2nd of this year, Morgantown owes $5,113.94 in per diem fees for individuals incarcerated in the Division of Corrections in the past 30 days. That is less than 76 days of incarceration under the current per diem. So if you're going to start incarcerating folks for being homeless, which under this ordinance the police are going to have to do, it's going to be a lot of folks and it's going to be a lot of money. You know, it's a potential of 30 days per offense. Every single night someone sleeps outside is an additional offense. Even if you're giving people only 15 days credit for good time served, you're looking at, I don't know what, like, sorry, I'm not great at math. Like $900 for no, that's a bit much. You know, you're looking at a lot of money to put one person in jail for 15 days. So want to throw that out there as well. So the rest of this is going to be a bit more structured. One of the things that I have found very frustrating, as I think a lot of others who have spoken both tonight and in previous weeks, is that despite the many scores of people who have come up here with experience in the legal field, in substance use or the medical field, particularly service providers of whom we have heard from many, it doesn't seem to have swayed anyone's opinion in particular from what I can tell of discussions. Again, not that we've been discussing this particular ordinance for that long. But since council hasn't seemed particularly interested in the opinions of local experts on this issue, I thought that I'd go ahead and bring some expertise from across the nation and just kind of share some additional information, if not for members of the council, then at least for the public record, people who might be paying attention to this tonight or who might want to review the video of this in the future. So, I'll just I'm going to go through a number of the amicus briefs that were filed in the Grants Pass case. I'm not going to read them word for word because it's late and they're long. I will say we wrote one. Unfortunately, obviously, it wasn't super successful. But, I think there's a lot of...
No talking, please.
I think there's a lot of expertise in these and a lot of, answers to a lot of questions that I think have been posed. So, for example, one of the things that has been brought up with, I think, alarming frequency is that criminalization, far from solving the problems of homelessness, actually does more to deepen the problems of homelessness. So this is from an amicus brief filed by 57 social scientists with published research on homelessness. Quote, anti-homeless laws and their enforcement also tend to push people further away from various health and medical related resources they rely on, including healthcare providers, food and water, and hygiene resources such as toilets and laundromats. We had discussion earlier about how moving resources in the city to the edge of city limits has already caused a huge problem for people. Camping bans force people to stay in places that are unsafe in an attempt to avoid detection, fines, and incarceration. As we push people further away from resources, they will become more entrenched in staying in dangerous places and will get further and further away from actually being able to help people overcome homelessness, which I assume, hopefully, is the point of all of this, although at a certain point it becomes hard to tell. So, sorry, got a lot up here. There's also been a lot of discussion about how we want this to, how this is intended to cut down on crime, although I think, as has been said many, many times, all of the things that people are up here saying that this ban is intended to do are already crimes in most places, including Morgantown. So a couple of comments from the brief of the National Police Accountability Project and the Law Enforcement Action Partnership from the Grants Pass case about the problems of criminalizing homelessness. Quote, the leading causes of homelessness, lack of affordable housing, stagnant wages, poverty, and to a lesser extent mental illness and addiction, are social ills that police officers are neither equipped nor expected to address. The camping bans at issue in the case, quite similar to the camping ban that we proposed here, will not change that. Arrests or citations of unsheltered people lodging in public spaces does not provide resources that will address these root problems, nor does it protect against any real threat to public safety. Again, I'll just raise, as many people have, that the questions that many members of the public and indeed members of council brought forward last session about what happens when we don't have shelter, what are police supposed to do, those remain unanswered, which I think puts our police in an incredibly distressing position. Quote, worse, directing law enforcement to respond to nonviolent public camping stops them from spending time on activities that matter the most. Law enforcement resources should be used efficiently with a focus on combating actual threats to public safety. But police officers typically spend only a fraction of their time responding to violent crimes like homicide, robbery, rape, and aggravated assault. This has contributed to declining clearance rates, which has predictable and negative effects on public safety. Additionally, quote, arrest and encampment sweeps do not even succeed at alleviating homelessness on their own terms. These tactics simply move unhoused people from one place to another. Experts on homelessness have observed that anti-homeless laws and enforcement fail to reduce urban disorder, but create instead a spatial churn in which homeless people circulate between neighborhoods and police jurisdictions rather than leaving public space. So long as there's a shortage of affordable housing and shelter space, there will be people surviving in public spaces. Investing in police-led sweeps rather than affordable housing and living wages, among other policy solutions, is a very expensive way to perpetuate homelessness. I think we had some of those expenses laid out earlier today with, as previously mentioned, some really great charts. So, a couple of additional comments, this time from the current UN Special Rapporteurs on homelessness, which also wrote a brief opposing the camping ban in the Grants Pass case, which again, largely similar to the one that we're attempting to pass today. So, quote, "The right to be free from cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment or punishment is set out in core international instruments drafted with the leadership of the United States. Punishing people experiencing homelessness simply for engaging in life-sustaining conduct constitutes cruel and unusual punishment under international law, as repeatedly articulated by various human rights bodies, including with direct reference to practices in the United States during its review of the United States for its compliance with the ICCPR, which is the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights. The United Nations Human Rights Committee concluded that the U.S.'s criminalization of people living on the street for everyday activities such as eating, sleeping, sitting in particular areas raised concerns of cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment. In its recent 2023 review, the Human Rights Commission called on the U.S. to, quote, abolish the laws and policies criminalizing homelessness at all levels, which includes fining people merely for engaging in life-sustaining conduct, and redirect funding from criminal justice response towards adequate housing and shelter programs. Quote, other countries have further concluded that punishing homelessness constitutes cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment. For instance, the United Kingdom Parliament expressed concern that preventing a local housing authority from allocating housing to certain groups of people experiencing homelessness violated the right to be free from cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment under the European Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms. The African Court on Human and People's Rights found that vagrancy laws, which punish the poor and underprivileged, including the homeless, violate the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Finally, in this section, the root cause of the criminalization and punishment of homelessness is the failure to recognize the right to adequate housing, which is a recognized right under international human rights law, I'll point out. I'd also just like to say as a side comment that the very first time I ever spoke at a city council meeting was back in December, and it was on the day that we had the proclamation recognizing United Nations Day and the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights. And my comments at that time were about housing as human rights, so it's been a nice full circle here. So comments from the last brief I brought with me is the brief of the American Psychiatric Association, the National Alliance of Mental Illness, the National Association for Rural Mental Health, the National Association of Social Workers, and the Judge David L. Bazelon Center for Mental Health Law. Quote, stable housing promotes individuals' mental and physical health, yet because of the United States affordable housing crisis, a large and growing number of Americans are homeless. Studies have shown that the majority of homeless individuals do not have a mental illness, and that homelessness is more frequently triggered by economic factors such as the loss of a job or a debt. It is thus an oversimplification and inaccurate to conflate mental illness and homelessness. That said, studies also demonstrate that individuals with mental illness disproportionately experience homelessness and make up a significant percentage of the homeless population. Policies that criminalize nonviolent conduct associated with being homeless disproportionately harm individuals with mental illness. Because individuals with mental illness are overrepresented within populations experiencing homelessness, they are disproportionately affected by ordinances like the ones at issue in the Grants Pass litigation and in this matter. Such approaches increase the likelihood of interactions between the criminal justice system and people with mental illness. So jumping off from that for just a second and following up on some comments that my colleague Lydia made earlier, in my day job, actually most of what I do is prisoners' rights work. So I, like Lydia, spend a lot of time in jails and prisons in West Virginia. I spend a lot of time in North Central Regional Jail, like a lot of time. It's just down the road. It's a great place. Y'all should visit if you're intending on incarcerating folks there. Highly recommend. I will say that having to speak to a person with a mental illness in a jail is one of the hardest and most heartbreaking things that I have ever done, because there is not sufficient treatment at our jails and prisons for people who are experiencing any level of mental health crisis, much less a severe mental illness. I've had conversations with individuals who are in the middle of a bipolar psychotic episode. I've had conversations with people who are in the middle of intense detox and can barely string two words together and understand what is happening to them and have no way of getting help at all because they're incarcerated in a jail that is either unwilling or unable to help them. Even for people without mental illness or substance use disorder, going to a jail for any length of time will substantively derail almost any positive things you have going on in your life. Lindsay mentioned this. When you're released from a jail in West Virginia, unless you have served out the entire term of your sentence and are being released post-conviction, you are not entitled to any sort of transportation back to anywhere. So I can't tell you the number of times that I have driven out to North Central, which is about an hour and 15 minutes from here, and have seen people hitchhiking, which is against the law along highways in West Virginia, I will just say, hitchhiking all along Old Highway 50 to get to the nearest town, which is Clarksburg. You know, most people, when they're released from jail, many of them lose their ID documents. Many people who are homeless before they are incarcerated are not released with the medications that they are put in the jail, because the jails cannot call in medications for people who do not have an address. So you go to jail, you get started on an antipsychotic, you go to jail, you get started on medication-assisted treatment for your substance use disorder. When you leave, you don't get that. You're not going to get a new prescription for it. And that's not even taking into account all the negative after effects of having any sort of contact, any contact at all with the criminal legal system in this country. Furthermore, laws like this, laws that are written so vaguely that we have to spend hours talking about what they mean, are not effective. Laws are most effective when they have well-defined parameters, when it is easily understood what you have to do to avoid being penalized under them, and they are equitably and efficiently enforced against individuals. It's clear that we can't really do any of that under the ordinance as proposed by this council. It's also very well studied that imposing criminal penalties or even consequences of any kind only works when the acts that you are seeking to penalize are volitional. No one is going around here choosing to be homeless and choosing to sleep on the streets because it's real fun. No one's going to wake up after this ordinance is passed and say, well, darn, like, I had my fun sleeping outside. I guess it's time for me to go back to my 9-to-5 job and my house and my picket fence and my car, because if I don't, I'll get punished. You can't deter someone from doing things that they have to do to survive. That's just not how this works. You know, and so I'll kind of wrap it up with just a couple of thoughts about what this ordinance, what this proposed law actually does. And what it actually does is it punishes people for being poor. And this is something that the U.S. criminal legal system is really good at. In fact, it's most of what our criminal legal system was designed to do. Our criminal legal system is a political construction designed to manage the poor and the unemployed. And we spend all of our time putting as many consequences as possible, turning as many consequences of poverty as possible into arrestable offenses. And this doesn't make anybody safer. Doesn't protect anybody but the people who are already insulated from all the potential harms of this system. And in the end, I think the goal is to just make homelessness disappear like all the other things we don't want to look at. So there's a quote from a couple of people who research in this field that I want to end with. Quote, "What we can't see, what we won't object to, what we don't know, we can't fight. Certain images do not appear in the media. Certain names of the dead are not utterable. Certain losses are not avowed as losses, and violence is derealized and diffused. The violence that we inflict on others is only and always selectively brought into public view. But the violence is there and the bodies are piling up. The dead live in our backyard." There. Thank you for your time.
Cassidy Thompson.
My name's Cassidy Thompson. I live on Eastern Avenue. I'm not really going to try to appeal to humanity or compassion, because I know you guys don't really care about that. But I will say is that if this ordinance passes and people are fined and thrown in jail for sleeping outside, what's going to happen, and I can say this with 99% certainty because this happens every winter, my clients that are newly housed and other low-income people will begin to have friends staying with them to avoid incarceration and the penalties proposed, and in turn this will make the landlords that you're pandering to upset, and they will evict these low-income people and my clients and create more homelessness. So if the goal here is to eradicate homelessness, this isn't a good way to go about it. We already have really finite resources with landlords to work with Section 8 vouchers and to get people housed, and this, as it stands, and the fallout that's going to happen because of it, will strain the relationships, the few relationships that we already have. We need more housing. We don't need this ban. If people had a place to go to, they'd go to it. Treatment isn't a suitable place for everyone. Mental health facilities aren't a suitable place for anyone. I'm not telling you anything you haven't already heard today, but I am telling you, as someone who has worked in this field for a very long time, that when things like this are imposed, when the elements get bad, people find a place to stay, and it's usually it's not in some fancy house. It's not somewhere that's privately owned. It's usually with their friend that rents, and then their friend becomes evicted, and now everyone's outside. And we already don't have enough shelter beds for everyone as it stands right now, even if the shelter under Catholic Charities opens at full capacity tomorrow. We still don't have enough beds for everyone that's outside. So creating more homelessness seems really stupid, in my opinion. And I have been working with my 3-year-old on this, and I'll get out of here after this because I know you guys are tired. It's okay to say, I made a mistake and this might not be the best thing. And you guys can do that. My 3-year-old has learned it, so I have confidence in you. Thanks.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak? May I just have your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is Sarah Hudson. I live outside city limits. I come to you with an update on the referendum petition gathering. As I'm sure you know, we cannot legally gather petition signers until you would be to pass this silly little ordinance. However, in the meantime, we've taken it upon ourselves to go ahead and get some ideas of who'd be interested in signing. Obviously, not everybody that's interested in you not passing this ordinance could make it here tonight. However, I do have all of their names. So at the time of 12:10 a.m. on September 4th, we currently have 514 people who are interested in signing a petition. This is like basically no effort. Like, as I said last time, when the time comes, should the time come, I hope it doesn't come, but should it come, we will be going door to door. We're putting a much more concerted effort. This is basically us posting on social media being like, hey, it's very low lift is where we're at right now. 514 in 2 weeks. So we've got Haven Cochran, Franny Salisbury, Gabe Jones, Stephanie Johnson, Meredith Hardery, Ariana McLaughlin, Bethany Winters, Madeline Moore, Justin Clem, Ariana Alfonso, William Snydow, Lisa Jones.
Ms. Hudson?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Are you just reading off the list of names of people that have signed off?
People that are interested in you not pushing this ordinance, yes.
Could you please speak on your opinion against the ordinance? Just to stay on
Me
top
and
of
these
it?
514 people don't want you to pass the ordinance. Can I keep reading their names?
I'm not quite sure how that would be relevant. Can you read them a little faster since it's late?
Okay, deal. Connor Baumgartner, Shayla Woodley, Janessa Piles, Andy Cochran, Malia Moore, Brian Butcher, Matthew Powney, Isabella Ock, Hunter Neal, Josie Kemp Rye, David Payne, Dang Wren, Rachel Byrne, Katie Miner, Leslie Wilbur, Ava Mills, I feel like a rap song, Aiden Crawford, Alex Barrett, Olivia Dowler, Glenn Taylor, Ricky MacArthur, Sydney Ayler, Kate Gelman, Jasmine Mills, Emily Dodson, Elizabeth Herrick, Joey Lafferty, Matthew Thompson, Evan Miller, Deborah Linder, Jessica Kaplan, Mindy Salango, Caitlin Kennan, Allison Miller, Corey Burles, Tasha Withrow, Sienna Smitley, Miles Case, Kate Johnson, Matthew Lebo, Matthew Hall, Miranda, no last name, Aaron Toigo, Rebecca Fusel, Rose Heater, Amy Grimm, Rhiannon Campbell, Kate Lane, Cammie, no last name, Ethan Rich, Noy Alfregerson, Avery Root, Lauren Schumacher, Katie Chasen Dowles, Kelly Boyce, Abby Blake, Gray Bradford, Ricky Hussman, Benjamin Maida, Emily Hardin, Courtney Williams, Kelsey Johnson, Claudia DeLima, Taylor McPherson, Anna Butcher, Haley Jones, Sherry Kincaid, Chelsea, no last name, Brianna King, Megan Rinker, Autumn Williams, Nick Morales, Brandon Rojas, John Meehan, Celine Paquette, Jay Jenkins, Caitlin Hayland, Gustavio Bartolo, Abigail Munkus, Ethan Ham, Alex McGoster, Emma Goddard, Marley Anigas, Elijah Bowen, Emma Comis, Corey Clay, Drake Loss, Austin Wright, Aaron Boyers, Jenna Luthman, Brandy Miles, Nicholas Starn, Emily Carpenter, Audrey Morrison, Stephen Paff, Brenna Bernardino, Brittany Rosenberger, Kelby Hall, Leslie Nash, Charlie Bejun, Kennedy Core, Ella Holly, Catherine Altman Moore, Jordan Kennett, Kelly Schlusser, Allie Ray, John Fox, Alyssa Hill, Savannah, no last name, Cody Grew, Lauren Lucci, Caleb Miller, Corey Mayhew, Tristan Sargent, Alex Ford, Bethany McCain, Morgan Cooper, Kelly Chernicki, Katie Quiones, Colleen Benison, Maggie Jones, Abigail Duncan, Devin Brand, Madison Hunter, Caitlin Sussman, Whitney Fagali, Sakura Mossbarger, Vincent Spade, Rodney Cutright, Kaylee Modi, Catherine Fonseca, Chelsea Myers, Olivia Allen, Megan Sickles, Audrey Haller, Delaney Hindman, Chelsea Willis, Christy Venderlick, Emma Crow Willard, Ashton Archer Tang, Rem, Laurel Hassan, Charlotte Dorner, Katie Metz, Rose Sabo, Sarah Walkup, Anna Schless, Megan Graves, Derek Summer, Bethany Proctor, Victoria Carpenter, Rebecca Clark, John Kirpiol, Shaylee Lucas, Jordan McCoby, Sarah Hudson, Carl Shepard, Tristan Tefiliter, Jenny Smith, Ashley Phoenix, Elise Stone, Bailey Riggs, Kaylee Powney, Abigail Hott, Tina Carroll, Nicole Rainey, Emily Tansey, Malin Sadler, Kylie Bushko, Danielle, no last name, Elena Tauger, Ella Sirota, Naisley Darian, Caleb Burchett, Carla Milers, Lexi Ream, Wyatt Andrews, Catherine Bergman, Desi Burns, Gabrielle Frazier, Bree Mills, Aaliyah Pelly, Antonio Eddy, Amber Light, Angie Thompson, Savannah Brumbaugh, Amelia Godwin, Kendra Matot, Aisha Argwal, Alexander Daring, Amanda Goddard, Michael Allen, Abby Barrow, Kaylee Huddick, Zane Hornbeck Buseman, Rachel Wallace, William Flint, Danny Ludwig, Shanna Reed, Alexis Wilkerson, Tommy Watson, Elena Gray, Kristen Messenger, Emily Folwitz, Michaela Haddock, Sarah Jesse, Ariana Clark, Elaine Waldrop, Sarah Bravo, Relena Gilbert, Gracie Seipel, Dante Polis, Gia Joyce, Rose Casey, Steve Pavlovic, Molly Hardy, Bryn Shamlin, Alex Chandler, Dean P. Roberts, Stephanie Swaim, Elizabeth Alderman, Joshua Wilson, Reese Rowan, Neva Moles, Leighton Croft, Alexandra Ency, Cami Fry, Claire Polick, Adriana Duvall, Elizabeth Porcheron, Johnny Glows, Robert Wilson, Paige Poole, Julia Madro, Emma Miller, Meredith Summers, Pasha Adamo, Becky Rod, Ashley Purvis, Brody Wilson, Cassidy Thompson, John Adams, Jillian Fletcher, Emily No, MS Regan, Katie Lohr, Ethan Powderly, Reverend Bart Thompson, Molly Kennedy, Keely Wildman, Christy Zachary, Michelle Coleman, Kelly Ward, Aubrey Benson, Brianna Kaysen, Marilyn Munzer, Mossy Camonte, Teretzia Lilly, Clay Lohan, Rebecca Aranda, Lydia Mills, Lindsay Ryan, Brenda Curry, Joshua Fick, Jonathan Cook, Christina Adams, Lacey Sawyers, Tatiana Hendrickson, Ansley Shamlin, Dwight Pavlovic, Lily Gill, Newton, Carla Chernicki, Eleanor Trombla, Sean Elnis, Lily Kujani, Nicholas Tom, Jacob Nelson, Jody Hauling, Samuel Green, Jean Davis, Carla Van Scoy, Marcus Chisholm Kisner, Madeline Blackwood, Kylie Pell, Mercedes Quick, Aurora Stone, Caitlin Lohan. Man, they're just coming in as I'm reading them. Sarah Ruff, Newton Sweeney, Tara Frick, Emma Wallace, Kevin Grafeo, Jackson Montgomery, Madison Mayo, Chandler Jones, Alexandra Richmond, Sandupa De Silva, Israel Torres, Sean Lanham, Kelsey Allen, Timothy Bragg, Madison Moore, Jane Harris, Esposito, Darby Schaub, Megan Gandy, Erica Rosvich, Lee Chua, Emily Matillo, Jeffrey Gerald, Dylan Unger, Hannah Dixon, Zoe, Bethany Shrewsbury, Jared Stewart, Elena Lowther-Smith, Kimberly Schaefer, Natalie Haima, Katie Bonavento, Terry Young, Karen Kuntz, Carol Carter, Samuel Jordan, Alice Meehan, Taylor Rumsberg, Stephanie Thompson, Sally Brown, Ava Reynolds, Megan Fanoif, Ashley B., Savannah Schraber, Heather Billings, Hunter Moore, Jordan Graves, Chelsea Thomas, Vixen Ultraviolet, Rebecca Hiller, Blake Caldwell, Surrenda Jones, Amy Skeens, Beth McWright, Nathan Ramsey, Hannah Zelenis, Bethany Riffle, Martha Ognibity, Lauren Sawar, John Richards, Jessica Tishner, Tara Reckert, Madison Glums Costable, Penny Lane, Seth Cardwell, Angela Rojas, Jessica Bright, Danielle Walker, Kayla McCoy, Caitlin Dressler, Dawn Scopel, Sophie Slaughter, Aaron Tomer, Armani Washington, Azura Hall, Krista Collins, DJ Bernat, Cecilia Cavero, Anna Saab, Lindsay Jacobs, Erica Lairfield, Jody Sutton, Virginia Affelman, Elise Vollier, Marissa Gain, Meredith, Emily Munson, Henry Oliver, Derek Silsky, Natalie Marquette, Sarah Spade, Tara Hammock, Aaron Hudnall, Carly Odell Jones, Casey Kaufman, Anthony Kalenko, Abigail Swiger, Joshua Short, Calypso Love, Dashiell Stribling, Kate Landreth, Sarah Barnes, Audrey Pullman, Ash Ellswick, Stephanie Barney, Courtney Dow, Ashley Carter, Aaron Shadow, Taylor Grapp, Susie Rist, Rachel Johnson, Emily Sutton, Trinity Seibel, John Ryan Henson, Ashley Boyce, Aaron Shelton, Alexandra Rockefeller, Jordan Shell, Amberly Osborne, Carolyn Holinsky, Griffin McMorrow, Allie Beard, Sal Barrett, Sarah Bartu, Kayla Stein, Katie Ryan, Taylor Williams, Ash, Courtney Ababo, Kit Jurlis, Clee Kamori, Matt Rawson, David Funk, Samantha Fagan, Tori, Savannah Luss, Gabriel Jones, Heather Carrico, Karina Clark, Laura Davidson, Logan Nikuzi, Nicole Alfera, Bex Bett, Bastian Bain, Faith Burke, Chloe McCorsky, Kenna Knowles, Allison Riggs, Emily Anders, Fred Priester, Alex Fenzel, Calder Funk, Amy Schmolder, Matthew Joseph, Landon Bryant, Akawaha Holt, Shane Zollner, Ben Schertzer, Jeff Ryan, Aaron Bonyak, Julie Detzio, Matthew Hudson, Grace Malley, Robin Oliverio, Timothy Karasov, Jesse Wozniak, Alyssa Grin, Zoe Hanks Kushner, Jesse Wilkerson, Allison Hayes, Kenzie Melko, Kevin Meehan, Gray Pritt, Marley Kesterson, Austin Birch, Tyler Colley, Elena Howard, Anna Hicks, Emilyn Ephraim, Kala Rohrball, Ruth Bennett, Adele Douglas, Madison Wilson, Kirsten Jaquish, Courtney McCoy, Laura Jones, David Hand, Cheyenne Luzinski, Morgan King, Charles Anthony, Mimi Ferguson, Liliana Davis, Andrew Winters, Bradley Legg, Anna Hake, Brittany Bartlett, Brittany Williams, Robert Brown, Mary Rose Manspeaker, Kelly Vaughn, Midori Dean, Kelly Darnell, Louise Timerack, Zamora, Celeste, Amitra, and Samantha Mix, Angelo Ferrante, Jonna Bailey, and Abigail Golick. Whew. We got 4 additional while it was going, so something you may be thinking now is like, sure, Sarah, you have over 500 signatures, but how many of them even live in Morgantown? I'm so glad you asked. Let me get back to my summary here. Lots of scrolling, as you can imagine. Okay, so out of those now 517, over 62% of them, 321, currently live within city limits, so would be able to sign the petition as it stands, or as it should stand, should we have to file the affidavit to do so. Out of those 321 folks, we've got 43 of them that live in the first ward, 53 live in the second ward, 32 live in Ward 3, 48 in the fourth ward, 50 in Ward 5, 42 in the 6th ward, and 32 in Ward 7. Out of all those folks polled, we went ahead and tried to see who might be interested in running for office, like city council. So what we have so far is 27 people who've signed that are interested in running for city council in the future. We've also got 28 others interested in running for another public office. We're excited about that. We've also got 204 new folks signed up to help us stock coolers downtown and make sure folks have access to cold drinks and water.
Sir, I appreciate what you're sharing.
I only got 3
just
more.
wanted to-
I only got 3 more. I'm done. Promise. So promise. 121 interested in donating to our campaign, and then 191 who have signed up to help us collect signatures to pass our referendum, and then 283 interested in volunteering in other ways.
Thank you.
That's all I have for you.
May I have your address? I know you said you were out
Do I
of...
have to tell the public, though? They could find me. I live on Tom's Run. Not for you. I'll tell you later if you really want to know. But
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mary Ann Foles. I live at 828 Bloody Run Road. And I was not going to speak today, but I listened intently to all of the folks that did speak. And, you know, I'm definitely someone who likes to take data into account when I make a decision. And obviously, I'm not sitting up there, so I can't make a vote. But I understand the reasoning that we're trying to put in place a camping ban. I understand that WVU has come out and they have a lot of pull in this community. I understand that, you know, Main Street has concerns about the safety of about people coming downtown. They don't feel safe. I know WVU people don't feel safe, and I can tell you that I personally don't always feel safe walking, especially in the evening. So I understand why there is an interest in getting folks into a place that is housed, not on the streets. On the other hand, we have to have a place for folks to go. And I listened to some folks, he's gone, but who talked about her son who has schizophrenia. And I also listened to the individual who spoke about going to the jail and working with people who have mental illness. And I do really, I am concerned about our police taking folks who have mental illness, especially severe mental illness, to a jail. I don't think that's the right place. So I think if you guys decide to do this, I would say, you know, tomorrow, the next thing you need to do is you need to figure out a place for folks so that if there's someone with that mental illness, they're not going to end up in a jail. If there's someone who is just down on their luck, like one of the gentlemen that was speaking here today, who just said, you know, hey, I've got a job, but I don't have a place to live. He doesn't belong in jail either. So I'm hoping that if this is the decision that you make, that you're going to start working on, let's figure out how are we going to address each of these individuals' situations in a unique way, and not necessarily just, you know, you get a $500 fine and you go to jail. So that's all I had to say. Good luck with your decision tonight.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has not spoken that wishes to speak? Is there anyone in the hall? Are we empty?
Is there anyone that would like to speak that hasn't been voted? No, sir.
All right. I'm now closing the public hearing. Unfinished business. We are now looking at the consideration of approval of a second reading of an ordinance of the City of Morgantown, creating a new article of City Code entitled Camping on Public Property. The first reading was 8/20/24.
Mayor, is it possible for us to have a short recess?
I would definitely entertain that if anyone would like to
Please.
second that.
I sat and listened intently to everyone,
We're
and
taking a short recess.
I tried not to get out of the chair.
yeah.
Am I supposed to gavel on the short?
5 minutes.
Five.
Sure.
What time is it? 9:26. 31. We'll come back. Do I gavel? All right, we're going to get started again. Let's see. Sorry, get to my notes. All right, as it relates to unfinished business per the request, this is ordinance number 2024, an ordinance of the City of Morgantown creating a new article of city code entitled Camping on Public Property. The City of Morgantown hereby ordains as follows. Section 1, Findings and Purpose. The Common Council of the City of Morgantown, West Virginia makes the following findings and adopts the following statements of purpose with respect to the provisions of this ordinance. Pursuant to West Virginia Code Section 812.5, the city is authorized to regulate the use of streets, avenues, road, alleys, ways, sidewalks, crosswalks, and other public places belonging to the city, including public buildings, public parks, public streets, alleys, and right-of-ways, and all other public property within the city. Camping on public property, except public property that may be designed and managed for camping, is a public health and safety concern due to interference with other intended uses in some areas, such as daily operations of the city, events at public buildings or parks, other park recreational activities, pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular traffic, and other public uses. Camping without adequate sanitation services, such as the sewer, water, and garbage, presents public health and safety concern due to increased risk of spread of disease and potential for citizens contracting illness. Unauthorized camping in public places can interfere with the use of public places by members of the public intending to use the public place for activities other than camping, and the city finds and concludes that camping should only occur in designated campgrounds with proper facilities. Section 2, Adoption of Article 1157 of the City Code. A new Article 1157 of the City Code entitled Camping on Public Property is hereby adopted as follows. New matter underlined. Article 1157, Camping on Public Property. 1157.01, Purpose and Scope. It is the purpose of this article to prevent harm to the health and safety of the public and to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare by keeping public streets, sidewalks, parks, and other public property within the city readily accessible to the public, and to prevent use of public property for camping purposes or storage of personal property where those uses interfere with rights of others to use the areas for the purpose for which they intended or create health and safety concerns. 1157.02, Definitions. The following definitions are applicable in this chapter unless the context otherwise requires. Camp or camping means to pitch, erect, or occupy camp facilities or to use camp paraphernalia or both for the purpose of habitation as evidenced by the use of camp paraphernalia. Camp facilities include but are not limited to tents, huts, and temporary shelters. Camp paraphernalia includes but is not limited to tarps, cots, beds, sleeping bags, blankets, mattresses, hammocks, or portable cooking facilities and similar equipment. Litter shall have the same meaning as used in Article 523 of this code as it may be amended, modified, replaced, or superseded. Park means any real property, building, structure, equipment, sign, shelter, swimming pool, vegetation, playground, or physical property owned or controlled by the City of Morgantown or Morgantown Board of Park and Recreation Commissioners for park purposes. Park or park facility includes all associated areas, including but not limited to parking lots for parks and pools. Personal property means an item that is one, reasonably recognizable as belonging to a person, two, in its present condition has apparent utility and or value, and three, is not hazardous or unsanitary. Public property shall mean property owned, controlled, or maintained by the City of Morgantown, including its subordinate agencies, boards, commissions, and or other subdivisions. Street shall have the same meaning as the term street or highway alley as is used section 301.40 of this code, provided that such terms shall also include unopened or unimproved public rights-of-way not designated for vehicular travel in all parts of any street, highway, or alley which vehicular travel is prohibited or restricted. Solid waste shall have the same meaning as used in Article 1139 of this code as it may be amended, modified, replaced, or superseded. Store means to put aside or accumulate for use when needed, to put for safekeeping, to place or to leave in a location. Trail means a public path constructed for the primary purposes of allowing recreational non-motorized transportation. Recreational transportation with electric bicycles as defined by state or federal law, or non-recreational transportation by foot, bicycle, or similar means. 1157.03, unlawful camping. It is unlawful for any person to camp in the following areas except as otherwise specifically authorized pursuant to this code or other applicable law. A, any street. B, any park or trail. C, any public property, improved or unimproved. 1157.04, Storage of personal property in public places. It is unlawful for any person to store personal property, including camp facilities and camp paraphernalia, in the following areas except as otherwise specifically authorized pursuant to this code and other applicable law. A, any street. B, any park or trail. C, any public property, improved or unimproved. 1157.05 enforcement. Violation of this article is deemed a public nuisance subject to summary abatement by any duly authorized official of the city, provided, however, that any abatement shall comply with the provisions of Morgantown Police Department General Order Number 339 entitled Transient Outdoor Encampment, and any modification thereto or successor thereof, and in all cases shall comport with the requirements of Article 3, Section 10 of the West Virginia Constitution and of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, to ensure that no person is deprived of property without due process of law, as defined by the reference provisions. 1157.06 exceptions. Following areas or circumstances shall be exempt from sections 1157.03 and 1157.04. Persons lawfully camping with campgrounds or trailer parks specifically designated and approved for such use pursuant to applicable laws. Persons camping with a valid permit authorized by Article 941 of this code. C, lodging or residing overnight in a motor vehicle that is registered, insured, and located in a place where it may be lawfully. B, 1157.07, penalty for violations. A, any person who commits the first violation of any provision of this article shall be given a written warning describing the violation and providing information about resources to obtain assistance in seeking alternate shelter. B, any person who commits a second violation of any provision of this article shall be subject to a fine of not more than $200. C, any person who commits a third violation of any provision of this article within 12 months of the first violation shall be subject to a fine of not more than $500 and/or subject to a penalty of imprisonment not more than 30 days. D, each day the violation continues shall be deemed a separate offense. E, no citation shall be issued nor any criminal penalty imposed under this section unless a person in violation of this article has been offered alternate shelter and refused the offer. For purposes of this subsection, an offer of shelter means identification by or on behalf of the city of an alternate location where the person may shelter overnight, including but not limited to a place in an emergency shelter or any alternate indoor or outdoor location where the person may sleep overnight. F, any person who may otherwise be subject to a fine or imprisonment under this section shall, upon notification to the municipal court that the person is in need of treatment for substance abuse or mental health, be entitled to an alternative sentence as described in this subsection. Defendants exercising this alternative sentencing option shall not waive any protections otherwise afforded to them by law and shall not be subject to a fine or imprisonment as a sanction for the alleged violation of this article at issue, provided that they complete all aspects of any sentence imposed upon them. The city, acting through the city manager, will retain a third party experienced in the treatment of mental health and substance abuse issues to develop and manage the alternative sentencing established by the subsection no later than the effective date of this article. The article sentencing program developed by the third party will include required assistance with the individual's needs related to substance abuse, mental health, or both as appropriate, in sentencing under the program will include a program of required activities or treatments as well as provision for the instance where a participant fails to meet program requirements and is returned to municipal court for sentencing under other penalty provisions of this article. 1157.08 severability. If any portion of this article or its application to any person or circumstance is held invalid by an authority or entity having jurisdiction to make such determination, the validation of this article as a whole or any other portion thereof, or the application of the provision to persons or circumstances is not affected. Section 3, repeal savings and severability. Any section of this code repealed or modified by a subsequent ordinance will continue in force until the effective date of the repealing ordinance. The repeal or modification of any part of this code does not affect any existing right acquired or liability or obligation incurred under the code of sections amended or repealed unless the modifying ordinance expressly so provides. Any repealed or modified part of this code will remain in force for the purpose of sustaining any proper legal proceedings and prosecutions related to the enforcement of such right or liability brought prior to the repeal of modification. The repeal of any repealing ordinance, clause, or provision does not revive any former ordinance, clause, or provision unless expressly provided by ordinance. If any provision of this ordinance or the application of this ordinance to any person or circumstance is held invalid by a court of competent jurisdiction or other entity or agency having jurisdiction to make such determination, the remainder of this ordinance and the application to other persons or circumstance remain in effect. Section 4, effective date application. This ordinance shall be effective 30 days after adoption. The effective date, provided that if no emergency shelter is open within the city and accepting new entrants on the effective date will be delayed until such time as an emergency shelter is open within the city and accepting new entrants. And in such the event, the city clerk is directed to enter a record of such revised effective date in the official records of the city. This ordinance does not affect rights, duties, or liabilities that matured, penalties that were incurred, or proceedings that were begun before its effective date. The law remains in force for the purpose of sustaining any proper action or prosecution for the enforcement of the right, penalty, forfeiture, or liability. Section 5, recording of ordinance. The city clerk is directed to obtain all signatures required by the form of ordinance adopted and maintain an executed original ordinance with the official records of the city of Morgantown to be maintained, preserved, and accused in accordance with the laws of the state of West Virginia and the city of Morgantown, and to take the following additional actions. None. First reading, second reading, adopted, filed, mayor, city clerk. Now I look for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion.
So I'm sure everybody, well, I know everybody got it, but I don't know if everybody read it, that I have two further amendments I'd like to introduce. These are both related to substance use and mental health issues that are in the ordinance. As the city attorney lays out here, he doesn't think that they would necessarily be ADA violations. I just feel like we could clean up the language a little bit. He also included in here, in case you didn't read it, that if we were to pass these, it does not substantially change the ordinance, so it would not require a third reading if we were to pass them. So the first amendment I would move to approve is amending section 1157.07F by removing the clause of the first sentence stating that the person in need of treatment for substance abuse or mental health, and replacing it with that the person wishes to participate in treatment for substance abuse or mental health.
Second.
Discussion.
Brian, is it just changing, what was the wording?
Treatment.
Treatment.
That the person in need of treatment, so I move, so in the way that it's currently written is that we would allow people who are seeking alternative sentencing to seek that if they are in need of it. This would change it to that person wishes to participate. That's all it changes.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, take the roll.
Pardon?
I'm okay.
Can we have discussion where everybody can hear? I can't hear anything you're saying.
No, it sounds good.
Okay.
I'm okay with changing that.
Yeah, no.
You have to,
Are you okay with
you have to give that to me again.
Yes.
Yep, yeah, just send it to me. Okay. No discussion? Good?
I think we're good. Yeah.
Are we going to vote on it?
Yeah, I was going to say, take the roll.
Okay, on the amendment?
Yeah.
Yes. Bill Kowacki?
Yes.
Weezy Michael?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull?
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger?
Yes.
Brian Butcher?
Yes.
Mayor Buganim?
Yes. The amendment passes 7-0.
Okay. And the other amendment that I had proposed and that I had asked to be considered is that if our stated intention is that we get people into housing services, this would just amend the code of section F 115707F, to include case management for housing rather than simply substance use disorder treatment or mental health treatment. As if we're saying that the purpose is that we get people into housing with this ordinance, then the least we could do, I think, is have our alternative sentencing also include people who would be willing to participate in case management for their housing, and not just people, as has been stated, that are experiencing substance abuse or mental health. Again, you've all been sent it, so if you want to review everything that's there, or I could read it all out for you, but really there's just a few additions in there, and the provision of case management to return people to housing stability in a couple places.
Brian, does this F that you sent replace the other section of
Yes.
its entirety?
Yes. But really, it's just provision of case management.
So it's part of the alternative sentencing.
Correct.
So what would trigger that provision?
It says, any person who may otherwise be subject to fine or imprisonment under the subsection shall, upon notification to the municipal court that the person wishes to participate in treatment for substance abuse or mental health or case management, to return the person to housing stability, that's the change, be entitled to an alternative sentence as described in this subsection.
Ryan, does that change? Is that okay?
Was there a reason you wanted to change the whole and replace it versus just add in that sentence or two?
Ryan did it.
The question was just adding that bit, or why to replace the whole section?
There are two other modifications to that section to also refer to case management to provide housing stability or similar language. So Councilor Butcher requested a draft amendment to expand those alternative sentencing options to specifically include people who wanted housing services. That's the language in this proposed amendment. It replaces that entire subsection F to refer throughout to not only people who wish to participate in treatment for substance use disorder or mental health treatment, but also people who wish to access case management services for purposes of housing stability or similar language.
You made a motion?
Yeah.
I second it. Why wouldn't that be provided in another space? I mean, it's,
What's the question?
pardon?
What's the question? I'm sorry.
Why wouldn't it be provided in another area besides the alternative sentencing area? For instance, most people who are experiencing houselessness, if they are offered housing, and then if they were following up with additional housing, wouldn't services come with? I mean, I'm not sure that that's is that a standard alternative sentencing category of housing support?
I have no idea. The only reason I was asking for it to be put in there is because I think we're making a category error whenever we are defining alternative sentencing, and that I think it is discriminatory to people with disabilities such as mental health and substance use disorder if we're just allowing them to access those services and not saying that like people who also, and again, if the purpose is what we say it is, to get people into housing and make sure we're caring for the public health of all, this is amongst the other amendments that I proposed that were shot down, the ways in which we actually live up to that scope and purpose.
So the idea, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the
Sure.
idea is, because originally it was written having substance abuse or mental health. Not everybody suffers from that. So
Right.
this is the net to be able to catch the others, to ensure.
Correct.
It doesn't include like a plan that would have something to drive income, or, I mean, there are a lot of other things that happen in alternative sentencing besides
Would that be the case
housing
management
support.
part of it?
I mean, yeah, I mean, a case management plan typically is going to have a housing plan that usually, typically, will include how we're going to raise someone's income, if we can. And, you know, housing stability, income is part of that, often. But
It's just another amendment.
This is a motion to amend section 1157.07F, which is in part the alternative sentencing provision, and it's also the subsection that directs the city manager to retain a third party to develop and operate this alternative sentencing. So
Could be in
define the scope
conjunction.
of what that work is.
Could be in conjunction with an outside agency, could be in conjunction with the county, depending upon what we arrange.
Is the question that you're asking is whether or not this would require the third reading, or?
Would it?
No,
I didn't.
it would not require, it would not require third reading, is that correct?
So the ordinance can't be adopted at the same meeting when it's materially amended. I did look into that when the request for amendments was made, looked at a municipal law treatise. Generally, materiality looks to the purpose of the ordinance, and amendments that don't change the purpose are permissible on the sort of theory that people have notice of that. It is, what constitutes materiality is not well defined and is generally up to the discretion of the governing body.
Okay.
Yeah, based on what you sent us, you felt it did not.
I agree.
So,
Okay.
so I'd be fine adopting this and then passing it.
If it does not.
you want to call the question?
All right, hold on, Councilor Corky, did you have a question?
No, I'm wondering, would this be addressed in another manner? In other words, is it implied in terms of the alternative sentencing that this would be included, or do we need to have it? I don't see any harm in having it.
I don't think there's a harm in having it.
This will allow case management to help provide
It'll
shelter.
significantly increase the possibilities for alternative sentencing, but in a line that would be in line with purposes of the ordinance.
Is that how you interpret it? Are we accurate in our statements?
It still means that if somebody doesn't fulfill the terms of it, that it would cycle back around to the, going back to the court. So someone would need to follow whatever the program was.
Well, call for the question.
Okay, on amendment number 2. Bill Koecki.
Yes.
Weezy Michael.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine.
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull.
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger.
Yes.
Brian Butcher.
Yes.
Mayor Abu Ghanem.
Yes.
So we
Now-
move to approve the main motion?
Yes. Second.
We already have that?
Yes, we already have
We have that.
first and a second on that.
Is there any more discussion on it?
Certainly. I don't know. Let me see. I've got notes in many places. Well, the first thing I want to say, and I would do it during my counselor's report, but it's pertinent to this, and I feel like the people who need to hear it won't be here for counselor's report. So this is the latest meeting I can remember attending since the Haymaker Forest debacle of 2017, which was the first city council meeting I ever attended. which is why I sit in this seat right now. At that time, it became clear that council was willing to shove things through as quickly as they can, hoping that not enough people were paying attention, and I made sure that they knew at that time that someone was paying attention, and from that point on, I attended more council meetings than most of the city councilors did. So those of you who are now paying attention because of this, just know that some of the things that happen around here would blow your mind. So pay attention to more than just this. That being said, let me see. Just a couple of things that people brought up during the public hearing that I thought were notable enough that I wrote them down. Nathaniel said certain behaviors shouldn't be tolerated regardless of a person's circumstance, which I agree. And the behaviors that we're trying to address should be addressed whether that person is sheltered or unsheltered. The things that we receive complaints about are done by people of all backgrounds, and we should not just focus on where someone sleeps as a matter of who will be held accountable for those things. I agree with Annie and Haley, who both raised concerns that we are now forcing our police to become social workers. We do have one. We are going to ask every single one of them, and we are not going to be able to recruit police. We are not going to be able to retain police. There's going to be a run for the hills when we tell them this is now essentially your main job is enforcing this. Something that Molly and or Ron Delaney mentioned was that, you know, with H3 up there, we are now stranding people in town. I think that that is true, and it's becoming more and more apparent that the Mountain Line is not going to continue working with us. Even what we have now, the free bus line, is going to stop, and we are going to go back to relying on 1 or 2 use bus passes, which was a failure for years, and I don't understand how that is going to be our plan to get people to the shelter in our community. Rainbow House is on that line. The Catholic Charities Shelter is going to be on that line. I feel that this body should have done more work to make sure that that line stays free. There are people at H3 who have now, and with Health Right, who have gotten wind, despite the fact that I've been yelling about this for 6 months or more since budget season. Some other people are now paying attention, and I've been copied on several emails where they are trying to hold Mountain Line accountable for that. I would like to see us have a meeting with our city-appointed Mountain Line representatives and let them know what our expectations of them on that board are. They are there to represent the city and the city's best interests, and they need to do a better job of doing that. It was brought to attention during these emails that I was copied on that while it has been said, like we've been talking about, I think the main idea of this email was, why can't people donate their levy paid for bus passes? And the director of the Mountain Line said, oh, we've talked about this a lot of times, and we're not going to do that. They're not eligible, this, that, the other. It was brought to our attention that that was never actually put on a Mountain Line agenda. So I don't know who is unilaterally making those decisions, but I think that we should bring in our Mountain Line representatives and tell them what our stance on the matter is, and that this is a priority for the city, making sure people are able to access our only shelters, and we need to do a better job of that. As was described by Charlie, I don't intend to sit here this evening, as we did last week, and get stuck in the cyclical, because no one here is going to change their mind. But I also agree with many of the people who spoke who said, who is it that you're being accountable to? Who has your ear? Who are you representing with these votes? And I don't know who that is for any other person on this council. But I can tell you, I've been verbally, publicly threatened and harassed and screamed at by very rich, very powerful men over this ordinance, who thought that they were going to threaten me into changing my vote. And I clearly have not. But I will say that one of those few people, while they were screaming at me that the city was never getting more money from them, literally said, this just gives the police another tool in their tool belt to take people to Doddridge County, and then they'll be stranded there. They won't be able to get back. They won't be our problem. So I know what their goal is, and it's not housing people. I think that it was rude that we couldn't be bothered to sit and listen to the 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 32-ish people, I think I kept track, who spoke tonight. 28 of which spoke, well, 28 plus 514 who spoke in favor of not passing the ordinance, 2 who spoke in the opposite direction, and 2 that weren't really clear. I do still have a lot of questions. Have we made, city manager, have we made any progress on the diversionary program? Have you engaged a third party? Have we talked about that?
I've met with the police department, with our social worker, and other key staff in the city, and we've developed a plan and some assignments. We're getting back together again next week.
Do you have a third party in mind who is going to be that?
There are several that were discussed.
Okay. I mean, again, I don't expect anyone to change their opinion on this, and it's a waste of my time to sit here and talk any longer. I will again say that I am ashamed to be associated with people on this body.
I'll try to be as brief as I can. I just want to tell a short story about what I did last Friday and Saturday. I was contacted by a social worker who had a mother of 5 who was losing their lease in their apartment, and we needed about 2 weeks to get her into shelter so that she could get into a new HUD apartment. There was something going on that weekend that I think we all knew about, that made hotels a little hard to get to. So this mom had to stay in the next county over. But, we were able to get her into a place to stay. But what I think about and what I thought about when I left here last time, and what made me so incredibly sad last time when I left here, was people like that who ends up on the street with their 5 kids, and we're tasking an officer to go and tell her that she needs to find some place to stay, when a team of social workers, like 4 or 5 people, had to work for 2 days straight to figure out how to get this mom of 5 somewhere to stay. And this is considered a solution. This work's like hard. This work like makes you question people's humanity. I don't mean the work at council, but that too sometimes. But the work of trying to get people into housing takes a toll on people. Direct service does. I've seen it. And I don't wish a lot of these situations on anybody. The only thing I wanted to ask was, one thing I can't seem to understand, and maybe we can have a discussion about, is why we feel like we need to rush this through and not think through the kind of legal liability that we're taking on and have those kind of discussions about the legal liability, at least have work sessions, why we felt this was necessary with all of the legal implications that we feel like are coming up and the difficulty that we've expressed with enforcing it. The last time I brought this up at the last meeting, with difficulty with enforcing it, all the other problems, I was just accused of stalling. I was told that, none of that was material, basically, and given a lot of other reasons, but we didn't actually talk about that, right? If we don't want to talk about it again tonight at 1:15 in the morning, I understand that, but we put ourselves in this position, and we got elected to these positions. So that's the question I would ask of the other members of the council that would support this ordinance.
So there's a look at this as criminalizing camping or something like that. Whereas another way to look at it is that this is regulating camping and that we're not allowing camping on public property without appropriate facilities. We wouldn't allow this to happen in a large group setting because of sewer, water, garbage. Our health department would be right on it. It creates, like we've said before, a big mound of trash. It makes people vulnerable. The houseless vulnerable, the non-houseless vulnerable to assault and theft. And they're subject to these kinds of issues because while they're sleeping, they're unprotected. And this is not something that has come to me, at least, and I don't think my fellow counselors as well, from any particular large group that came in kind of mid-process and were supporting this. But this came from eyewitness accounts of the dangers that people were facing as they were camping. And it's not that the people here who are without empathy, concern. It's part of regard for our downtown, our trails, our other public properties, and being able to use them for all. And there is nothing that prevents all of us, 7, and the groups that are represented here today, working together on services and temporary and permanent housing. But this is something that there has been an urgency for because of the impacts on people both housed and non-housed. So that's how it's coming from my point of view, and it's not that we do not see all the hard work that you do or that other people do in our community. It's that it had reached a stage where something needed to happen. And it's not so that something needed to happen for any particular group at all. It's an overall effect on our community.
So I don't want to belabor the point,
Yeah.
but you're not answering the question of why is it that we are not considering the legal ramifications? Why is it that we're choosing to do something that is legally risky in the face of things that we could be doing? Like, you could pass this whole ordinance without any of the criminal penalties, and you wouldn't have the same legal ramifications. And also, like, you wouldn't be criminalizing homelessness, like you're saying you're not, when you are. So I don't feel like that question is getting answered. We just keep saying, like, we'd like to address these problems. I agree with you. We've talked about how this doesn't address those problems. You haven't told me how this does. You've just told me that this will.
It lends an urgency to the fact that we need to get people into housing, and we need to, when we talk with people who are providing services, and they talk about that it takes a year, or the man who was speaking here that it talked about that it took a year plus to get into housing, that is too long for someone to be camping.
Do you think that's because they don't have a criminal enforcement element? Like, the reason why it takes so long is not because they don't have police chasing them down. Like, that's, and I mean, they often do, right? Because we already banned this kind of stuff on the trails. We've already had this conversation.
Yes, we've had this conversation.
And it's like very obvious to me that we're not interested in answering that question. But I just will leave it there.
There's nothing that can be said that's going to change people's mind or make people think that...
I'm not trying to change people's mind. I'm trying to get an answer to a question.
Yeah, and I'm trying to give you an answer to your question. Our experience with camping in the past has turned it into kind of like every time we came in and tried to enforce some of the laws that we had in place and took them in without some sort of specific definition of what would be done, turned around that they were out on the street before our cops were back from filling out the forms.
And so...
It'll be the same.
Yeah, so you don't think that's going to happen here?
I hope not. But
So,
let's see.
so
Let's
instead,
see. Now we have a different way of approaching it now. Let's see.
So instead, we're just saying, so we'll find people to make it harder for them to get housing, and then we'll put people in jail, which makes it harder to get housing, and then when they get out of jail, we have no plan for that.
What I see this is
But
an incentive
it's
where a
good.
lot of people have come forth offering solutions that hadn't been there in the past or hadn't been
It's-
cooperative in
It
the
has
past.
nothing, that was like long before any of this. Like,
No.
so what are you referencing, I
There
guess?
was promises made but never followed
So
through.
what are you referencing?
I'm talking about some of the things that we're hearing from Hazel House of Hope.
So that was,
We've
okay,
been working
again,
on those things for a year and a half.
Yeah.
like long before. That has nothing, like the Catholic Charities situation has nothing to do with this. And I think you're.
He's talking about the tiny homes that
Okay,
Ron
yeah,
Justice and I
and-
have been discussing
Yeah.
on that property
And-
for.
And our mayor worked on like very hard before this camping ban was done.
And we've been up there talking with them about this, the idea of utilizing that space up there in the past before also.
Okay.
And hadn't seen the activity that we do see now. You know, we didn't have an architect up there planning, for what could be the possibility of
Like the
tiny
fact
homes.
that those two things are like.
You know what?
Like,
This
Bill,
is-
that's
this is not getting us anywhere.
disingenuous.
My feeling here is that I want the city to be perceived as a place that is safe to come to and safe I want to ensure that we have businesses here that can support this kind of activity.
Certainly.
We're 30,000 in this larger group. We're taking on this burden. I want to make sure that our city has the resources in the future to handle the people that you're talking about and to provide for them in a manner. And this is the way I have chosen to vote because I think that will move us in that direction.
I legitimately hope I am wrong, and this takes care of every issue that everyone has raised to us over the last few months, or, I mean, longer, but this really came to a head in the last few months. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that next month we flip a switch and everything is great and there's suddenly more housing and we don't see people suffering on the streets any longer. I don't think that's going to happen. I will hold up my "I told you so" sign at a correct time later. In the meantime, I, for one, can't wait to see how this plays out when we go to court. And also, my address is 1141 Charles Avenue in the Woodburn neighborhood. When you get your referendum petition, I would love to be your first signature. I've got a few for you there. If you have a recall petition, throw that in as well.
I'm gonna say we're gonna call the question then. I feel like we're done discussing the ordinance.
On the original.
With the.
But yes.
With our 2 amendments.
Okay. Bill Koecki?
Yes.
Weesey Michael?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull?
No?
Dave Harshbarger?
Yes.
Brian Butcher?
No.
Mayor Buganim?
No, passes 4-3. Next, we have boards and commissions. An unfinished business.
Do we have somebody?
We'd like to nominate Laura Fletcher for the Human Rights Commission. Is there a second?
I second.
Yep.
You're welcome. All right. Now on to the public portion, which is subject to the rules established by council and adopted by resolution. I do if they're still here.
What's your vote on the commission?
Yes. All right, I'm going to open the public portion. First, I have Annie. Cronin, New York.
Annie Cronin, New York, 7th Ward. I was going to open with, we had picked out our people we wanted to give the Human Rights Awards to this year. And so proud of ourselves that we're ahead of schedule. And I got a call on Sunday saying, I'm sorry, I can't accept it from the city council who passed this resolution, this ordinance. And so I doubt that I'm going to find anybody who will, in good conscience, accept an award from the city council for having passed this ordinance. That is not my commentary or judgment on the council, just saying that the people who are worthy of the award, as it were, are probably not going to accept it. I don't know, maybe that saves money on a banquet or award ceremony or plaques or whatever. It does make life more difficult for the Human Rights Commission. It's my understanding from the city ordinances that our role is to advise the city council on such things. And nobody's asked us. And I've tried to speak to several councilors individually, and everyone's been receptive to what I had to say. And yet the vote came out as it did. Not that I get to tell people what to vote or how to think, but I'm not really sure why we have a Human Rights Commission at this point. It's a Civil Rights Commission more than that, because these are rights based on law, not human rights that are based on the point of being human. People who are addicted to drugs, people who are without a house, and people who are just having a rough time of it. Those are the human rights. Civil rights are the laws we make about it. And they ain't that great. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Elric Roos. I think he actually left. And then we have Anna Schless. Anna leave as well. Okay. And now, anybody else wishing to speak?
Yes, I've got the sign up, sorry. Ash Orr, he's a 7th Ward community member. Just want to say I'm really disappointed that I don't know how this vote's going to play out. I've shared my trauma with you all as being a trans person who's been formerly homeless. And to have you all sit here and boast about being an inclusive community when you are actively harming marginalized people. You are criminalizing homelessness with no plans in place. We have told you all multiple times actual solutions just to be met with ignorance and anger. This is going to lead to more harm. Just today, there was a couple outside who had their belongings bulldozed over by the city. We had to give them belongings to have a place to sleep tonight. Once again, those of you who are criminalizing homelessness weren't out there with me. You all are not down there on these trails with me or my colleagues. You're just trying to cause more harm. And all this is going to do is fill up our jails, which I can tell you, I've been in that jail. It is overcrowded. It is going to lead to more psychological, physical, and emotional harm. So you all can sit here and be exasperated that it's 1:30 in the morning, but we have people outside right now with nowhere to go, and you're going to throw them in jail. So you can shake your head all you want. That's what's going to happen. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to speak?
You know me. The regulation and not criminalization comment, I am impressed that I did not spontaneously combust and become a pile of ash. That is the most grotesque, cruelest, most ignorant, revisionist comment that a person holding a public office could possibly offer up when we're talking about an issue this serious. About people we care about and we love. Disgusting, deplorable. I hope we have a new city council next year because this cannot stand. Brian asked, I don't know how else you could ask a question, which is to say, and I'll tell you the part you all aren't saying, the urgency, the thing that creates urgency, I guess you think, you act like you're not going to get to the point where people like these criminal penalties go into place. But if there's no housing, if there is not sufficient shelter, you can't prevent that from happening. You can't prevent people from getting to that third strike where they're going to jail. And so I've watched all of these meetings. No one has said, oh, and people are going to go to jail. It's like you're afraid to say that out loud, but that's literally what the ordinance says. If they get to that third strike, they're going to get fined or they're going to go to jail for 30 days. Maybe it'll be up to the discretion of the judge. But it's disgusting to me that you sit up here and you all talk about it like, oh, it's going to be like a carrot and people are going to chase after it and we're going to create some urgency. It doesn't matter how much urgency you create if there's nowhere to put people. Like it is brain breaking to listen to you all talk about this in such an obtuse way. If there is nowhere to put people, what you're saying is we're going to put them somewhere. We're going to put them into jail. And so it's disgusting to me that you won't just say it out loud and own it. You couch it, again, regulation, not criminalization. I guess we're regulating drugs, we're regulating litter, where it is criminalization because people go to jail. They get involved in the criminal law system. That is what criminalization is. You are a lawyer, I know you know better. You yelled at us for snapping and saying that's cute. I don't know if you think you're being cutesy, but it is revolting. It is revolting. And I hope people drag this council for being as callous and, again, obtuse as you have been throughout this process. I am shocked to know that people so uncaring, so uncurious, so uneducated about one of the most serious issues in our community are sitting up here making decisions for us. You're worried about the rail trail? Cool. We have a camping ban that bans people from sleeping on the rail trail. They get evicted all the time. It's enforced. Have you seen less people downtown? So when you say we don't have laws and they're not doing what they're supposed to do, the quiet part that you're not saying is right now they don't send people to jail. So you're kind of dancing around the fact that we're about to send a lot of really poor people, really vulnerable people. My colleagues told you what happens in jail for people with mental health issues, with substance use disorder. You're about to send all kinds of people to jail, and you're pretending like it's not that. And yeah, like there's no adjectives for it. Like, how dare you? How dare you? I wish that you all would be ashamed of yourself, again, for being so uncurious, so disinvested in a real solution to this problem. I know the easiest thing to do is to punch down, and jail is, sort of one of the government's only tools. But, maybe look up the phrase political violence, because what you are doing is politically violent, not just to like our folks on the street, but to everybody who showed up here. The overwhelming majority of people who've spoken out on this issue, who, by the way, are your constituents. Some democracy we live in Morgantown.
Anybody else wishing to speak?
Hello, I just want to say thank you guys for taking the time out of your day. I know it's your jobs, so regardless, you're going to do this either way, but this is a process you had to go through, regardless whether you agree or don't agree. These are hard conversations that need to happen. We all know there's already camping bans that are already in effect, but I was trying to make sense of that too earlier. I was like, if there's already camping bans in effect, why, if they're not being enforced, is it because if they are enforced, people come in and say, hey, you're violating rights, you're doing this, and then there's lawsuits when they're being enforced, and then maybe police enforcement can't handle those ordinances because people will just come back at them like, hey, you're violating this, you're not doing this right. So I think maybe this ban is like a direction that might help handle certain, the bans that are already there. This will give a little bit of direction. I mean, it's completely different than the other bans. No other bans are talking about alternative sentencing or anything like that. I mean, I just view this as a complete steering people towards a better path. I mean, people say we're just locking people up, but it clearly says you're not going to get locked up unless, things need to happen in order for you to be locked up. We're not going to go arrest Judy outside because she's so nice and sweet and doesn't have a place. No, we're going to arrest Judy outside after it's been the 5th time and there's available services and there is a bed available, because this won't get into effect once there are shelters available and open. So once she's refused it 5 times and has been caught littering or shooting up or whatever, you're going to get punished. Normally, that's how it should work. But I don't think that's criminalizing her. I think that's just, the people that are going to end up in jail over this ban, very different than the people that are going to make it successfully through this, with the services that are being offered and available. I mean, there's a lot of people that are here and spoke in opposition that I know are going to be great, social workers or whatever for a lot of these guys and are right now. So, I mean, this is just going to bring more help needed for these people. So everybody that came here to speak in opposition of it can put in the work once this ban goes into effect. Thank you.
I'm sorry, may I have your name?
Danielle Litner.
All right, there you are. Daniel or Nathan, I didn't know which one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Cassidy Thompson, Eastern Avenue. I'm just wondering how much money you're going to put towards these case managers and social service workers that you want to connect people to. I'm also wondering what kind of housing opportunities you're going to develop for low-income renters or people with rental assistance. And I'm also wondering what you expect people to do after they get back from North Central Regional Jail. There's really nowhere for people to go. You guys already know that. It feels like a slap in the face as someone that works in the field professionally and does this work and works with people. I also wonder what kind of protections you're going to have for current renters as this ban rolls out and they feel like they're the ones that are going to have to protect their friends because the community that they live in doesn't want to do that. So hope you guys are ready. Buckle up. It's going to be a lot more homelessness. Good job.
Anybody else wishing to speak?
My name is Erin. I live in Brookhaven.
I just wanted to clear the air really quick that the reason it takes a year to get people housed is not for lack of urgency. I think that the people who work in homeless services and on the ground with people who have some of the highest needs that one can work with in the field of social work has more of a sense of urgency than almost anyone I know. So it is not for lack of trying or lack of urgency. It is for lack of resources. So this is not going to fix that. Almost everyone out there is already engaged with housing services. Everyone out there on the street is engaged with housing outreach. Our job, when I was an outreach worker, but outreach workers' jobs are to connect with them at least once every 6 weeks and keep them open in the homelessness management information system until their name comes up for a referral. We can't make those referrals come up. That's up to how much funding there is from HUD and this, that, and the other. Our job is to document their homelessness and build rapport with them so that when it's time, they can get a referral and we can help them get into housing. They're all waiting. They are all out there waiting. They are communicating with outreach workers. They want housing. So, they're already engaged with housing services. And we already have a sense of urgency. So please, as you sit there, do not say or make it out as if housing services providers just needed this kick in the ass to have more of a sense of urgency to get people housed. That's not what's happening here. So, again, like everyone else, I really hope that you'll get on board with some evidence-based solutions going forward, since that's what you've been saying the entire time that you've been pushing this bill through, is that it's going to be kind of the catalyst for all these innovative solutions and teamwork. So we will continue to be here to advocate for those solutions, and we're going to hold you accountable for the things that you said you would do in light of this terrible, cruel ban. So we will see you next time.
Anybody else wishing to speak?
Given that we've gone forward with a process that we still can't answer how it's actually going to achieve the goals that it states it's going to achieve, I would like to recommend the following key performance indicators, or KPIs, to be tracked during the duration of this ordinance in its actual activity. That would include polls and surveys of whether and how people feel safe downtown, what demographics of people they believe make them feel unsafe. If we are going based off of safety feelings of people who are downtown, I think that those should also include the opinions of people who are actively unhoused, and not only the opinions of the wealthy who are patronizing our businesses, or the business owners themselves, also known as the wealthy landowning classes. I think that we need to also document not only the numbers of refusals, but the reasons for those refusals. We need to give people a chance to actually autonomously describe what it is about the housing that is offered that they need to refuse, so that we understand better why these refusals are happening, and we can better address the root causes of people not being able to access housing as we are providing it. I think we also need to track the desire of these resources. We should be surveying. I know we passed something to redo our housing survey in general, since the old one was pre-pandemic times, and things have changed a bit since then, even though I'm still wearing my mask. So we do really need to track the current situation. In general, with process design, step one is document what is. You don't go imagining the future with what you hope is going to happen and trying to achieve that, because it doesn't matter where you want to go. You need to understand how to get there from where you are, which means documenting where you are, doing those resources. I think that should have been done prior to any of this being even considered or even thought about, because that's good process design. But that's not what's happening, and we call that in the corporate world designing the plane in flight. It happens.
So now that we are on the ground, we are going to spend more resources and more time and more effort to try to track these things so that we can actually test whether or not our assumptions, our hopes, our intentions are being achieved through this ordinance. So again, that's going to be a lot of polls and surveys of the people who are going through this system. We should also be tracking the additional hours that the police department is going to be spending on this, which means looking at what hours are already being spent on activities like this, given the current legal landscape of what already is illegal, and how many hours are being spent to enforce those laws, and whether that increases or decreases. And that brings us to tracking the costs of this system. I didn't see anything in the verbiage that had any kind of tracking or performance or measurement of any kind, so I guess this is going to have to be my hope that your intention will result in something which seems to be about as directly about as effective at directly addressing the issue as this ordinance, but we need to be tracking these things so that we can check ourselves and actually understand what we're doing here. And if we're not tracking any of these, if we're not paying attention to the performance of this ordinance, then we are just effing around, and you'll find out. I also want to point out that, yet again, we are using misleading language and calling this an incentivized system. It is not incentivized. It is a deterrent system. There is no incentive in this process anywhere. There is no verbiage that incentivizes anything there. It is a deterrent, and it is putative. The idea is that people want to avoid the thing that you're proposing. That's not an incentive. That language is misleading, and I really hope you stop using it. I also want to point out that the idea of this urgency seems to be sacrificing the freedom of the poor and those who are actually already doing the work to try to get us to do more work faster, better for you, instead of you doing the thing that we've been asking you to do to provide services and resources for those boots on the ground to actually address it. I also would like to see a term limit to this ordinance if the performance is indicated that it is not functioning as designed. That's all I got. Good luck.
Anybody else wishing to speak at this time? All right, I'm going to close the public portion. No special committee reports, no consent agenda items. On to new business. The first is the consideration of approval of a first reading of an ordinance authorizing the acquisition, equipping, and construction of certain additions, betterments, and improvements to the existing Cheat Lake sewage treatment plant and collection system, and recognizing the sewage rates and changes necessary to repay revenue bonds to be issued by the city to finance a portion of the cost of such improvements.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion.
It's now a bad time to ask for this one to be read in its entirety.
Is there anybody on city staff that would
I
be,
think I started crying.
is there anybody on city staff that would be appropriate to give a report on it?
Under West Virginia Code 24-2-11, the City Council is the authority to approve projects outside the ordinary course of business for the utility board. This project proposal is an expansion of the Cheat Lake wastewater treatment plant, as well as the replacement of 2 pump stations. It is deemed outside the ordinary course of business for the utility board's operation. So this ordinance is presented to request council's approval for that project. When projects are likely to increase the rates paid to pay for the cost of the project, the ordinance approving them also needs to include notice of that, and this ordinance includes those proposed rates that may be needed to finance the cost of the improvements. This was also described by utility board staff and by bond counsel at the committee of health.
Any other updates, Dave?
No, not since our last meeting with the committee of the whole.
Can we call the question? Bill Koecki?
Yes.
Wheezy Michael?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine? Yes. Danielle Trumbull?
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger?
Yes.
Brian Butcher?
Yes.
Mayor Buganim?
Yes, passes 7-0. Consideration of approval of first reading of an ordinance authorizing acquisition and construction of additions, betterments, and improvements to the sewage portion of the existing public combined waterworks, sewage, and stormwater system of the city of Morgantown and the financing of the cost thereof not otherwise provided through the issuance by the city of not more than $45 million in aggregate principal amount of combined utility system revenue bond series 2024, a West Virginia SRF program, and not more than $5 million in aggregate principal amount of combined utility system revenue bonds Series 2024B West Virginia SRF program, and forgivable for providing the rights and remedies of and security for the registered owners of such bonds, authorizing execution and delivery of all documents relating to the issuance of such bonds, approving, ratifying, and confirming a bond purchase agreement relating to such bonds, authorizing the sale and providing for the terms and provisions of such bonds, and adopting other provisions relating thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion?
Call question.
Yeah, it's just the funding of the bonds to do the work needed.
All right.
This goes with.
The previous ordinance.
I'm sorry?
This goes with.
Yes.
Was
This
there any-
makes it happen.
I watched the committee of the whole meeting that I missed last week. Was there any, I didn't notice any. Please tell me if I missed it. I was also teaching 5th grade at the time. Was there any discussion on what this would do to the city's bond rating and our ability for future borrowing? Because this is a very large amount.
I don't know if a rating is being obtained in the course of this issuance. It may be, but it's not always required. The funding is secured by the revenues of the utility system. When the utility system has gotten a rating to issue bonds, it's been strong. It's been similar to the ratings that the city has received for recent issuances. These bonds are issued to finance or would be issued, if approved, to finance a particular project with a defined lifespan and a set rate base to repay those bonds. So from a bond purchaser perspective, it's not likely to be a risky investment. It doesn't seem likely to impact either the rating and therefore the price to be paid on debt for utility system revenue bonds or for other city bond financings, which although the city is the issuer in both instances, can be treated a bit differently because the source of funding for those is different.
Okay.
Nobody can, no holder of these bonds can take city general funds to repay the debt.
That was my question. When we were semi-recently discussing Bow Park financing, we were talking about the capacity for bonding, and I wanted to make sure this wasn't. So this is kind of, revenue bonds are a little different than.
I think it's fair to say they would be treated differently. Many of the city's bond issues for other projects are building commission lease revenue bonds, and the mechanism to repay those is a lease, but the funding source is city general funds of some type. This funding source is different in that it is utility system revenues, the customer payments.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Sorry to ask a question.
No, you should ask a question. If you have a question, you should ask, whatever time it is.
Call the question.
Bill Koecki,
Yes.
Wheezy Michael,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine,
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull,
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger,
Yes.
Brian Butcher,
Yes.
Mayor Buganim.
Yes. Passes 7-0. Item C, consideration of approval of bid award 2024-15 for the runway extension phase for the construction of the Morgantown Municipal Airport.
Move to approve.
Second.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is related to to the runway 1836 extension Phase 4 project, and our consultant Michael Baker International put that out to bid. We received 7 respondents to that RFP. 7 contractors responded, and it was for a base bid as well as 5 ad alternates. it's recommended that Cast and Baker Corporation be awarded this contract as the apparent low bidder at $6,541,576 for the base bid and $9,122,636 for the total bid. And that's the recommendation. It's well within the project budget that was established, and it's our recommendation that that be approved so we can get moving on that project.
Any questions? Okay.
Do we have 5 phases? How many phases are there for the?
No, well, right now, I think it's 7, isn't it, or 8?
It's kind of a moving target depending on what the FAA funding comes in at. So this would be a more sizable chunk than some of the projects we've gotten in the past. So the more of these we get, the less phases. But if we get, $1, $2, $3, $4 million grants, then you just keep adding phases.
Yeah.
But this was a big one just because of some of the work that needed to be done during this phase. You kind of had to do it all together, and so it was a larger one.
Great.
And what's the source of this funding?
This is through the FAA funding. It's a grant program.
The initial amount that was awarded was about $7.5 million, and we were just awarded an additional $2 million, so that allowed us to complete the project.
It's a big project.
Yes, it is. It's a big chunk, so we're happy it's being done.
Call a question?
Okay. Bill Kolecki.
Yes.
Weezy Michael. Deputy Mayor Celine.
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull.
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger.
Yes.
Brian Butcher.
Yes.
Mayor Buchanan.
Yes. Passes 7-0. Next, we will set the date and time for trick-or-treating.
Move to approve.
Move to set trick-or-treating from, what do we do, 6 to 7:30 p.m.?
6 to 8.
6 to 8 on Thursday, October 31st? Yes.
Best day of the year.
I thought we were an hour and a half kind of place.
No, we're a 2-hour place.
All right, great.
At 7:30, the
Don't-
numbers
don't
dwindle,
rob us that
but
half an hour.
they are
Buy
still
that
up.
extra bag of candy.
Trick-or-treat at my parents' house. Sometimes
What's
it's
the
quiet
theme?
that last bit.
This year, we're going Beauty and the Beast. If you don't know, I'm
Can
the
we put
Beast.
that in
Yeah.
to the minutes, please?
I mean, it's on record now.
Is this Dungeons and Dragons?
Beauty and the Beast?
Oh, Beauty and the Beast. They said D&D.
Close.
Bill Kolecki.
Sure.
Weezy Michael. Deputy Mayor Celine.
Yes, this is our most important thing this evening.
Danielle Trumbull.
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger.
Yes.
Brian Butcher. Mayor Buchanan.
Yes. Halloween night from 6 to 8 passes to set our date and time for trick-or-treating
On the 31st.
on the 31st. And item E, consideration of approval of a resolution adopting a multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan update.
It'll be me.
Hold on. Any motion? There we go.
Second.
There we go.
So before you is resolution adopting the City of Morgantown 2024 FEMA Hazard Mitigation Plan. This is a plan that the city works with Region 6 to update every 5 years. Morgantown's part of Region 6's Planning and Development Council, so that's why we're part of that multi-jurisdictional plan. The purpose of FEMA's hazard mitigation plan, it creates a process that helps communities identify natural disaster risks and vulnerabilities that are common in our area, and it provides the communities that participate with access to funding for eligible mitigation measures to reduce disaster losses. And so this is just one mechanism we can use to implement hazard mitigation before disaster strikes. So We have, the Region 6 used Skelly and Loy as a consultant to gather all the information from all the communities that are in Region 6. And we responded, and City Council must, well, it's before City Council to consider adopting this to be included in that plan to allow Morgantown to be able to access FEMA funding.
And thank you to those who worked on it.
It was new to most of us that did.
Yeah.
Move to approve? Did we already do that?
This
Call the
discussion.
question?
Bill Koecki?
Yes.
Weezy Michael?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Celine?
Yes.
Danielle Trumbull?
Yes.
Dave Harshbarger?
Yes.
Brian Butcher?
Yes.
Mayor Buganim?
Yes, passes 7-0. City manager's report.
I have none at this time, Mayor.
All right, report from our city clerk,
I have none, sir.
report from the city attorney,
I'll pass as well this morning.
report from council members. In the second ward, Councilor Koecki.
No report.
No report.
I really appreciate everyone being able to sit through until 2 in the morning. This is some kind of record for me, and it takes a lot of patience to both chair the meeting to the mayor and for the people in the public who have to deal with difficult issue. And anyway, let's keep moving. Thank you.
Oh, wait, I have notes for that. We all care a whole lot about downtown, so I assume I will see everyone Friday, September 6th for First Friday for the Arts at several downtown venues from 6 to 9 p.m. And Saturday, September 14th for our next Arts Walk that starts at 11 a.m. While I was out of town and since I've been back, I've received several concerns. I guess this is maybe for you. Speeding and other traffic issues on Beechhurst Avenue near the bottom of Fayette. Before I left, I'd heard a lot of concerns about the lining on the roads and people maybe not knowing where the new lanes were. Now I'm hearing that with students back, there's a lot of speeding issues. If we don't have police enforcement to hang out, it was suggested to me today that maybe we take one of Public Works' little radar detectors on wheels, set that there, because if people see that they're going 30, 40, whatever, I'm not going to put a number on it, maybe just realizing that they're doing that would be a deterrent.
We'll take care of that.
I also, as I mentioned, watched the committee of the whole meeting this morning to get prepared for this meeting. I noted as Annie was speaking during that meeting, someone went, I could see on the video, someone went out the door and could not get back in. The door was locked. So we need to make sure we are doing a better job of public access to our public meetings. I know that is not the only time that has happened. It also became clear to me, well, it's clear for many reasons, mainly because my husband is on the Ward and Boundaries Commission. But during the workshop that we had about the charter recently, council asked for a letter to be sent to the Ward and Boundary Commission stating that they should look at, what are they supposed to look at? Voter registration as their main, we discussed this, right? I'm not crazy. We asked for a letter to be sent to the Ward and Boundary Commission stating that they would, voters should be their main, that letter was not sent. They have a meeting tomorrow. I know that there was concerns raised during Committee of the Whole about the criteria that they were using, and I asked if they had received a letter, and they have not. So it would be great if we could get that sent. That's all.
Yeah, you're right. We did ask, or wanted to let them know that was, the criteria. I would just like to point out that sometimes we might get accused of lacking compassion by those who were against the camping ban ordinance. We just spent 6 hours listening and discussing that issue, and it's important. we just spent 20 minutes discussing $60 million in infrastructure projects that we've approved. And I just want to point that out, that, you know, we try and balance all these issues in a fair way. Pass.
I didn't have anything to report, but to be fair, Dave, we didn't spend much time discussing the camping ban. The members of the public did. I don't think we spent much time at all discussing this, but that'll conclude.
Is that was your report?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I do not have a report tonight.
Move to adjourn?
There we go.
Second.
Second? All right. 2:05, 8 hours, 5 minutes.
Just want you to know that I will never.